Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
What?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the train.
Yeah!
Now.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Illegal. Facebook book. Facebook book. Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China. I have to have my China. China!
It's science.
Anti-Semitic.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
And now you see just how I want it.
I see that you know your judo well.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
That's hot.
Are you not okay?
Immediately, if not sooner.
How rude.
I'm staying in the race.
Precision of language. Please.
Illegal.
Winter is coming.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Well, if it isn't the space fams. Don't think I don't see you over there. It's good to have you back. It's been a long week, so I think we deserve a little bit of fun on this here Sunday FUNDAY. However, we still have quite a lot for us to talk about. So I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts. It's time for us to take a little bit of a space trip. Ah, yes, it's been a tough week. But Sunday FUNDAY is always a good time for us to collect our thoughts after these weeks. Perhaps consider the future, but also to recharge. All very important. Suppose I better get these shoutouts done. Aaron W, Bowen Noah, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Disco Wolf a close fourth. Bob Carmody, PB, Tamara Chance, Schmegley, Orb Rumor, Morbius Dragon, and Midi Doctors. I think that's it. Good to see you all. Good to see you all on this here Sunday Fun Day as we head into this holiday week. So much going on. It's a good time for us to consider what we're grateful for in life. Also a good time to, think about how the year's gone, perhaps. Think about what could have gone better. Maybe could have gone worse, I don't know, for perspective, perhaps. But as usual, I figure we should probably start in the usual place. The United States. Now let's go to the furthest west spot. Is it the first, actually? A very, very far west spot in the United States. Talk about the delivery of presents in Alaska.
Time is running out to get your holiday gifts where they need to go. And when it comes to delivering to some of the most remote parts of the U.S., the clock is ticking fast. We sent CBS's Chris Van Cleve to the city of North Pole, Alaska, for a look at the nonstop work by an army of Santa's helpers.
'Twas the week before Christmas, with plenty stirring at the Santa Claus house in North Pole, Alaska. They've checked their list twice, realizing it's far more naughty than nice if any of their gifts show up late.
It's a good point. I was going to bring it up. I was going to wait till the end, but Bob makes a great point. Santa is closer to Alaska, just geographically speaking. You would think it would be easier for Santa to get those presents there, but let's not let that stop us from getting through the story. By the way, thank you, Morbius Dragon, for the super chat. Blank super chat, but still much appreciated. Do feel free to share your thoughts.
To waiting until the very last minute to shop online, which presents a challenge for us having to process that order and ship it out from Alaska.
In North Pole, candy canes double as street lights, and this big guy looms large year-round. So Christmas takes on special meaning for resident and FedEx driver Bill Suplu.
Santa is using FedEx?
Yeah, this is a wonderful time of the year.
I'm offended. Santa is delegating the delivery of presents to private companies. God damn it, Santa.
Everybody's so happy right now, so it makes our job a lot easier.
Even as the weather makes it harder.
Just the other day, it was 30 above, and then you wake up the next morning, it's 30 below.
You wait for the moose to pass before you deliver the package.
Oh, absolutely.
That is one big-ass moose. Holy shit.
Mess around with those guys.
Gifts Suplu is delivering to...
Yeah, I mean, you might want to just hold off on delivering that present until this moose is done, I guess, eating a tree.
Yeah, we don't want to mess around with those guys.
The gifts Suplu is delivering to Kris Kringle Drive come from an airfield 20 miles down a frozen road.
You only have a few hours of daylight here in Fairbanks. The temperature is hovering around 0. About 3,000 packages a day come in on planes like this one.
At the controls, Captain Joseph Erickson.
Yeah, I know there's a good chance there's a special present on that plane, and it's important to get that to that family.
And to get to Fairbanks, those shipments from around the world come through this sprawling sorting center at the Anchorage airport. 33 planes a day carrying 80,000 packages. Running around the clock, so gifts can span the globe in as little as 24 hours.
We've been putting these plans.
Oh, the reindeer unionized, so Santa outsourced. That's kind of like strike-breaking, Santa. Not a fan of those practices, sir.
Place for months, so we can make sure that we're getting those packages to our customers.
All right, this Santa's helper is going to be loaded down with about 20,000 packages bound for Memphis. If you haven't shipped yet, time is running out. Tomorrow is the cutoff for 2-day shipping. Monday is your last chance to get it there overnight before Christmas.
Well, you heard it, folks. Your chance to get presents out is down to something like 12-ish hours to get those presents out. Okay. What next? Yes. All right, let's do this. We're going to stay holiday themed for the first 2 videos here. So let's talk about a holiday beverage. Help segue us into some normal topics here. One of my favorite beverages, holiday beverages of all time, eggnog. And yesterday we talked about Philadelphian eggnog. The what was it? The the JB Pritzker. I can't remember the name of the company that makes the eggnog in Philadelphia. I know it's not JB Pritzker. It's the only thing I can think of. But let's go here now. Talk about a different nog.
She's a Havanese.
Okay.
Poodle mix.
Yeah.
She's got a mouth like a Scottish grape.
This is what got me.
I have to remind myself. Yeah. It's a wonderful specialty drink. You don't get this anywhere else. This takes eggnog to a different level.
Our eggnog consists of a crème anglaise, a classic French dessert sauce that is cream or milk, egg yolks, sugar, and vanilla beans. After we finish cooking the sauce, we add aged rum, brandy, and sherry to finish it off. We then put it in the refrigerator for just shy of a year. There's so much alcohol in it that there's no issue of any bacterial problems. A drink that you would sort of associate with grandma and grandpa on the holidays has become like a cult favorite here. We did not ever anticipate people actually being mad at us because we didn't have it.
Cheers. Were people mad?
We have people from around the world.
People were mad at one point that you didn't have eggnog? Interesting. I don't think it rises to that level.
Their visits to our hotel across the street, the Feed Hotel, to make sure that it's in that time frame to get the eggnog daiquiri. It's a mix
eggnog
that is
daiquiri
combined with different alcohols. I like to say it's a little Christmas magic.
Whoa.
We do not
Eggnog
disclose
daiquiri.
any of our recipes at any point.
What does
but
that
it is
even mean?
Delicious and milky drinks.
Okay, that sounds insane. I've never heard of an eggnog daiquiri, but I gotta try it.
It tastes like Christmas. It's a little cinnamony, it's smooth, and if you drink it too fast, you might get a brain freeze.
It's very creamy. It's a frozen drink because it's, obviously a daiquiri, but it's really creamy.
Seems like some people in chat not a big fan of the nog, and that's fine. It's an acquired taste. I mentioned that yesterday. Not everybody has to enjoy the eggnog. I just happen to be someone who enjoys this particular Christmas spirit. I don't know why. It's just a thing. It's a thing. All right. Now, let's go on and talk about a different thing that you could perhaps get intoxicated on, if you will. And a new technology that's supposedly being used to test for that particular substance.
Testing driver sobriety using breathalyzers is common practice for Colorado State Patrol, but drunk driving isn't the only kind of impaired driving that could get you a DUI. A new study could make enforcing other types of impairment easier. Your reporter, Michael Abeda, learned more about how enforcement could change in the future.
A lot of people may forget that impaired driving doesn't just mean drunk driving, it also means stoned driving. But you know who doesn't forget that? The troopers over at the Colorado State Patrol.
Oh, thank
We wanna
God.
Make sure everybody gets home safe to their families during the holidays.
From now until the Super Bowl, the Colorado State Patrol said.
Now, this story bothers me. I'm going to get into that in a second for multiple reasons. Partially because I think that these laws are being created by people who've never smoked weed before, don't understand its effects, and are applying the same thinking as it comes to drinking as it is to weed smoking. And if you've ever done both, you would know that there's a drastic difference between what happens to you physiologically when imbibing the two, right? There's a in terms of your capability, you get to a certain point when you're drinking, right? You genuinely shouldn't be behind a wheel. That's a much different story when it comes to weed smoking. And you know, you got a bunch of people in government who've probably never partaken and have no idea, and they watched Reefer Madness one time and they're like, oh, this seems terrible. I can't believe that people can drive while they're like this. We better make that illegal.
Illegal. They will make sure to track down and ticket impaired drivers.
Usually people have the time off and they can drink, and some make the mistake of drinking and driving.
But not just for drunk driving. Driving while high will get you a ticket too. And they say they have their own methods to detect if you're too high to drive.
There's a lot of things that go into it.
To detect if you're
It's a
too
totality
high.
of circumstances.
Really?
Cannabis was legalized. We didn't really have clear questions in terms of how are we going to enforce this.
Researchers at the University of Colorado Boulder
Didn't even have a concept of a plan, huh? How great. We didn't even know what questions we were going to ask when we did it. We were just like, hey.
The National Institutes of Standards and Technology say enforcing driving while high has been a bugaboo since legalization, but they hope their new study will help law enforcement. They're taking a van equipped with specialized equipment to regular cannabis users. After a baseline test in the van, participants leave and use cannabis. Then they return for 13 breath tests over 2 hours and a series of tests to gauge how
13
high they
breath
feel.
tests
The
over
question
2
is,
hours?
Is there a time course where
13 breath tests over 2 hours? What the fuck does that tell you? And why would you need 13 of them? This seems incredibly inefficient. This seems like a real dumb policy. I'm not gonna lie. What are they? You get pulled over for suspicion of driving while high. Now you gotta sit around for 2 hours with a police officer. You're kidding me, right? Oh my god. Will this apply to CEOs like Elon Musk? I see people mentioning Doge. Makes me wonder, because I know he smokes a great deal of weed, and he does a bunch of other stuff, ketamine, and I mean, my god. Will he be allowed to drive a Cybertruck? Alright, now, let's move on to different sort of tests, or well, test results that have been coming in, leading to some to have concerns over holiday gatherings. Oh, that's a good point. People don't think Elon Musk drives himself. That's fair. That's fair. He probably doesn't. I didn't, you know, I'm sorry. I'm not always in the mind space of a billionaire. Forgot. You don't have to drive. You can just, I don't know, buy someone to drive you around.
Tonight, just days before families and friends gather for the holidays, there are concerning new numbers about the flu. CBS's Ali Bauman is in New York with a warning from the CDC.
David, the CDC says flu activity is increasing in all regions and all age groups across the country. And with millions on the move this holiday week, doctors are warning we may soon hit the peak of flu season.
The holiday season is in full swing, and so too is the flu season. 13 states have reported high or very high levels of flu-like illness last week, according to the CDC. That's about double the states from the week before. The agency estimates so far this season.
What I find strange is that it's almost completely relegated to the southern states, aside from a few here. Wonder why that is. I'm sure it has nothing to do with vaccines.
That's about double the states from the week before. The agency estimates so far this season there have been nearly 2 million illnesses, 23,000 hospitalizations, and 970 deaths from the flu.
It's a very highly transmittable virus.
Dr. Manish Sharma is chief of emergency medicine at New York Presbyterian Hospital.
People are going to be getting on planes all throughout the week. What should they know before they maybe travel to see family?
Get vaccinated. The number one and most important thing you can do to help prevent the influenza virus and also prevent complications of the influenza virus is to get vaccinated.
Mississippi holding strong. Is Mississippi holding strong, though? Are they? Good job, Mississippi. You're right. They're surrounded. Oh, boy. Probably just because nobody lives in Mississippi. All right, kidding. Kidding. I know people technically live there. All right. So yeah, just be careful this holiday. Do consider the ramifications of your holiday gatherings, and if you haven't, get that flu vaccination. You know, just a thought. Now, there's another disturbing trend, health-wise, going on. That being a massive surge in walking pneumonia among children in the United States. How great. Yay. Doing so good right now. I'm sure RFK will fix all of this.
Just in time for the holidays, a rise in cases of a contagious lung infection across the country is causing alarm.
And of course, if not, we have, backup. We have great backup. We got Dr. Oz in case RFK somehow fails. Then we have fake Dr. Oz.
Rise in cases of a contagious lung infection across the country is causing alarm, especially for parents of young children. Ali Rogan talks with an infectious disease specialist about what's behind the spike.
The colder months usually mean more time indoors and higher rates of respiratory illnesses like the flu and COVID. But now the CDC is tracking an uptick in cases of so-called walking pneumonia. The respiratory illness usually sickens school-aged children and teens, but this year toddlers are being hit the hardest. Dr. Donald Dumford is the infectious disease specialist at Cleveland Clinic. Dr. Dumford, thank you so much for being here. What is walking pneumonia and how does it differ from other types of pneumonia?
When we talk about walking pneumonia versus a more classic case of pneumonia, essentially it's typically causing a more mild course of illness. If you think about a typical case of pneumonia, you're going to see abrupt onset of symptoms. Whereas with walking pneumonia, which is typically caused by a bacteria called mycoplasma, you're going to see kind of a gradual onset over a few days leading to the illness. So it's going to be a few days where you start to feel poorly, you start to get a cough, you start to get a fever, and really over about 3 to 5 days, you get a fever, headache, muscle aches, and then start to get a pretty bad cough with it.
What do we know at this point about why toddlers and other young children are being affected so much this year as compared to previous years?
When you think about mycoplasma, typically we see that about every 3 to 5 years, there's a cyclical increase in cases. So normally, no matter what happens, every 3 to 5 years, you see a rise. We really didn't see that rise that we expected during the COVID pandemic. So I think right now, because we have probably a higher number of susceptible people, you tend to see that there's a lot of higher cases of severe illness, which is why we're seeing it a lot in the toddler population, along with the classical school-age population, which is usually the population that is most severely affected.
How contagious is this?
It is pretty contagious. So, the best way we look at this as far as the contagiousness is when you look at how it affects families. And if it enters a family, you actually expect that about 80% of the other kids in the family are going to get sick. About 40% of the adults are going to get sick. And
yeah, and the big problem with this is with people with already existing conditions, weakened immune systems, who may not be able to fight these sorts of things, as well as perhaps teenager. And then, then bad things happen. All right, now let's move on. Talk some politics stuff. Wait, what's you now? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Disco? You okay, buddy? Yeah. Are you experiencing a health condition? That's no good. That's no good. It's not what we were hoping for here. Okay. Start here.
This is the Wall Street Journal article on Biden's age, and I think it's important to dive into it. So let's get to it. Now, this is a media coverage over the Wall Street Journal article that came out yesterday that dove into the way that Biden's handlers have managed his obvious mental decline.
For the last 4 years, apparently, this president, duly elected, but this president was not capable of fulfilling the duties of the office. And his staff and the White House lied about it and kept it from the American people.
You know, Disco Wolf's trials and tribulations over here reminding me at this time that we need single-payer galactic healthcare immediately.
It's an absolute scandal.
I'll say two things. One is that I think Joe Biden, despite all this, had a very
I can't believe this.
tenure. You may disagree, but I think on policies.
I can't believe this bitch is back.
A fucking bitch.
Oh, Julie Roginski. Remember her? She's the one who came out immediately after the loss to tell us that actually pronouns, wokeism, what else was it? There were so many things that she had complaints about. It was basically just leftism in general that she said, just like accepting people for who they are, things like that. That's what's actually losing elections. That's her. And she's really become a mainstay at CNN, it seems like.
Joe
Adverbs,
Biden,
that's right. Adverbs too, adjectives, all of the different sort of grammatical devices just are turning people off.
Had a very successful tenure. You may disagree, but I think on policy as a Democrat, he had a very successful 4 years. But there's a bigger problem here, and that is that I think Democrats are at the point where Republicans might have been right after the Bush election, or after the Bush term was up, which is that I think Democrats are starting to mistrust their institutions. And this goes back to a bipartisan effort to lie us into the Iraq War, not just by George Bush, but also by a lot of Democrats. It has to do with the fact that Barack Obama did not hold anybody accountable after the 2008 crisis, which also happened in George Bush's watch, but he became president. He never threw.
I guess they're slow walking themselves into some semblance of recognition, you know? I don't know. Like, it's a little bit too
It's the
little,
slowest
too late.
walk of all
hostage
time.
on the tarmac from Wall Street. You saw the rise of Bernie Sanders as a result of that, and you saw a lot of institutional Democrats, me included, saying, no, this is not the time. We have to stick with the institution. And I think you have a lot of Democrats now, me included, who are pretty sick of the institution and trusting people in the institution. And this
You're a
is
Democratic strategist. What do you mean? That's kind of funny.
just one example, most recent example, I think,
Yeah, seriously though.
of people
This woman here criticizing institutions as a person who has been there to prop them up and remind them they're actually doing a good job. And she has sort of been behind messaging for all of these institutions. She's like, these institutions' messaging has been terrible. And don't ask any follow-ups on that, please.
lying to the American people. And what you're ultimately going to see, and I don't have a problem saying this as a Democrat, is that you're going to see a Tea Party version rise up in the Democratic Party based on the fact that this is yet another marker of people just not trusting our leaders anymore. And I'm sorry to say that, but I think we brought this on ourselves.
Even after that disastrous debate on this network, there were some people being like, oh, he had a bad night. He had a bad night. And one of the quotes in that Wall Street Journal piece was, there are good days and bad days. Today's a bad day. We'll deal with this tomorrow. The problem is tomorrow never came. It was just one bad day after another after.
I like the media that basically played the role of lying to the American public so routinely about something that was incredibly easy to comprehend. Like, it's just something you can't hide. When the president has his brain leaking out of his ears. You just can't hide that. You know, it's so visual. It's so graphic that the dumbest American can be like, I know what that's like. That's just like my grandfather years before he passed away, or maybe months before he passed away. You just can't hide that reality. And they, I think, did a terrible job of trying to do their very best. And now they have to play covering. They have to turn around and be like, oh, well, how could we have known? How could we have known? How could we have foreseen this? Would you say this is
What you talking about?
relatable to the FDR polio cover-up? Do you mean as in FDR was like hid the truth that he was in a wheelchair? No, it's not. Because FDR hid the fact that he was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk because the American public, he thought, would see him as a weaker candidate. It had nothing to do with his brain capacity. This is far more...
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Because there's not a clear comparison there. FDR was still managing to get stuff done. His legs just didn't work. Not only did Biden's legs not work, as we saw multiple times, his brain was also not working so good on just too many occasions. Too many senior moments for a man who was supposed to lead the entire country. Reagan? Are you calling me Reagan? That's right. Trickle-down economics. All right. Let's see. Let's go here.
Yeah, I remember when Reagan was elected and reelected in particular, but also when Bush was reelected. Like there seems to be
the precedent was us, you know, in the early 2000s, this incredible blogosphere that came out of nowhere. And, you know, one of the reasons, you know, Bush wasn't able to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish, which was basically create a permanent Republican majority by wiring the system, was this kind of steady resistance that was, you know, just turning him into a laughingstock.
But I feel a greater demoralization in this era than then. Like, I mean, and it was, I mean, 2004, you know, into 2005 was demoralizing, but this seems greater. And it seems to me that what Bush did was he took aim at Social Security, and that was like basically like the one thing that snapped everybody out of it and got people
taking aim at comprehensive immigration reform.
Yeah, and he undermined his own base by doing that too. And I get the sense, like, I'm looking at Trump with this whole sort of immigrant thing. He threatens Mexico, and to basically, we better get to essentially net zero immigration. Well, we're already almost there.
Right.
And so it's like he's coming in and saying, like, you know.
And there's been a trend of people moving abroad ever since Donald Trump became president. So, you know, in terms of net zero immigration, you might be heading closer and closer to that by the second.
Like me walking out right now at 10 of 1 and go, it better be about an hour after noon, 7 minutes from now, or there's going to be hell to pay. And then 7 minutes later, it's okay. I've gotten my way.
We did it.
Takes the credit from me.
We did it.
Smart about this.
But that's the scariest part, is that he has nothing that he can deliver, right? It's like, it's all fake promises. And, you know, part of it says, oh, well, once people see the inflation and da-da-da-da-da. But that's the scary part about, you know, that's why this word fascism is so useful, right? Because anything bad can be blamed on the scapegoats, right? The deep state got in our way, right? So let's destroy the deep state, right? You know, we had to, you know, we weren't able to, you know, lower the size of the military because, you know, there are too many whatever is the enemy du jour, kind of burrowing within the Pentagon, right? So yeah, I don't have any good answers for that, right? I'm hearing very scary speculation, that, and I'm just going to say it. I don't have any evidence yet. Let me just say that this is, kind of very off the top of my head speculation that I'm looking into, that, when their jobs that can't get done because people getting deported, well, maybe they'll turn to, prison labor, right? And you get this spiraling downward, more and more hatred, more and more exploitation of vulnerable people. One of the things my alderman in Chicago, Andre Vasquez, who's been in charge of, kind of making kind of migrant policy for Chicago, he points out is, there's going to be a serious problem with crime with the migrants who come, but they're going to be the victims of the crime, right? Because they're not going to be able to advert to the authorities. They're not going to be able to go to the cops. They're going to be the most vulnerable people, right? They're going to be taken advantage of. That's, the sick, cynical deal that the Republicans have about immigration is, the cynical ones, know that they can simultaneously get the rubes to want to deport everyone and have the business elites be able to take advantage of their labor, and, nothing will happen. But
seriously, that's the system we have right now. And it's incredibly frustrating to hear these statements being made while we know that they actually need the, the existence of undocumented immigrants in the United States to be able to take advantage of their labor so that, American farms can continue to function.
Now we have this kind of deal that they had with abortion where, maybe the dog is going to catch the car and they won't know what to do with it, right? But I don't really find any comfort in that because the more kind of distrustful society becomes, and the more elites are able to kind of weaponize people's kind of feral instincts, the harder it is to build something in its stead. Which is why, when societies fall to authoritarian politicians and authoritarian politics, often the only thing that ends it is cataclysm, war.
Right.
Yeah, and that's not...
So, I'm not glib.
Yeah, and that's not great for, those of us looking to the future right now with any sort of hope or optimism, looking backwards towards history. If Rick here is at all correct in his analysis of this, that leads us to some very horrifying conclusions as to where America is headed. What will maybe take to end all of this, and that, it's just not a rosy picture. I'm not a fan.
Do we have a historical precedent to something like this? I think
Chile, is an example where a country that, really became a fascist country. And, over the decades, they just kind of ground away at, Pinochet and his followers, and eventually built a democracy. South Africa is another one, right? You had, white minority rule for, decades and decades and decades. And there was kind of a political and guerrilla effort that, received, basically the moral sympathy of the entire world. Now South Africa is a democracy, right? But that's the kind of level we're talking about, right? And one part of the reconstruction that has to happen is, people have to learn that government, run by public spirited people, can actually do things to help them. And that's not something that that's not kind of an intuitive knowledge that people can regain in the course of an election or even 3 elections. That's kind of decades of work right there, right?
Right, and you need
and in there lies that big
a party,
problem.
A party
that is.
Yeah, the regaining of trust doesn't just happen instantaneously, right? But you see it in our leaders, in the way that they deal with things. They do feel like they can turn it on and off, like a faucet, right? Think about what happened in the literal, not even the days, the hours after Kamala Harris lost. I knew people who were receiving fundraising emails from Kamala Harris literally within hours of announcing their loss, coming back out and saying, actually, we need more money. We need you to get excited for the future right now. And it's hard to do. It's hard to turn it on and off like that, you know? Hard to get people excited directly after being led down.
Oriented towards both doing and communicating that.
Yes. So we're going to need some doers and we're going to need some communicators. And, hopefully, we'll be hearing from people whose names we don't even know yet that will become household names. Martin Luther King wasn't Martin Luther King. He was just some, 27-year-old.
I mean, technically he was.
Who somehow.
He was technically Martin Luther King before that, but I get what he means, though. In spirit. We would never have known him.
Had a job in, Montgomery, a church in Montgomery. And they're like, who are we going to have to run this bus boycott? Oh, let's have this guy Martin do it because no one else wants to do it because it's too much, And
hey, Martin.
Next thing you know, you have the Civil Rights Act 8 years later.
Well, but the leadership point I just want to return to, because I know we're making this case over and over again. But part of why we're in this situation at all is because we've had a leadership vacuum at the top of the Democratic Party for almost in Biden's entire term. I would say really when Build Back Better fell apart, and also seemingly when his cognitive decline kind of accelerated. There was no one at the top of the party communicating the message. Nobody. Yes. And I think it added to this sense of they're lying about how old he is, and where is that dude?
Yeah.
We can't trust either side. And then he didn't set Harris up in any meaningful way. They just ran.
I think we're still building back from the distrust, the trust that was lost among working class people because of NAFTA in 1990, whatever.
Exactly. And then the Build Back Better stuff, that and the expiration of the child tax credit, that's Joe Manchin and the Republicans. But that's
I saw a lot of hope. And, I saw my kind of little, margin of hope in the Harris ticket was, the fact that she chose a running mate who was basically like a Scandinavian social democrat and made, the COVID, kind of tax rebates permanent in Minnesota, right?
Yeah, I remember thinking about that now. Feels so long ago, thinking, hey, maybe we'll have Tim Walz as vice president trying to get people, get the kids some free lunches and get us some single-payer healthcare and stuff.
But, people didn't buy that either,
Well, they didn't. It seemed like the campaign didn't particularly buy that after, basically starting with the convention. They decided
Yeah, it's almost like they told Tim Walz, hey, I know that you got this record and all. Would you not talk about it so much? Because we're not planning on doing all of that stuff. Or we're certainly not planning on bringing it up during this election cycle. Maybe we'll talk about it after we win. But then, of course, we all know what happened in between those two potentialities or whatever.
Enough by actually just picking him and not using him. But be that as it may, I guess here we are. All right, let's just briefly, because also I think an example of this, a version of what you're talking about too, was this Andreessen interview on Joe Rogan.
Oh God, here we go.
And not just if it's just some rando on Joe Rogan who's basically spewing, 100% lies about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Lies.
Like 100% lies.
Yep.
Elizabeth Warren controls it. They actually do this. Unbanking was the only thing that he could say. And literally, this is an...
Yes. Elizabeth Warren. Sitting behind her cauldron of lies. Controlling the CFPB. With magic. Ha ha ha.
Agency that was telling banks, you need to do a better job of making sure that your unbanking isn't so arbitrary and that it's like, and this is
It's big line
supposedly
propaganda. It's like the opposite of what's actually happening.
100%. But Elon Musk, tweets out this thing, says interesting or disturbing or whatever it is. They're using it all as an example to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is inhibiting their ability to use crypto and to use basically, to do money laundering and all this other stuff.
Turn the entire American financial system into a casino where the House has the advantage.
But how, how do we fight that when there is like a, this type of communication sort of imbalance?
Told the innocent fly on the wall in his house that OxyContin is a good thing because it keeps the rabble down.
Yeah.
By the way, that was me. As you know.
Well, no, tell that story because I don't think people, I know, but I don't think others do.
So you can Google my name and Marc Andreessen, and it's probably next to the long con where I talked about all the grifting that Republicans do. It's probably the most read thing I've ever written. I was flown to San Francisco, all expenses paid, to meet with his book club. Marc Andreessen, the guy who's did something useful. He helped start Netscape in the 1990s and then became a venture capitalist. And I went to his $30 million mansion, which had these priceless works of art by Agnes Martin and Klaus Oldenburg and all these people that his wife was really astonished I knew the names of because apparently, computer bros don't, have much culture. And and in the course of the conversation, he comes from rural Wisconsin, and he talked about how much contempt he had for the people he grew up with, and that he wanted all those places to just kind of go away. And if people don't leave, they deserve what they get. And he eventually said, almost a direct quote, "I'm happy for OxyContin and video games to, keep people in line."
Mm-hmm.
And
the fact is that Andreessen Horowitz has been investing deeply in the video game space. They see it as the future. They literally did a round of funding inside of the Roblox platform for their venture capital firm, right? Andreessen Horowitz is Marc Andreessen's private venture capital company, which has invested in all sorts of creepy shit. He's a creepy guy, honestly. Look into him. Ugh. But he's got money in Airbnb, in Foursquare, Stripe, Lyft, Oculus. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right? Coinbase. The dude is in all sorts of stuff that's questionable in its purposes, in terms of how it's affecting society. We talk about how bad Airbnb is for the housing crisis and how bad the gig economy is. But he's deeply involved in all the companies that are the gig economy. He's deeply invested in crypto. The dude is it's troubling, to say the least. All right, now let's talk about a place. Well, it's not really a place. It's more than that. That's wrong. That's the wrong way to describe it. Let's talk about money in politics. Let's talk about a particular group of moneyed people in politics, that being the Political Action Committee, the one of 501c4, 501, whatever it is. It's it's a non-profit organization called Turning Points USA. That's right. The wonderful in zero ways organization called Turning Points USA, founded by, in part, Charlie Kirk, and who's the other person? I'm trying to remember now. Who is the other person that's involved in this? Why is that not coming up right? Why are you getting worse, Google? Be better. Hey, was it just Charlie? Was it just Charlie who founded Turning Points? My God. It is. It's just Charlie. I thought there was a second. I thought there was like. I thought the Kochs were involved in the original founding of that thing. Am I wrong? Yes, Google should be best. Learn to be best, Google. All right. Yes, let's go to that organization of Biggie Head Smalls Face. And we're going to start it off here with a old school Republican voice. The original right-wing weird... Well, I don't know if I can call him the original. But he really took the game to the next level, right? He was the first big Republican innovator, I would call him, right? Of course, there's Limbaugh, but this guy, he was like, you know, radio's fine, but we need visuals. We need visuals, and we need them now. That being, one Glenn Beck.
Last time I was here, can you hear me? Last time I was here, I brought some things from the American Journey Experience, which is our vault of history. And if you remember, if you were here last year, I ended with this video right here.
Wow, they really practiced for this. I love how he starts off with pointing in the wrong place. This is, I mean, from what I can tell, a pretty swanky production. There's quite a lot of money here at Turning Points, from my understanding. And the fact that Glenn Beck here didn't know what screen to look at is, wow. Come on, bud. We're just playing Braveheart now. Did we clear this with, I'm sure Mel's fine with it. Top Notch Productions, LLC. That's right. Killing it over here. Wait, is that... Was that the last of the Mohicans music over? I'm confused. Why are we combining
this country can fall apart, and there
whatever.
is only one way it stays together, and that is a miracle from the Almighty God.
Ah, of course.
If we all do our part and stand where we're supposed to stand, and God will help us push it over the edge and do the things we cannot do, we'll win.
I see.
God showed up, and so did you.
Is it just me, or do these things, like all these Republican gatherings, they genuinely feel like a church service, like you know, like a newfangled one, like an evangelical church service, but it still feels like some kind of a church service. It really does. The RNC was like that. Turning Point. It really just, I mean, they might as well just replace their logo with the rosary, I guess, or something.
It was a miracle when Donald Trump went down on the ground. I saw it within a minute of it being live, and I was with my family, and he went down and had no idea what was going on, and I thought immediately, if he's dead, we're in civil war. For him to turn his head and only...
I love that. I love that framing from Glenn. He's like, unquestionable, undeniable. If Donald Trump died, we would have had a civil war, of course. Now, moving on.
Nicked. If that's not God saying, you know what? I think there is a new
God saved us from civil war.
And
Thank
we'll
God.
fix this country the way it's supposed to be, to serve people. Now we are waiting. Now we are here, and he is waiting for...
You know what we're waiting for? I'm waiting for you to bring out these goddamn props, buddy. I mean, I see a table and I see a chalkboard. This is A classic Glenn Beck setup. Now, can we move past the church services and get into the weird, please?
Us to do the rest of the work. We have a lot of work in front of us, but man, take a minute. Doesn't it feel good to win? If we would have won,
those jeans are the worst.
God works. It's so amazing.
Who gave?
I thought for sure.
Who gave Glenn Beck straight cut, acid washed, pre-ripped jeans? What is going on, and why?
We're done. We're done. There's a million ways to fall apart. One that will hold us together. We're done. If we would have won in 2020, if Donald Trump would have been our president, he wouldn't have had the same mindset he has today. He wouldn't have done all of the homework that he's done in the last 4 years. He wouldn't have done all the vetting.
All of that homework.
He wouldn't.
I love this. This is hilarious. Oh, Glenn Beck. Speaking to the studiousness of Donald Trump, of course, in the last 4 years. He hasn't been sitting around tweeting on, well, not tweeting. He hasn't been spending 4 years truthing on Truth Central. He's actually been doing homework, reading, bullshit. Glenn knows that that's not what's been going on. It's all the people around Donald Trump who've been doing homework while Donald, of course,
immediately, if not
sits around sipping Coke and chortling in between bites of Big Macs and trothing on his new platform, multi-billion-dollar media platform created by essentially not literally by government mandate, but due to the fact the only reason him being president is that's the only thing that gives it any sort of reason to exist. But it's just fascinating that Glenn here wants to attribute what's about to happen to Donald Trump's studious nature, hitting the books hard, learning as much as he can. And of course, really, the people who've really been working in the background are people like, Russ Vogt, one of the main creators of Project 2025. Those are the people who've been doing the homework for Donald Trump in the background on how they're going to take over the goddamn U.S. government. Glenn Beck is proud that his Ozempic work. Is this a post-Ozempic Glenn? He's not even looking that good. I mean, he's barely fitting into those jeans. Just being real here. If this is a post-Ozempic Glenn, I need a pre-Ozempic Glenn picture to look at. The fact is, I don't pay a ton of attention to Glenn. It's been maybe a couple of decades since I really focused in on Glenn Beck. The guy, I stopped paying attention to him after he left. What was it? Where did he get kicked off of? I can't even remember now. Whatever network he was on in the past. After he left cable news, I basically was like, I just stopped paying attention to Glenn. That was his heyday, in my opinion. Although I know he has a little internet show or whatever.
Had the long list, and believe me, he's checked it twice.
Oh yeah, he's like Santa Claus. I'm checking the list. Well, I paid somebody to check the list, and they told me that there's a lot of bad people on here. We're going to deport them all immediately, if not sooner.
I want you to know you have defeated the evil empire. And it was just as hard as this. This is from the movie, the original Darth Vader, A New Hope. Defeating him in the movies, it is the same story.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by doing my impression. He pulled out the first prop. We have to go back. Please hold.
I want you to know you have defeated the evil empire.
Okay, so I guess this Darth Vader helmet it doesn't represent a specific person. It's just the idea of the evil empire from Star Wars. This helmet represents all of that, of course, and Well, Republicans, they did it. They defeated the evil empire. That's it. It's over. It's a great analogy. Here we go.
And it was just as hard as this.
Really?
From the movie.
I'm sorry. You're telling me that the 2024 election was just as hard as the entire Star Wars trilogy? I mean, first off, Republicans didn't even leave the planet, okay? That's like my first point here. But there were 0 lightsaber battles, no use of the Force, no planets were obliterated. There's just so many things that seem easier in this particular case than in Star Wars, but I am just one galactic being, one galactic opinion.
A New Hope. This defeating him in the movie.
Are we more like Star Trek? Great question. It is better.
I don't think Kamala has come out and said, "I am your mother," but she could have. It was this hard to defeat the evil empire, and that is what we're looking at. When I was your age, many of your ages.
What age? I'm sorry. This is hilarious. Your age. I love how they like to pretend that Turning Points is just filled with children. It's just when in fact, I'm almost positive that there is a large portion of the people in the audience who are Glenn's age.
1984, first president I ever could vote for.
Everybody's 13. Yeah, you're right.
And Ronald Reagan saw the problem in the world.
You look up how old Glenn is now. It's 1984. How old were you supposed to be,
and he
Glenn?
was the first one against all advice, against
the first
everyone,
guy
to say, "I'm sorry, but that is an evil empire, and we will defeat it." Communism, he brought down the wall because he had the courage to speak the truth.
He defeated communism. Ronald Reagan defeated it. That's it. Good job, Reagan. That's fascinating. He did it. It's a weird way to put it. It's a weird historical fiction from Glenn. I like it though. It's fun. It's really about entertainment value more than anything.
Donald Trump have spoken the truth. That was an evil empire they were building, and it will come down now.
Yay for 1984.
The structure of everything that they were building, I honestly
Here we go. Second prop.
know, and a lot of my colleagues, people who do what I do, said the same thing before the election. If he doesn't win, if we don't win, we're done. I mean, personally, we're done. They will extinguish our voices. How they do.
Oh no. People's voices would have been extinguished. All Republicans would never have been able to speak ever again. If Kamala Harris had won the election January 20th, 2025, the voice boxes of all Republicans would have been removed, fingertips for typing, and all social media accounts deleted. Of course, that's what would have happened. Don't need any analysis of that. What we need is a visualization.
They will silence anyone who stands up against it. But you know what happened? When I first went in and started the Blaze in 2010 or 11, everybody said, "That's insane."
Yeah.
Roger Ailes at Fox News
For different
actually
reasons.
said,
For different
"Come on,
reasons.
You're not really leaving to do that internet thing. That's a fad." I said, "I don't think it is." I knew that the mainstream media would burn itself to the ground, and I didn't want to be anywhere near. And when we started...
Ooh, is Glenn about to burn something on the stage? I'm getting excited. I'm feeling...
There was buffering.
I can feel him. He's like building up to something.
Because you'd see me go, and let me tell, and then the little wheel would spin for a while. Media Row out there is more powerful than ABC and
It's not a dog tag. It's not a dog tag. It looks like a dog tag, but if you look real close, hold on, it's hard to tell because of. But you can kind of see the faint outline here. This is a saint. I can't tell what saint this is supposed to be. But this is some sort of a religious iconography here in the shape of a dog tag. I know it looks similar, but no. No. This is a religious. I think it's actually an Eastern Orthodox symbol, which is confusing me even more because I could have sworn Glenn was Catholic.
There is more powerful than ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN,
The Santa de Luigi.
MSNBC combined. It's a new world. It's a new world. And believe me, you have a better chance of seeing the next 2028 presidential debate on something like Blaze TV than you do seeing ABC.
I love how he's spending a good portion of this opportunity he's got on TP USA to plug the Blaze. I forgot that the Blaze is his, honestly. I don't know how. Because he's just got a bunch of other people doing his job now, right? You know, Dave Rubin, those sorts of people. And so I just kind of forget about him being the head honcho over there. But he's got to keep reminding everybody, actually, the Blaze is the future. We're going to be hosting the next presidential debate. We'll see about that. That should be fascinating. Oh, no. I'm just trying to imagine what a political debate would look like on the Blaze network. Oh, my God. I'm pretty sure that it would involve a lot of props.
They're done. They are done. However, nobody gives up that much power willingly. They're not going home going, oh, gee, we lost. Gee, what are we going to do now? I don't know, Bill. You're not qualified to do anything in life. So what are they going to do?
That's true.
They are going to fight with everything that is in them. This is a time of peace. Right now, it seems like, whoa, dig this, we won, and there's no resistance. Believe me, when you come home after the new year and you start seeing the lead up to him being sworn in office, things are going to start happening because they are serious.
Jeez. Glenn's really trying to get his audience here prepared for something. He's getting them real, he's making this sound all very serious. People are going to criticize Donald Trump leading into the inauguration. Oh my God. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Criticism of Trump? No. Can't allow that to happen.
It's the same thing that happened. There's all
Oh, here we go.
Books. These
Props.
were published in England in the 1500s and 1600s. This is very, very rare. There's only a few of these. There's lots of these. These are the books that were encouraged by the king to say yes.
This is hilarious. This kind of thing. We all have to. Can we all just log this one in our memory? Because this is incredibly fascinating to me. Because this only works right now for Glenn, rhetorically speaking, right? Like as a rhetorical device. In literally less than 1 month, this is going to be real awkward when Donald Trump and his cronies come out and start, mandating the Bible in school. Forcing people to stop talking about climate change, force people to stop criticizing Donald Trump in the news media. It should be really interesting. We should be able to go back to this and talk about this again. And I'm sure this will all stand up.
Witches are real, and here's how you find them. This one, almost every copy was burned by the crown.
It's a hilarious analogy. Because the fact is, the people who identify with the witch burners the most are the people at this place right now. The people in this room are the people who most likely are the progeny of the very witch burners of the colonial American history past, right? You know, like the incredible. It wasn't, people weren't burning witches because they you know, like because they were too religious, right? It was because they did things that were different from the orthodox, from the religious thinkers, and or in some cases were just people that they didn't that were disliked in society, right? And it's just fascinating that he wants to bring these out as an example of what the left has been doing. Somehow the left has been running around. We've been burning witches. But really, you look around, what have Republicans like Glenn Beck been doing, right? They've been going to schools to literally burn books, to have books taken out of schools that they don't like, you know, prosecuting people in the media for being different, right? For not being religious enough, for being essentially sinners in their eyes, without using the exact same words that I'm using right now, but this is the same idea. And this is wild. This guy, they're still bringing out the witch hunt analogy. Okay.
This one said, no, that's not true. That's misinformation. These aren't witches. This is all about control of the individual. The king didn't want this one. He wanted everybody to read this. That's the same evil empire that we have been living under for a while now, saying, no, this is the truth. When the truth they have tried to destroy the truth every possible way they could, and they burn it, all of it, if they could.
No, absolutely. I was counting that under the idea of, you know, sin. You know, because I mean that's that they think that. They think that. I mean, obviously I don't. The point is like, yeah, trans, if you're gay, if you're, I don't know, from the wrong part of the globe, you have the wrong ideology, whatever it might be, they see all that as a sin, as going against God's will. Because they've been told by people like Glenn Beck that this is God's will. Like we already heard it during the speech. He brought up God in a very literal sense. He brought God into the real by saying that God saved Donald Trump and saved the United States from civil war by keeping him from being assassinated. He said it literally. He didn't even, it wasn't some sort of a device. He was saying it literally, that God came down and you know, used their power to prevent the killing of Donald Trump, right? That was not some sort of a, you know, like, it wasn't like an analogy or something. He was being real about that. He meant that. And he meant for his audience to interpret it that way.
But the truth always wins. But they are going to continue to confuse and manipulate as much as possible. If I'm on the other side and I needed to defeat us, I know exactly how I would do it. I would confuse you and I would divide you. I would make sure that I could
Dude, this is hilarious. He's projecting. He's literally just talking about what he's doing. He's confusing and dividing people. He's mixing fantasy and reality, and then telling people that actually half the country is ungodly and wants you to be silenced.
You know, the Declaration of Independence, the original first draft, which I brought last year in Thomas Jefferson's hand, is missing one word in the title, and that word is unanimous. The unanimous Declaration of Independence from Congress. The original draft was not unanimous. John Hancock knew everybody's got to raise their hand. We have to vote.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to move ahead a little bit. He goes on and on. He does monologue. He goes for 30 full minutes here. He gets a full half hour as the progenitor of Blaze TV. But it's time for us to get into the... Yes, here we are. All right, we need the board. We need the chalkboard now. We need more visualizations. We need Glenn Beck to try and unpack some history for us here. Come on, Glenn.
I asked a bunch of small people, I guess, for a chalkboard, because this is as good as it got.
Probably Ben Shapiro.
Think of me as a giant.
It's probably Ben. Ben brought his chalkboard from home.
This actual size. This is where...
Wait, hold on. We have to unpack this board before he starts talking. Okay. The very top of the board says MSM View. Now, I don't know if this is a labeling of what we're looking at, or if it's hard to say with any sort of Glenn Beck visuals what anything means. So we're not going to do too much interpreting of whether or not this is a header or just random words put here. MSM-View. Liz Cheney, unions, Marx/commies, A in a circle? Is that supposed to be the anarchist? That is not the anarchist symbol, Glenn. I'm pretty sure that's the Avengers symbol. Oh, I love that. I love this. Hold on. Please hold. Oh, this is amazing. Instead of putting anarchist symbol next to Marx and commies, you put the Avengers. Oh, this is amazing. Hold on, we need a better visual for this, just so you can see what I'm seeing right now. Oh God, this is amazing. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate you, buddy. Oh God. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's gorgeous. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So this is what I think Glenn is talking about. I actually have heard this before. But this is the... Oh, shit. What did I do? No, that's the wrong window. Stay. Bad window. You bitch. Ah, here. Okay. There we go. Anarchist symbol. You can see clearly. It's an A in a circle where the center line of the A goes straight through the circle, right? That has been that way for decades and decades, if I'm not mistaken. Now, let's look at what Glenn here has drawn. Because unfortunately for him, what he's drawn is the symbol of the Avengers. Wait. There we go. The Avengers, aka the Marxists and the Communists, they're gonna come and save the day. NGOs, of course, that's on this whatever list. Now, I don't know what this is. A? This just says A here. I guess this is also... He still thinks that this is the anarchist symbol. So we started off with Avengers, and then we went to... What does this say? Art of Curfew? The Art of Curfew? I can't read that. His writing's pretty bad. Bill of Rights? Or Articles of Confederation. I see. Yeah. Jefferson? Lincoln? Teddy Roosevelt. There's just a random line here for unlabeled. Woodrow Wilson, FDR, and then Total Control is the very, very end. And then there's another list here that also says MSM, unions, Soros, NGO, Marxist, commies, Avengers. I don't know why we need this list twice. But Elon, Tulsi, and RFK are separate from this under Corp. This is a fascinating board.
It's a giant in this actual size. This is where we have been, and I just want to show this quickly to you. I'm going to do an episode on this later, but yesterday I was flying here, and this kind of came to mind. This has been a timeline, if you will, of anarchy and totalitarianism.
Avengers and totalitarianism. That's right.
The United States, when we were founded, we were trying to get away from total control, an anarchy through a king, despot.
Wait.
What we wanted was freedom.
Anarchy through a king? Kings... are not usually associated with anarchy. It's weird that Glenn Beck sees monarchies as having been anarchist in nature. I'm very, very confused. Did he just like whip this together right before the show? What's going on?
We wanted to be ourselves. We wanted to explore our own journey. We didn't want to have to jump through hoops and unions and everything else. We didn't want somebody above us to say, I'm sorry, you're not born of the right parents. You can't do that. We wanted freedom, and we wanted total freedom, but total freedom, when there is no authority, it goes into anarchy. So total control and
So he doesn't think that the king had control during monarchy, which is now calling anarchy anarcho-monarchism. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's amazing. Oh, my God. Anarcho-monarchism. That is what this guy... Who is and why is Glenn Beck? And for what reason do we have this man in our lives? I don't understand. I don't understand how this has somehow managed to get through the decades as being important to some group of people. Oh my God. I wonder how many people actually watch Glenn Beck's show. I don't think I've ever seen his YouTube page before, but I'm about to search it.
when we first won, we did the Articles
Actually,
of
now that I think about it, he's
Confederation.
probably not on YouTube.
Most people don't know this. George Washington was
He's probably been
technically
kicked
not
off
our
of there
first
already.
president. Our first president, I don't even remember his name, but he didn't last long because it was under the Articles of Confederation, and he wasn't a real president like we understand now. That was too weak, and the states were still fighting amongst themselves. We couldn't get trade done. We couldn't get anything done.
Oh, he does. He does
And
have
they knew
he
it.
has a channel.
And so at night, they got together again and said, we have to come up with something new. And that something ended up being our Constitution in 1789
Oh my
and in
God.
91, just
The first thing that comes up, I just went onto Glenn Beck's YouTube channel. Oh my God, Anna Kasparian went onto his podcast 2 weeks ago. Wow, Anna. Great job. Great job.
the stupid people that they knew would become politicians. They said, let's clarify a few things and put them under the Bill of Rights.
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. Please hold. We cannot. I cannot watch this whole thing. I just want to go to this one spot here where Glenn says he wants us to go. Where was this? I'm trying to remember. Oh, God. You and your fucking chalkboard. All right. We're here. Total control, according to Glenn Beck. Now, where does Glenn Beck want to take us? What would be better than where we're at now in this supposed total control paradigm?
I believe he can if we stay together and with him. He's going to undo everything Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and FDR, and Johnson, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden did.
Please hold. Please hold. Wait, go back. I actually, I went too far. Got to go back a little bit. I want to go back to where he actually shows us exactly. Yes, right here. Thank you, Glenn. Where is Donald Trump going to take us to? In time? Well, Glenn Beck has a visualization for us. How exciting. Get ready. Get on the edge of your seats, folks. This is the future, or maybe the American past that we're all about to get to experience.
Is trying to take us here.
Oh, that's why it's not labeled. Because we're going back to the 1800s. How exciting. Yay! Yay, we get to go back to the Gilded Age. Oh my God. There we go, Glenn. Here's FDR. Here's Woodrow Wilson. And here, Donald Trump. Before workers' rights, civil rights, or any of those things existed. You know, before we got rid of slavery and all that stuff. We need to go back to the best of times. For a specific group of people, of course. Anybody else, I'm sorry. If you fall under any of a very long list, Glenn has prepared somewhere. It's not on the board right now, but there is a list somewhere. If you don't fall under that list, then you're not going to have rights anymore. We're sorry, we're not sorry, but that's the future, right? How exciting. At least we'll have... Oh, that's a great point. Bob makes a great point. At least we'll have paper ballots. We'll know that we have secure elections. Thank God for that. That is fantastic. God damn it, Orb. Yeah, that too. Back when you could marry children, legally speaking. That too. There were so many things you could do back then that are illegal now. Unfairly illegal. Like child marriage. Fuck's sake. No, pre-1920s. Didn't you see? No, wait, hold on. No. He wants before that, right? He wants, he wants pre-1900. Because, wait, who was, damn it. Who was, I can't think of that one president that's in front of that ticker right there. But he's talking literally like 1880, I guess? Yeah, no, I know that's when Woodrow Wilson, but there's also another ticker before. Hold on. No, he wants to go back past Woodrow, past oh my God, why I should probably have the presidents memorized by year. He wants to go before Theodore Roosevelt, right? Roosevelt was 01 to 09. He wants to go before McKinley. He wants to go, like 1890s essentially. Early 1890s. Actually, probably not pre-McKinley. He wants during the McKinley era, I think. That's literally where we're going to. So yeah, 1896. 1896 is basically what we're well, not we, but what they're shooting for in the future. The high point of U.S. history.
Is history, characterized by the rise of the industrialized economy after the Civil War. It was a time when American business took off on a grand scale, making several notable business people extremely wealthy. However, although the Gilded Age is remembered as a time of great affluence, it was also a time of great inequality and corruption. Even the phrase, the Gilded Age, was taken from a satirical novel by Mark Twain, published in 1873. It is supposed to imply that something that appears golden on the surface may be corrupt underneath.
Follow the rich white man.
Shortly after the end of the American Civil War in 1865, the U.S. underwent an enormous burst of economic activity brought about by a wave of industrialization during the renewed peace. The Gilded Age normally refers to this prosperous period between 1870 and 1900, which overlaps with the latter part of the Reconstruction. While the Civil War
terrible
had
time
some
in the United
effects on the
States,
US,
technically, when
it also-
a whole bunch of atrocities were going on. I mean, think back to the 1800s. This was like a time in the U.S. when basically you just didn't have any rights. Like, you existed, but beyond your being alive, I mean, there was no real protections for anything for you. No protections as a worker, no protections as a consumer, no protections as perhaps a non-white man. Yeah, the list just goes on and on. Oh boy.
Inaugurated important changes, including the spread of the telegraph and a major expansion of the railways. Within a few years of the end of the war, America also
railways built by what is basically slavery
began to experience a period
a combination
of
of slavery and
while the industrial period had begun in Great
basically
Britain
servitude.
in the 18th century, America experienced its most intense period of industrial development during the late 19th century. In many ways, America had been long destined for the spectacular spurt of economic growth, blessed with a continent of valuable resources,
Yay.
including coal and oil, and many useful agricultural products. In fact, after the war, many European investors saw the U.S. as a good bet for business, and soon a wave of money poured in from abroad. As well as attracting investors, America also went through one of its biggest ever waves of migration, which more than doubled the U.S. population. Up to this point, most Americans had...
Yeah, and not everybody entering the country this time was entering, what's it called? Legally, but those people still, they're you know, their progeny, their children's children are still living in this country, legally speaking. Nobody's threatening to get rid of them. It's just a certain group of immigrants right now that we're talking about.
in England, Scotland, and Wales. But the late 19th century saw many more immigrants arrive from the rest of the world, producing a much more diverse nation. As more visitors arrived and more industries expanded, the U.S. became much more urban, and many more towns and cities sprawled across the nation. This was the era of the world's first skyscrapers, when skylines began to climb higher and higher. In particular, the East Coast blossomed due to its many trading ports, and the Great Lakes region became the beating heart of the industrial boom. Chicago was one of the great cities of the age, becoming...
Yeah, hold on. All right, enough of this part of it. We're moving on. Because there's some other stuff that was going on during the Gilded Age.
J.P. Morgan, in particular, was also one of the Gilded Age's most famous money men, one of the wealthy bankers who made New York exceedingly rich by investing in businesses across the U.S. While these grand businessmen are often still remembered as great American heroes or captains of industry, others describe these business moguls in less flattering terms, dubbing them the robber barons of the Gilded Age. While some of these tycoons, such as Andrew Carnegie, spent millions on philanthropic projects, most robber barons were infamously ruthless and corrupt. For example, the Wall Street and railroad mogul James Fisk was famously involved in several shady practices, from extortion to bribery to risky market manipulation. Although by 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act was passed in an attempt to make the dangerous monopolies these men accrued illegal. The act would have little effect on the monopolies that already existed. It wasn't until the election of Teddy Roosevelt at the end of the Gilded Age in 1901 that at least some of the robber barons' power was broken.
And this is the worst year, essentially, in Glenn Beck's mind. The second that 1901 happens, that's it. We're fucked. We need to go back to before the robber barons were stopped from amassing incredible power and wealth over society. That's just the natural state of things.
Among the most famous of the great tycoons was Cornelius Vanderbilt, a man widely disliked in his lifetime for his cunning business practices.
Please hold. This guy, Cornelius, this is Anderson Cooper's grandfather, I'm pretty sure. And I'm sure Cornelius is sad that that poor Anderson Cooper only makes tens of millions of dollars a year rather than billions. I'm sure he's very, very disappointed by that. The fact is at one point the Vanderbilt fortune was depleted.
A man widely disliked in his lifetime for his cunning business practices. Vanderbilt is important because he was one of the major figures behind the enormous expansion of the railroads in the U.S. The Gilded Age was the golden age of the railway, as trains remained the fastest way to move goods across large areas.
Is it great? I'm sorry. I got ahead. I thought he was slightly... I thought, for whatever reason, I think of Anderson Cooper as being a bit older.
In the U.S., the Transcontinental Railroad was revolutionary as it linked the Atlantic to the Pacific for the first time. When Vanderbilt entered the railroad industry, he was already very wealthy, but he sold his previous businesses to...
And these people were literally living like kings, attempting to fashion themselves as kings. I mean, look at this shit. If you showed me this picture with zero context, I'd be like, what is this, Versailles?
Railroad industry, he was already very wealthy, but he sold his previous businesses to buy up as much rail track as he could. The railroads were particularly vulnerable to being taken over by monopolies because there was a very limited amount of train tracks in any given region. Soon, Vanderbilt could charge his customers extortionate rates, confident that they had no choice but to use his businesses to transport their goods. In response to the eye-watering high fees charged by many railway companies, a collective of farmers known as the Granger Movement campaigned for fairer prices. The Granger Union would go on to have a surprisingly important afterlife, as they would inspire both the People's Party and the Greenback Party, important progressive political movements which campaigned for fairer economic conditions and more economic equality. Economic equality was a hot topic in the Gilded Age. The late 19th century...
Did that fix it? I love that. I feel like this is this one tiny clip is a perfect representation of our society right now.
Economic equality was a hot topic in the Gilded Age.
There you go. That's better.
The late 19th...
That's more equal. Don't worry. It's fine. It's close enough. It's almost equal. Well, we gave you one more. What's the problem? It looks way better. So yeah, Glenn Beck wants to undo all the stuff that undid the Gilded Age. And at this time in history, we are as unequal as the Gilded Age. So if they want to bring us back, if we were to essentially embrace all of the things he's talking about, we'd wind up in a place where we are 10, 100, 1,000 times more unequal than we were in the Gilded Age somehow, even though the Gilded Age has been, for the last 100 years, the epitome of inequality in history. All right. This has all been very frustrating, and I figured we would shake it off. A little discussing of holiday stuff.
Well, 'tis the season to get into the holiday spirit, and there are tons of ways you can do that all around Denver.
Okay.
Festive food made by some of Denver's finest chefs. Joining us now is Chef Troy Gard from Garden Grace in Denver.
What is that, cream
Chef
fraiche?
Gard, thank you so much for joining
Kennedy.
us.
How are we doing today?
As you casually stir up this magical icing
Cafeteria
for these cinnamon rolls. Good
fraiche.
Lord.
So we have 12 restaurants in Denver and 6 different concepts. And one new concept is actually just opened about an hour ago called Eggs Incorporated. Eggs included, down on Union Station. So I brought a few of these things here.
Okay.
These are banana pancakes with no gluten.
Pancakes?
Yep.
Wow.
In little bite size.
Okay.
And then we have
Glutenless
this
pancakes?
egg sandwich, which is called the spicy bun. So we make the egg just like that.
Holy
steam it,
shit.
and they
That's a
come
big
in
ass sandwich.
sandwiches, and it's got omelets like you like, and eggs Benedict, and all that kind of fun stuff.
This is making me hungry.
And then over at Hashtag, last year we sold out. We probably sold about 150 orders of these cinnamon rolls. You take them home and you bake them yourself.
Oh my God, can
They
we get a
take
close-up?
15
Oh,
minutes,
God.
And then you just put on the icing yourself. It's fun for the kids, fun for us all to just kind of, say you were baking in the kitchen, but you just did
Just fake it.
things right
That
at
makes
the
sense.
end.
No, it checks out.
And then over at Garden Grace are our famous triple chocolate chip cookies. So
I'm just gonna dive in.
They're not quite warm.
You might as well.
We baked them off last night.
What is
They
going
are
on with
just
those cookies?
delicious.
I agree.
And then over at our
They look like
other
little
restaurant,
muffins.
Los Chingones, we have 3 of them in Rhino, DTC, and Central Park. It's nachos.
There you go. Food does make the holidays. What else makes the holidays? Getting paid enough.
Starbucks baristas from across the metro area protested outside a Denver location today. More More than 500 stores across the country are organizing for union recognition and workplace protections. The union says Starbucks backtracked on an agreement over the future of organizing and collective bargaining.
We would all rather be working and receiving our full pay and our full tips, but this is more important to be able to receive like a long-term actual livable wage so we don't have to pinch pennies like with our tips for the holidays.
The strike is expected to last through Christmas Eve. Starbucks says they have not experienced a significant impact to store operations.
Yeah, but 500 stores are striking right now. So that probably means that Starbucks is probably breaking the strikes by hiring scabs. If they're not having any problems with operations. Alright, now we're going back. Back to Turning Points USA. That's right. I'm sorry. We have to. We must. More has been going on over here. Not just Glenn Beck. Alrighty, here we go. We got it. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine. What happened? Turning Points.
Cenk, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome.
One egghead and one loud Turkish
Cenk,
man.
the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, popular
And I'm not
versus corporatist.
calling Charlie Kirk an egghead in the sort of nerdy sense. I mean that his head is shaped like an egg. We all know this. It's just true.
I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you
not
make
so
of this
much
last
right
year?
now. It's fascinating that they're still trying to sell him as one of the current leaders of the progressive movement, when many people in the progressive movement find Cenk to be, what's the word, disingenuous and shitty. And TYT is hemorrhaging viewers to some degree for that reason. Not just Cenk, but yeah, it's interesting that this is going on. That Charlie, because the fact is, in my opinion, it's basically like, rather than like a Dave Rubin doing what he did as a single individual leaving a progressive network for the right, it's basically like an entire network doing it, right? But of course, you know, Cenk Uygur is the decider at TYT. The workers there are not under a union. They don't get to, like, what's the word? Like, organize against Cenk and get him to stop doing what he's doing. And it's just interesting that they're using this network to come out here and to do this sort of left the left type of thing. I mean, technically during this discussion, Cenk doesn't claim to be leaving the left and is actually claiming to be trying to win over Republicans, as you'll see here.
State of the Democrat Party and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement. And
The
I
left
think we
flank?
need both flanks,
Not so
I'm
much.
happy to have this conversation.
I mean, you're a
In
flank.
terms of what has gone wrong in the
You are an ass, but you're not the left flank of the Democratic Party anymore. It's just not the case. He's been drifting right for years now, him and Anna. And his suggestion that he's the left flank, he's as far to the left as you can get, is fucking hilarious.
Thanks. So I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic Party. It's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a
He's got to give him credit.
well done.
Ooh, credit for a revolution well done. Wow. Look at that. Immediately acquiescing to his audience here in front of Turning Point's committee, telling them, actually, Republicans are doing revolution. This is what revolution looks like. This is a people-led revolution. Even though Donald Trump still didn't manage to get as many votes as Joe Biden did in 2020, it's a revolution.
Is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So
yeah, okay.
I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment.
Oh, they're so real. That's why Donald Trump is, bring a bunch of establishment people in and other incredibly rich people. It's all anti-establishment. They're just, they're just a bunch of anarchists, these Republicans.
And I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So, look, for my left-wing...
Yes, I love that, says Cenk. Let's not talk about whether or not they like Mitch McConnell's voting record. Because I'll bet these fucking assholes do. If you were to ask about any of the things Mitch McConnell has pushed through the Senate, I'm sure all these people would suddenly start cheering for those things. So they might not like the name anymore. But the fact is, these people aren't anti-establishment or anti the Republican message or any of that. And I think this is one of the most unproductive things I've ever fucking seen. And if Cenk Uygur isn't pulling a leaving the left in this moment, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Honestly, I would respect it more if he would just come out and genuinely say, I'm grifting you, all you leftists. Actually, we would like to be in bed with Republicans. Actually, it's way more profitable for my organization to do that, and I'm kind of done with being because the fact is, the one thing we don't talk about much is the fact that Cenk lost that political race, right? And I think he's sour. I think he's feeling disenfranchised. I feel like he saw it, like he's like, all right, TYT's got millions of subscribers, right? That must somehow be able to translate into a political victory. More people must actually like me than do, and all this other stuff. And after losing it, he's just decided the left is actually shit, right? Because he couldn't win, like that. Yeah, fuck it. What's the point, right? And so, like, I think he's genuinely just leaning in as much as he can now. Like, he's seen many of his former contributors leave the left for the right, and now he's just turning the whole TYT ship. He's like, fuck it, I own this thing. If they're not going to support me being president, then fine. This is more profitable anyway.
Friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great...
Oh, yay. Okay, thanks, Cenk. Oh, it's a great thing. Oh,
Let's
great.
do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
Oh, yeah. Look at that smug and self-satisfied face from Cenk right there. Yeah. See, they don't even like Dick Cheney. Okay. Great.
Friends
Thanks,
out there,
Cenk.
we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney.
If you did an internet poll, I think most people would either not know who Dick Cheney is or think that he's dead. Most of us, I even thought Dick Cheney was dead at one point. And it's fascinating that he wants to talk about this shit and like point to all these geriatric Republicans and be like, oh, do you not like these people? And then 10% of the audience boos. He's like, yeah, see, there we go. See, we're all the same, actually. We all have the same goals. And Charlie loves it. Look at this face from this egg.
Our whole lives. Take the win.
It's not a win, Cenk. It's not a win.
What we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise.
How is that a win? The fact that they've given up on the old Republicans and are just embracing the new ones with even more horrifying views of the government? Because it's like, yeah, okay, Dick Cheney sucked, but he actually technically believed in the existence of the government. You know, people like Matt Gaetz, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, they just want to literally burn the government down because they don't even know how to keep the government functioning. They don't even understand like how the government works. And they just think it's bad just on its face value and it needs to be burned to the ground. And they've got their own ideologies and stuff, but they think they can facilitate that much better with the government being as feeble as possible, right? And those are the people that are embracing now. They're no better than Dick Cheney or Mitch McConnell. And the fact that Cenk here wants to take it as a win that they don't like one guy who's no longer in office and another guy who's literally just left his majority leadership role and given it to John Thune as being like this example of how like it's just it is so useless. And from a guy claiming to be the left flank of politics in the United States, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. We could watch all 30 minutes of it, but it's basically just Cenk saying we need to get together with Republicans and do stuff, I guess. That's really all this is for like 25 minutes. We don't need to do that. And the fact is, I saw an NCC was doing it yesterday, so we didn't even cover it on yesterday's stream. I figured we'd just quickly hit it today, but it's just nonsense garbage. Just complete garbage from Cenk. We got other people to focus on him. I know we have other people. We got Vanguard, we got NCC. I mean, you don't need me to do it too. We got other stuff to talk about. And it's the holidays. So let's once again palate cleanse after that horrifying clip with some holiday cheer.
Today we're super excited. We're taking a flight to the North Pole to visit Santa Claus. We are taking them all to get a little magic in their life. All these kids have some more challenges and can use a little extra magic at this holiday season. So when we checked our list, we said we've got to do this and we got to take these kids to see Santa Claus.
Who's ready to go to the North Pole? All right.
You know, the kids, it gives them a day where they are away from some of the challenges they face in their day-to-day life. So bringing a little magic and some gifts to their holiday season is something they'll never forget.
The North Pole is fun because there's games, food, and all the activities are really fun. I'm excited to see Santa is because telling him what I want for Christmas, and he might give me it or might not. I don't know. It's just exciting getting to see.
There we go. All right. I just thought it was good clip. Just sort of talking about the holidays, people trying to enjoy them, even people who are just struggling to get through their daily lives. And this can be a time for them to take their minds off things ailing them, like medical conditions, whatever else. Tell these kids the truth. Well, you want to ruin Christmas for them and tell them it's Santa. Come on. Come on. Have some Christmas cheer, so life. All right, we're going back to reality. Back to, well, all right, it's not reality, but I mean, technically is because it exists within reality. Now, what's about to be said is not reality, but this is a real thing. It's a real, it's a real political action committee. TPUSA going back. And one of Trump's nominees is at TPUSA to talk. Harmeet Dillon. That's right. A woman. Donald Trump nominated a woman. Shocking. Now, what did he nominate her for? Oh, that's right. The DOJ's Civil Rights Division. I'm sure she has some great ideas on what needs to be done civil rights wise. Let's hear what Harmeet has to say. Now, if you don't know Harmeet, she is a frequent Fox News contributor. Let's go here.
Support from all the patriots here.
So many patriots. Oh, God.
That run wasn't successful, or was it? I think it actually was, thanks to all the people here in this room who agitated for change in our political leadership. I see some of my friends at the RNC over there. We set up our country for success in this recent election cycle, but we didn't do it alone. How many people here in this room spent part of this last election cycle sending text messages to help turn out the vote?
Now, one thing I find fascinating about what's going on in Donald Trump's, what do you call it? Like, nominees. He's, I think, nominated at least 3 different people of Indian descent to different positions. And I feel like there's got to be some kind of, what do you call it? Not an intervention, but some sort of a meeting, right? Because I don't know if you remember this during the 2024, the primary, right, for Republicans. Everybody can bring themselves back to the primary for Republicans. But when Vivek Ramaswamy was running, a guy who's now going to be at the head of Doge, or will co-head of Doge, was running, a particular Republican by the name of Ann Coulter said that she wouldn't vote for him because he was an Indian man, because he wasn't white. And now I think there's 3, right? Is Dinesh got a job too, right? So it's like, you know, I feel like there's going to have to be some sort of a reckoning here with Ann to discuss all of that at some point. It's going to be awkward, but it's, you know, not that she has to vote for them, but it's just weird. Just a weird vibe. I think we need to talk about it.
How many of you knocked on doors of strangers and friends to make it happen? How many of you people helped go out there and collect ballots and chase those ballots and help turn them in for your neighbors? How many of you volunteered for candidates, high and low? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You are the ones who helped us win this election.
So great.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because for those of us in San Francisco, those victories are few and far between, but together we were able to give hope to everybody in this great United States. So thank you very much for all that all of you did. You deserve a round of applause. Now, my last visit here to Arizona was actually as a election lawyer on duty here in this very town. And it was a
You've done more than that,
tense
Harmeet.
time. We didn't know the outcome, of course. We only knew that we had left it all on the field. And this victory that we're all enjoying and celebrating and getting ready for, all the ladies getting ready to shop for their inauguration outfits and so forth, it couldn't have happened without Turning Point. So I really wanted to come here and really just say thank you to this organization and to all of its supporters for making this possible. I don't think it would have happened without the organization that put in the work, raised the money, recruited the volunteers, and turned out the vote in the battleground states. They made the difference right here in Arizona and in many other battleground states. So Tyler Boyer and I, Charlie, and these folks, they worked so hard to make this happen, so I'm really grateful.
Well, we're about to get to what she's planning on doing here. She's thanked enough people at this point, so now she's going to talk about what her job's going to be. Let's see what that's all about.
Many of you may have heard that I have had the privilege of being nominated by President Trump to head the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Thank you.
This woman is not qualified to do that.
It's a little unusual situation because the people who work the hardest to make this happen and are being asked to serve in the government, we're actually, if you're going up for Senate confirmation, you have to be, you know, a little bit reticent about your remarks. So those of us who are out there on social media constantly have had to dial it back. That's why many of you have been complaining that all I'm doing is posting knitting pictures recently. I've gotten a lot of complaints about that, so I'm sorry, but that's by orders of the transition team. So just know that if I'm blessed to be...
I'm sorry, the transition team ordered her to post pictures of her knitting? Is that... Did I hear that right?
Pictures recently. I've gotten a lot of complaints about that, so I'm sorry, but that's by orders of the transition team. So just know that if I'm blessed to be confirmed by the...
All right, I'm sorry. All right, we need to stop this. I mean, this is not important to her functioning as a civil rights division assistant attorney general. But I'm sorry. The transition team is telling her to post photos of her knitting. What, to make her seem more like relatable and womanish? What's going on? Literally, that's a real? She just said it publicly. She said the transition team is forcing her to post pictures of her knitting. I am genuinely confused.
United States Senate, that content is going to change, and we're going to be talking about the issue that I'm most passionate about in my career, which is the civil rights of our great nation. And I can't talk about what I hope to do with the guidance of my two bosses, President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi, but I can tell you my vision, I think it's out there, of what civil rights is in this country. And I've spent my life fighting for the free speech rights of American citizens.
Here she goes. All right, she's about to talk about all this hard work she's done.
Back from my college years to today. Parental rights are civil rights in the United States.
Okay. Parents are people too.
Children have rights in the United States to be free from predatory adults.
In what way?
Who seek to shape them in unnatural ways.
Like Matt Gaetz?
Voting rights and the right for each of you to have your vote be counted equally and fairly and once, and everybody else is the same way. Those are civil rights in these great United States.
Right. Okay.
And we're gonna...
Yeah, so those are the civil rights she's concerned with. Not so much like ethnic minorities, religious minorities, you know, LGBTQ people, you know, none of that's not what we need to worry about. We need to worry about free speech. It's being stopped. We're not allowed to speak anymore. Wait, sorry, please hold. I can't. Gonna have to figure out how to do the stream without talking. Please hold. Nah, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to talk. I'm gonna have to do it. Now let's look a little bit more into who Harmeet is. I got her Wikipedia page here in front of me, and now Harmeet does have some amount of qualification. She is technically a lawyer. She passed the bar, and went to Dartmouth College. So she has been practicing law for some time now, about, what is it, 20 years? I don't know, I can't see when she actually became a lawyer. Point is, she's been practicing law for a while, but the thing she's most notably done is defend Andy No, right-wing, I don't know if he's like I think he claimed to be a journalist, but was actually promoting a bunch of really horrifying stuff. She also during the COVID-19 pandemic was her and her law firm were behind a massive number of lawsuits filed against both California and governors of New Jersey and Virginia and other governments that were, allowing businesses to make people wear masks in their stores, or, telling people to stay at home, stuff like that. She sued the government time and time again for that. But what's incredibly strange is that her law firm, the Dillon Law Group, it's named after her, located in California, was the recipient. Wait, a recipient of what? Money? What kind of money? Wait, PPP loans? No, you don't say.
What? Who'd you drum up?
That's fascinating. It's interesting. Her law firm received hundreds of thousands of dollars in PPP loans during the pandemic while actively suing the government for taking the pandemic seriously. Makes sense. Makes sense. No more questions. Thank you. Oh, we got to take a break. Whoa, what does that sound? Ah, there we go. Fixed it. All right, hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And we are coming close to the end of this here month, and we're going to need a galactic Christmas miracle, if you will, to be able to keep the lights on around here. So do consider one of the many ways we have of contributing. We have, of course, YouTube, we got Twitch, we got Cash App and PayPal if you don't want any benefits for the money you're contributing. But of course, if you want the most benefits available in this here Milky Way galaxy, you're going to have to become a galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, you can get access to the most possible space benefits available to Earthlings and galactic individuals alike. Avatar on the stream, like you see around me, shoutouts, and so much more. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back. Hey, thank you for that beautiful super sticker, BB. Much appreciated. Wait, why can't I heart it? I want to heart this sticker of Mudeng breaking a chair. It's beautiful. But it won't let me. What have I done to deserve this? Which means, of course, as always, it's time for you to get back to your seats so you can catch the rest of this galactic content. Alright, chat, we're going right back to Turning Points USA. We have not finished the US content yet, not even close. But before we go to Turning Points, I figured we would continue to recognize the fact we are just on the brink of celebrating Christmas in full.
Tonight we continue a CBS Evening News holiday tradition 19 years running. Here's CBS's Steve Hartman on the road with a special visit from a Secret Santa.
Some people were skeptical at first of the stranger.
Incredibly sad story there at the end. I'm afraid I don't think it's going to solve that guy's problems. Ah, boy. Sadly, we can't solve our society one Secret Santa at a time. Even if we might like to think it from time to time. One of the reasons why I know that that's the case is because people like this still exist. Let's see what Ben Shapiro had to say at Turning Points. Apparently, what Turning Points America Fest 2024? I think that's the name of this thing. I don't know why they need a second name. I guess they just need more hype. But yeah, Turning Points America Fest.
Well, I couldn't be more excited to be here today because the golden age of America is just beginning. Man, I gotta tell you, for the past few years I've been in a bad mood, and if you've watched my show, I'm usually in a bad mood. But I'm in a pretty good mood right now. Now, this is all happening because President Trump is a force. He is a historic force. He is the historic force of our age. He was the man standing between the United States and stagnation and surrender. And President Trump stood. And he was indicted. And he stood. And he was shot. And he stood. And America stood with him. We stood with him. You see, in America, I really believe that America right now is divided between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive, people like the people in this room.
So we're not even gonna stick with the wildlife now, or maybe he's talking about like vultures when he says scavenger. But when he said scavengers, I started thinking scavenger hunts and things like that. I'm like, wait, lions and scavengers? It's weird. I figured, he at least should have picked a specific animal, vulture. I would have been a good one, right? But no, it just, fuck it. Who needs consistent analogies?
Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive, people like the people in this room, people who believe they have the power to choose and to act in the world, and that they have duties in this world, duties given to them by God, duty to family, to community, to country, and to themselves to be the best that they can be. Lions believe that merit ought to triumph.
Lions don't believe
scavengers.
No,
and they've been in charge for a while.
The fact is lions don't really believe anything. That's why lions haven't really built a society. They're big cats. They eat things. They screw things, and then they sleep and then die. They don't have ideologies. It's ridiculous to suggest that lions have ideologies. But okay, but I know he's trying to do an analogy. He's talking about people. So I'll try and stay with him.
To country and to themselves to be the best that they can be. Lions believe that merit ought to triumph. And then there are the scavengers. And they've been in charge for a while.
Wait, lions are a merit-based system? They have a merit-based system in lion society? Since when? It's just whoever's the biggest lion. I'm sorry, I can't move away from this analogy. I know I said I would, but we're staying focused on the goddamn savannah. Okay? Lions, the biggest male lion, usually, until they get too old, are essentially the ruler, right, of the entire pack, right? Which in this society, if we were to base society on this lion ideology that Ben wants to talk about, this lion merit system, Ben Shapiro's fucked. Ben Shapiro is so fucked. This dude's like, what, 5'3" and 115 pounds? He's going to get eaten by the biggest lion. Not even the biggest lion. He's just going to get eaten by a lion within minutes.
Believe that if you fail, it's probably somebody else's fault. They believe that all the systems that allow for success, for merit to thrive, that those systems are broken and must be wholly destroyed. Well, they were on the rise. For nearly 4 years, they were on the rise. And now the scavengers are on the run. They're in retreat.
The scavengers
and that is
are on the
thanks
run.
to you. That is thanks to President.
I see. So what he's saying is actually Republicans are like lions because they kill and eat their food. But the scavengers, they wait for the lions to get done with the food and then they go and eat it. And that's like people who are on food stamps or assisted living or like any of those things. Those are the vultures. I see what he's saying. Those are the scavengers. And the businessmen, people extremely rich, corporate media owners, perhaps. Those are the ones who should run society, like Ben and Glenn Beck.
Trump. And that's also thanks to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, which have done such extraordinary work. I actually met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old. He's younger than many of the people who are currently in this room. And Charlie was going to a conference in
I knew it.
Palm Beach, Florida.
I fucking
looking for
knew it.
donors for Turning Point.
Did I
returning to
Did I or did I not call it earlier when Glenn Beck was talking about how the audience was super young, like he was back in 1984? And I was like, Glenn, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of old people in there too. At least Ben is willing to accept the fact that Turning Points is not an organization for the youth.
Years old. He's younger than many of the people who are currently in this room. And Charlie was going around a conference in Florida, in Palm Beach, Florida, looking for donors for Turning Point. I remember turning to my business partner, Jeremy Boring, and saying, that guy is going to be the head of the RNC one day. And instead, Charlie built his own RNC. It's astonishing. So I want to talk today a little bit about why I am so hopeful. The reason that I'm hopeful is because Donald Trump...
I just want to cut back to the youthful audience here at Turning Point. Oh yes, very youthful audience.
So I want to talk today a little bit about why I am so hopeful. The reason that I'm hopeful is because Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again. Donald Trump and the American people are about to make America's position in the world unquestioned again. And Donald Trump is about to make the American dream possible again with the American people.
Okay. Does it or does it not always feel like Ben is... the fact is, this dude's job has been public speaking forever. But he always gives the vibe of, like, the newly elected class president. And it's just like, dude, you've had so much time to be good at public speaking. Why can't you be just a little bit more likable?
So let's talk about the economy for a second. There's a whole school of thought out there that just wants to punish success.
Actually, I take it back. Class president is usually a popularity contest. He's the new treasurer who's telling us about the books.
Believes that innovation is a sin. That believes that people like Elon Musk, by building rockets, is doing something deeply wrong. That Elon Musk, by building Tesla, is doing something deeply wrong. He has committed the great sin, which is to earn. His great sin is that he...
He loves Elon Musk so much. Oh my god, dude. He acts like Elon Musk has built out these facilities. The way he uses his hands in this moment, he's talking with his hands as if Elon is picked up a hammer and he just started building those rockets himself. And it's hilarious to think in the same way as Ben does. Like, actually, Elon, any of the workers at Elon's companies who feel like they're being treated badly, people who are suing Elon Musk for, workplace sexual harassment and other things like that. They're just a bunch of vultures who are trying to take money from a lion like Elon Musk. A lion who builds things. Lions build things, right? Right?
Created great companies. That is a huge sin in their view. But here's the thing. Businesses hate that sort of thing. So you end up with stagnation. You end up with inflation. You end up with lack of creativity. All of that is about to end.
Lack of creativity.
Businessman, which means there's...
I'm sorry. Ben Shapiro is... He's criticizing people for not having enough creativity. Amazing. A man who has basically, fashioned his entire life off of the words of other people like Ayn Rand, whatever else. There's not enough creativity out there, God, he's right.
Only one thing in life, we all know this, that President Trump cares about. There's only one thing.
Ratings?
That is all he cares about.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, a lot of people think he cares about that's wrong. He cares about one thing, winning.
The fact that people cheer that is super strange to me. It kind of tells you just the ideology in this group of people. They've done very little time actually assessing what they're talking about, and it's really just about the winning. And it just gets them excited. They feel like, it's like watching sports. It gives them the same vibes, right?
It's about winning for the American people. That means...
And the fact is what he's saying is... what he was saying up until now is true. Donald Trump only cares about winning and ratings and winning in the ratings, right? Not about the American people, not about anyone but Donald J. Trump, not even his own children, okay? Fuck the American people. We don't have to talk about them. The people that he cares about most are named Donald Trump and only Donald Trump, and not even Donald Trump Jr., right? And, you know, like, we saw him stiff arm, you know, Tiffany at the RNC. The dude just genuinely doesn't care about anybody but himself. And it's funny to hear Ben actually say it out loud.
Unleashing the power of free markets. Free markets have been maligned in this country. They have been treated as something wrong, as sort of a man-made system that's jiggered in order to harm certain people at the expense of others, and that is false. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism.
Free markets are justice.
Are what's going to make all...
You know what he should say to this audience while he's saying this? He might as well. He might as well say, actually, healthcare insurance is a good thing. The market dictates it. If you don't like your health insurance, well, suck it. Learn how to be a doctor, you dumb shit.
Young people rich one day. That's what free markets are going to do. The scavengers believe that it's the government's job to establish cosmic justice. That because all human beings are created equal before God, but we're not all equal in our qualities, right? I'm not going to be playing LeBron James in basketball anytime soon. And by the same
We'd all
token,
love
I've
to
read
see that.
more books than LeBron James, which is to say more than one.
Wow. Ben Shapiro trying to own LeBron James right now. LeBron James might be able to kill me, literally and figuratively, but I've read more books. One book. They love that. They love it.
Scavengers believe that cosmic justice must be established from above. The outcome should be the same for everyone. That is truly unjust. It is tyranny. It is evil. It requires discrimination, and it requires cruelty. Free markets say the opposite. They say that you get to invest in yourself, that you get to take those risks, that you rise or fall on your own merit. They also say that you have to do something.
What about people who are born without any sort of, you know, investment capital, Ben? What about those people? You know, people for whom the system provides only obstacles. What about them? No, actually, you're just not trying hard enough, poor people. Come on.
Those risks, that you rise or fall on your own merit. They also say that you have to do something for someone else before you get anything else in return. I've said before that free markets are a form of forced altruism, and that's right. Nothing is owed to you. You're not just given things in a free market. You produce, you make things.
Forced altruism? What is his understanding of the word altruism? I don't understand. Am I mishearing him? I mean, can I go back? What's happening?
I've said before that free markets are a form of forced altruism, and that's right. Nothing is...
Free markets are a form of forced altruism? In what way? I don't even understand what he means by that. In what way are free markets beneficial to philanthropy? Because that's what altruism is, right? It's doing good. It's taking care of other people. How do free markets force businesses to be altruistic in any way? I don't understand, Ben. I really don't. I wish I did, because that's not my understanding of how free markets work.
Owed to you. You're not just given things in a free market. You produce, you make things. Life gets better.
Oh, I get it now. Oh, I get it. I get it now, actually. You see, it's forced altruism to the rich. Free markets make it so that the rich will get all of the well-being that they need and want. Right? Because the people who need the money, right, are forced to be altruistic to the people with the money. That makes sense. You know, because, like, yeah, when your boss is like, hey, do you think this joke is good? And you're like, and you listen to it and it's bad and it's probably a little racist. And you're like, oh, no, you're thinking that's not a good joke. But then you're like, oh, if I say it's not a good joke, am I going to have this job next week? And you're like, that's really good one, Kevin. Good joke. Thanks. Yeah, I'm so glad your dad gave you this company. Oh boy. And in that way it's altruistic because now Kevin gets to go around thinking that his jokes are funny and his well-being is improved. It's so good. And there's so many more examples like that I could think of right now. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Forced altruism. So exciting.
Markets are the opposite of socialism and stagnation that the left likes to talk about. Socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, career useless people, absolutely useless leeches on the ass of society. These people, they can turn gold into sand. They can turn prosperity into failure.
Wow.
Free markets turn sand almost literally into gold. Imagine the fact that everything on planet Earth, everything in your cell phone, everything in your computer, everything in Elon Musk's rockets has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen.
You don't have
Every
to
single element
imagine
has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. What changed? Innovation changed. Dynamism changed because of innovation, because you got to keep what...
That is so stupid. That is not why. That is absolutely not why. It's ridiculous to suggest that. I mean, to suggest that all of human knowledge is based upon me win, like, and therefore that's why these these things exist, right? It's like, no, people were compiling information for other reasons too, just for learning, for posterity, for historical record keeping, if you will. There's all sorts of reasons for why humanity has in fact progressed, and it's not just pure feudalistic forces that caused it, right? Like it wasn't the purest of capitalism that allowed us to be where we are, right? In many ways, socialism has brought us many of our greatest technologies. Governments taking the pooled money from the people and giving it to scientists to do stuff. There was no capital benefit for some of these what do you call them? Discoveries. But the government saw it as a potentially useful thing for humanity or society. And so they funded it with non-capitalist forces, essentially. But no, Ben has a special version of history. Ben Shapiro's American history.
Because you got to exchange it. These are the principles of freedom and liberty. Because you own your labor and you own the product of your mind, you are able to actually create. You can take the same sand that's been on planet Earth for all of human existence, and you can turn that into the superconductors that power the military.
Well,
that powers the...
you can and you can't, right? I mean, you'd have to have super pure quartz to do that, right? You can't just take any old sand to make super pure quartz. You need a readily available supply of super pure quartz, which is technically owned by capitalist forces already. All of the existing supplies of super pure quartz are owned by private enterprise. So it's going to be a little tougher for you now to do that, in post. But I think I get what Ben's saying. Technically, all these things exist, and as long as you have enough money to do it, you can do it. Yeah, so there you go. Go pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Come on, guys.
Military, the greatest military on the face of the earth. You can do that because of free markets. And Donald Trump is going to make free markets great again. Donald Trump likes capitalism. Donald Trump is not afraid of business success. Donald Trump is a businessman. You can see businessmen everywhere are excited about this. I talk with a lot of tech founders, the people who actually found the big companies in tech. And what they say is this is a new founding. It's a business founding. You're going to see an explosion of business in this country like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. And then there is foreign policy. President Trump is going to make America strong in the world again. I had President Trump on a couple of weeks before the election on my show, and we were talking about foreign policy. And he said that his foreign policy is pretty obviously peace through strength, pretty clearly. And I'll tell you what he meant by that in a moment. But he summed it up pretty well in a story. So I threw a fundraiser for President Trump.
You don't need to, prevaricate or beat around the bush here, Ben. We know what he means when he says peace by strength. He means threatening war against anybody who dares do what he does not want. It's pretty fucking clear. Thanks.
Down at Trump Doral in Florida fairly early on in the election cycle. And he and I had a chance to chat. And he was talking about Joe Biden. Now, I don't mean to spoiler alert here. President Trump does not like Joe Biden. Just going to put that out there. He thinks he's not just a bad president, that he's not a particularly wonderful, although I will say I think that Joe Biden probably voted for Donald Trump. And by the way, I know that Joe Biden voted for Donald Trump.
He knows it. He knows it. Joe Biden called him and told him he voted for Trump.
Okay, but
I don't know I don't know where he's getting that from, but okay.
what President Trump said, we were talking about foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine came up. And he said, Ben, you want to know why?
Wow.
Why Vladimir never invaded Ukraine when I was president? You want to know? And I said, yes, Mr. President. And he said,
this is one of the worst, and I know my Donald Trump impression isn't great, but this has got to be one of the worst Donald Trump impressions I've ever heard. It really is. I can't believe Ben Shapiro's even a failed actor. With these kind of skills, you'd think he would have completely, well, he did eventually, but just skipped over it entirely.
because I talked to Vladimir. I said, Vlad, if you go into Ukraine, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. And President Trump continued the story. He said, and Vladimir said back to me, no, you aren't, Mr. President. And I said, well, I might. And then President Trump said, quite correctly, if there is a 5% chance that that is going to happen, you don't do the thing. This is the thing that President Trump knows, because he is a man who is credible on foreign policy.
Right, okay. Wait, I thought that, wait. Haven't Republicans been talking about how we need to stop funding the Ukrainian war? So I guess what Ben is saying is we need to stop giving money to Ukraine and instead use that money to fund a direct war with Russia, I guess. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm interpreting something wrong here.
He's not like our current dead president. Usually, maybe he'll end up on a dollar bill or something, because usually you have to be actually dead to get on a dollar bill. Joe Biden has been dead for a while, so he might make it on a dollar. In any case, our currently dead president says things like don't, and then the rest of the world just does. Right. Meanwhile, President Trump says that, and the rest of the world goes, ooh, I don't know. This could get ugly. When we talk about President Trump's foreign policy, it is not isolationism. He believes in America first foreign policy. And here
it's not isolationism. It's not isolationism. It's America first. Right. Okay. Interesting. It's not like he's talking about putting tariffs on not just China and other countries that we have historical tariff wars going on with, but also our closest trade partners. But that's not isolationism. That's just America first, people. Come on.
What I think that he means pretty clearly from his foreign policy in his first term. He means three things. One, America's interests are first. Now, this should be obvious. America's interests are paramount, obviously.
Are they?
This should be a truism. American citizens come first, right? We're Americans. We come first. This is America. Welcome to America, right? America first does not mean that America has no interests in the rest of the world. I can name off the interests America has in the rest of the world. We have an interest, for example, in seeing that Mexico doesn't ship a bunch of fentanyl up through our border. We have an interest in making sure that China doesn't take control of the trade routes through the Taiwan Strait, through which 92% of world shipping goes. We have an interest in ensuring that China doesn't ship the precursors for fentanyl over to Mexico. We have an interest in ensuring that Iran doesn't threaten American allies.
It kind of sounds like Ben wants us to invade Russia and China. Is it just me? Or is that what he's sort of talking about? He's like, militarism isn't great, but we also gotta get out there and, get deeper into the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait. We need to go to war with China, actually.
We have an interest in all of those things. Now, that brings us to point two. America's interests have to be carefully calibrated to our investments in them. Okay, that doesn't mean that every solution is the same. So, there are lots of bad things happening all over the world at all times. If America only has a minor interest in a thing happening on another side of the world, we ought not get involved in that thing. Conversely, if we do have an interest in the other side of the world, or close to home, then not only ought we to get involved, we ought to do it in the most efficient possible manner. Which brings Ben to the discussion of nuclear weapons. Alright, just kidding. I don't think that's what he talks about next. But that's basically what I feel like is going on as he's like leading up to this. Like, you know what is the most efficient form of warfare? It's not funding other countries. It's just using the ones we've got already. And we got a lot of nukes. Sorry, that's not a great Ben Shapiro. We've got a lot of nukes and we might as well use them, so... come on. To point number 3. When America's interests are on the table, all measures and means necessary to achieve those interests are on the table. That is why President Trump has been hyper-consistent in his application of foreign policy. Contrary to popular left-wing opinion that he's sort of throwing darts at a board or something, that is not true at all.
Really?
President Trump wants America's allies to be strong enough to stand on their own. President Trump wants to...
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. Okay, Ben, stick with this.
Sure that America's enemies are in retreat. Why? Because anything else wouldn't be America winning, and President Trump wants America to win.
Right. See, that's the thing about Donald Trump. He truly cares about our allies. He cares about them so much that he is going to cut off funding to our defensive partnership so that they can get their acts together. It's called like tough love, right? You know, sometimes you got to give people tough love, and you got to cut them off, you know, to show them how much you care, right? That's what it's about, right? You know, you got to make them stand on their own 2 feet and fork up billions and billions of dollars to make up for the deficit that Donald Trump sees in the NATO budget, things like that. That's all he wants. Just cares so much.
And then there's the American dream. Now, the American dream has sort of been perverted in the United States over the course of the last few decades. But I think it's a pretty obvious dream. It's a dream to get married, to have kids, to be able to live in a community that worships the God that you love.
Okay, so 2 of 4 are religious things: getting married and loving God. Those are the number one and number 4 things. I would assume God would have come first. Although I guess maybe these are all on the same plateau for Ben in terms of importance. I'm sure they are. Fascinating though. He starts off with marriage as being the first thing, and not just sort of like life or liberty. No. You have the right to love God. And if you don't love God, you have a right to get fucked.
To be able to build a business that you want to build and make that business successful and hire other people. To give charity. To stand up for the country. These are all the things that are elements of the American dream.
I'm sorry. To give charity as part of the American dream? No, if I recall correctly, the American dream was supposed to be that nobody would ever need charity because it was going to be so good and all that stuff. But now it's a weird quasi necessity because we actually need those poor people to be poor and to count on the charity, I guess, is what he's saying. That's part of the American dream, I guess, is that we need charity.
They were always the American dream. And yet we were told that the American dream is weird. We were told that all of this was weird.
Your American dream is weird.
I've never seen a bigger political misstep than the entire Democrat media human centipede declaring that J.D. Vance was weird.
Wait, Tim Walz is the human centipede? I'm confused. I don't know this reference. How is that? What?
I've never seen a bigger political misstep than the entire Democrat media human centipede.
Oh, I see.
Declaring that
the whole
J.D. Vance was
media.
Weird. Okay, the vice president-elect is the least weird person I have ever personally met.
And Ben Shapiro has met a lot of people. And he bases his opinion of weird not on what, society thinks, normal people think. But weird is actually, it's completely subjective. And in Ben Shapiro's mind, JD Vance is a very, very normal guy. So normal, it's almost weird. Wait, no, that's not it. Hold on, please hold. Whatever.
That is the most bizarre statement. They trotted out the human inflatable Tim Walz to flail his arms like he's in a car lot off the side of a freeway and pretend that it was masculinity when apparently he has no bones in his wrists. And somehow he wasn't weird. They trotted out Doug Emhoff, who, you know, may or may not have assaulted some ex-girlfriends. A question that the media is totally uninterested in investigating, of course. They trotted out Doug Emhoff. I have personal irritation with Doug Emhoff. Of everybody,
do you?
Bible,
No
Doug
way.
Emhoff the most.
I couldn't have guessed that.
Jew. He drives me up. He drops me up a wall. He drives me up a wall.
Oh, it's the bad kind of Jew.
Judaism, like Osama bin Laden.
Doug Emhoff, the worst kind of Jew. Hold on. We need to get the entirety of this from Ben.
Up a wall. He drives me up a wall. Doug Emhoff represents Judaism like Osama bin Laden represents Christianity. Okay? In any case, they tried out these guys.
Okay, I don't understand how these statements from Ben are getting so many laughs and applause from this audience. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Doug Emhoff is Jewish. Osama bin Laden is not Christian. And I get what he's trying to do here, but it's just not... Oh my god, it's like he hasn't even understood what a joke is yet, up to this point, as what is he, 40? He's a 40-year-old man, right? He's an adult, a human being, should know how jokes work, but it's elusive.
This is the new masculinity. And JD Vance, that weirdo with his picture-perfect family and his beautiful wife and his nice kids, living in a nice house, having grown up in really, really horrifying circumstances, you should read...
Picture perfect. I would ask, oh my god, I almost wanted to call her Tommy Lauren just now. What's the other horrifying right-wing witch? Oh my god. The one who said she wouldn't vote for Vivek. Because he's calling JD's family here picture perfect, but I mean, I think that we know at least one person who would say otherwise.
Great book, Hillbilly Elegy. And then having built companies, gone to Yale Law School, served in the military, like, he is the apotheosis of what the American dream looks like, the vice president-elect. And some of them are like, that guy's weird. Here's the thing. We are now in the middle of a normie revolution. Okay, because it turns out a lot of us are normies. A lot of us just want a quiet, good life where we build things and we get to engage in the greatest economy in the history of the world.
No, Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter, not Megyn Kelly. Did she also say that she wouldn't vote for Vivek because he was Indian?
We get to live secure in our own place of residence. We don't have to worry about walking out on the street and being physically assaulted by someone. Okay, these are all very, very normal desires and very normal dreams.
I'm sorry, what? What are you talking? Oh my god, I know what he's talking. He's talking about fucking Daniel Penny right now, isn't he? Oh god. Oh my god.
It's the American dream. And the left had lost it in so many ways. The left had lost it in so many ways. Now, I remember I was in Los Angeles. I grew up in LA. I was in Los Angeles fairly recently. I left LA because LA has turned into a complete dung heap. It's just horrifying. And I went back. We went out with some friends. I go down the street with my wife, and we have our 24/7 security, which we need, unfortunately. And on the other side of the street, our friends go. They go about 3 cars down. A car pulls up right in front of them. 3 guys jump out of the car and immediately rob my friend and his wife.
Oh no.
Okay, this happened like in a very nice area of Los Angeles. This is not normal.
Ben Shapiro's
kept saying about Donald
wife's
Trump.
friend.
He's not normal. Here's the thing. The America he stands for is normal. The America he stands for is good. The America he stands for is great because it is good. So that's why
You know, he's been sitting around talking about how Tim Walz is limp-wristed. You know, he's basically calling Tim Walz a bitch. And I think we should you just have it out. You know, Ben is a believer in lions, okay? He started this whole thing off talking about lions. He's a manly man. I'm a manly man, Ben Shapiro, manly man.
And I'm gonna fight Tim Walz because I'm calling him a limp-wristed bitch. But guess what? You know what? Words are one thing, but let's bring it to reality here.
Because I would love to see them actually genuinely fight. I really would. Because he's always, he's claiming that there's this masculinity crisis. Fact is, I think we can get a big payout from a pay-per-view Ben Shapiro, Tim Walz fight, where I think we know what would happen at the end of it, so we could also start like some sort of a betting pool as well. I think big money. Big money, Ben Shapiro. I mean, the celebrity boxing is a big thing now. And I think that we should get that going on as soon as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Good mood because we're actually winning. But here's the thing, winning requires constant work. One of the questions that my business partner and I constantly ask ourselves when it comes to the success of Daily Wire, and thank God it's been unbelievably successful, one of the questions that Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson and I, we all ask ourselves is, are we good at this or is everyone else just not very good at this? And the same question should be asked in politics on a constant basis. Are we really good at this or are the other guys just really crappy at this? Now, let's be real. The other guys are super
hilarious. Ben finally realized that actually we're not that good and Democrats are just fucking up. I hope Democrats actually hear this, like the Democrat leadership hear this, because in a way this might be the only true thing Ben has actually said up to this point. The Republicans aren't actually that good at messaging, and it's just that Democrats have completely given up on it. Because this kind of shit doesn't stand up to any sort of scrutiny. Like all of these statements that Ben Shapiro and all these assholes are up here making, bringing the Bible into our politics and all this shit. Like the fact that this hasn't been easily quashed, and that we're talking about a future Donald Trump presidency right now, is insane. This guy and his cohort of people just won an election. This kind of rhetoric, this kind of just ridiculous bullshit, somehow just won an election. And it's not because the ideas are good. All right, that's enough, Ben Shapiro. We've put up with enough of this. We must move forward. But we should talk a little bit more about Turning Point, a little bit here in a more abstract way. The existence of political action committees and these sort of quasi-political, but not really, because it's actually just free speech, these organizations that exist that are essentially the reason why we have the government we do right now. And I mean the one right now, not even Donald Trump. Just in general, the sort of the state of things are because of the existence of these political, these PACs, all of this money in politics, these 501c3 shams that aren't actually doing anything good for humanity, and have a purely political objective. Well, they're completely legal. They're allowed to basically do whatever the fuck they want, and it's a problem.
Over the last decade, a particular breed of mysterious money has taken over campaign finance, eroding our political process on both sides of the aisle, and is set to break records in this year's presidential election. And it comes with a fun name that I'm told isn't racist. Dark money.
Dark money.
Dark money. Dark money groups.
Dark money is flowing.
Dark money. There's much too much money that flows in the shadows to influence our elections.
Good point, Talking Foreskin. Admittedly, folks, when I step into the political ring, it's normally in my capacity as treasurer of the National Chillers Party for the proliferation of pontoon kickbacks. But with the presidential race concluding in just a few days, I figure what better time for me to plow my snout into the steaming pile of feces and cash that's become our mainstream electoral system. Because I'm a little pretend journalist piggy, and I'm about to squeal. Dark money means money from unknown sources that is used to back political candidates and causes. But to understand dark money, one must first go back to 2010, when Waka Waka topped the charts and a conservative nonprofit called Citizens United wanted to air some kind of anti-Hillary Clinton movie called Hillary the Movie. Citizens United was going to be banned from airing the film because of a law that prevented corporations from participating in campaign messaging right before an election. Citizens United sued, and soon the case was at the Supreme Court, which ruled that while Citizens United is an organization, they're also a group of individuals. Preventing them from airing their film? That's actually a violation of their First Amendment rights. The same would go for other types of organizations like corporations. Ain't that right, Craig Holman from the think tank Public Citizen?
So the Supreme Court, on its own initiative, turned this small case into a major case where they ended up ruling that corporations shall be treated as people and they can make unlimited independent expenditures in campaigns.
They can make unlimited independent expenditures in campaigns. Corporations can't directly give money.
Yup, and this is basically the reason where we are. We are where we are right now, right? This happened over 20 years ago now, essentially, and has been affecting our politics ever since, making it just a little bit worse every year.
Expenditures in campaigns. Corporations can't directly give money to campaigns. That's considered bribery. And Citizens United didn't change that. What the Citizens United ruling allowed for is for corporations to give money to outside political entities.
Yeah. It's like a fun shell corporation, right? Because, it's like, technically I have liability, but if I make a shell corporation and I transfer all of my company's liability there, then no longer am I liable for all the bad stuff we're doing. But instead of bad stuff, like for consumers specifically, we're talking about bad stuff for politics. Stuff that shouldn't be legal. But we came up with a new fun legal loophole.
That push certain messaging that might align with a certain candidate, but don't technically campaign for that candidate.
The groups that really stick out in terms of outside spending and dark money in particular are super PACs and 501c4 nonprofits.
That's Anna Masolia from the campaign finance watchdog Open Secrets. Of the two groups she's talking about, you've probably heard of super PACs. They run those ads that feel like a cross between a student film, World War II propaganda, and the dialogue parts of pornography.
Kamala Harris supported defunding
All our
our
favorite
police.
stuff.
As a mom and grandma, that's terrifying to me.
Trump says Harris is a radical. I don't buy it.
If Donald Trump weirds you the out, then do something about it.
Democrats are dialed in on
Immediately, if
one
not
thing,
sooner.
banning our nicotine pouches.
Because again, they technically don't work with campaigns, super PACs can take an unlimited amount of contributions from basically anyone or any organization. And while super PACs have to disclose their donors to the Federal Election Commission, which is the regulatory agency in charge of enforcing campaign finance law, some of the groups super PACs take money from don't have to disclose their donors, including 501c4 nonprofits. That second group Anna mentioned earlier. 501c4s are one of those groups that don't have to disclose who gives them money because they're technically supposed to spend most of their cash on, quote, social welfare, not politics. But despite their legal missions to drum up money for their respective causes, there are a bunch of ways for them to impact political elections.
For example, they may spend on what are called issue ads, where they feature a candidate in the ad and they want to educate people on how amazing this candidate is on a particular issue, or how
even if they have to lie
is on a particular issue. And because they avoid words like vote for or vote against or the equivalent, anything that would expressly advocate for the candidate, they not only don't have to disclose their donors to the Federal Election Commission, in many cases, they don't have to disclose their spending either.
Which means that if a 501c4 pays for an ad that says,
Dan Toomey will nuke England so they finally know who's boss. Vote Toomey for president.
That counts as political, meaning against the rules.
Illegal.
But if a 501c4 paid for an ad that said,
Dan Toomey will nuke England so they finally know who's boss. Pretty cool, right?
That doesn't count as political campaigning.
What? That's basically the same goddamn ad. All they did was take one word out of it. But beyond all of that, I no longer am concerned about money in politics. I'm worried about Dan Toomey nuking. Okay, I can't.
It counts as social welfare messaging, so you wouldn't have to let anyone know which Winklevoss twin financed it. And while 501c4s can't explicitly ask the super PACs they donate to make a certain ad, they often work pretty close together.
There's very little stopping someone from giving money to a 501c4 that may be affiliated even with a super PAC. So you can have a super PAC where the same people who run the super PAC create a 501c4 nonprofit. It can be run by the same people out of the same office, using some of the same resources.
So if I were a billionaire who didn't want certain people knowing that I supported a particular presidential candidate, I could find a 501c4, give them a bucket full of money, which they would then give to a super PAC to fund a Facebook ad that destroys my grandpa's brain, and no one would ever know. Totally straightforward.
Literally within the first year,
like Turning Point Super PAC
of the Citizens United decision, we saw outside spending by outside groups, nonprofit groups, corporations, and what eventually became super PACs increase 427%, literally overnight. And it's just gotten much, much worse ever since then.
No diggity. Let's crunch the numbers. Greg. By the 2010.
God damn it. It's a great reference. Whatever happened to those guys?
Term elections, right after super PACs were made legal by Citizens United, there were about 80 of them up and running. Today, there are over 2,000. In the 2012 presidential election, super PACs spent over $600 million. In the 2020 election, they spent over $2 billion. Damn, and we don't know where a good chunk of this money came from. Super PACs lean into this secrecy by naming themselves generically patriotic things like Concerned Americans for Freedom and Opportunity.
So true.
Freedom Works for America.
The name game for political action committees is completely out of control. These people have some sort of algorithm that comes up with completely banal sounding positive phrases that actually represent some of the worst plans the U.S. has ever heard of.
People who love America or the I Love America super PAC?
I'm starting my own PAC, actually.
I can understand wanting to make an anonymous political donation.
It's called Generic Lovers of America in Galactic Orbit PAC.
If my neighbors knew how many times I cut a check for RFK, I'm sure they would stop inviting me to happy hour Topgolf. They're animal lovers. But it's not mom and pops dropping spare cash into these things. The majority of super PAC funding comes from folks who got real cash to flash.
Super PACs are funded by just a handful of very wealthy special interests. They're throwing billions of dollars into the election just from a small handful of donors.
Indeed, in just this year's presidential election cycle, 96% of the money given to super PACs by individual people comes from the top 1% of donors. These roughly 6,000 people have contributed over $1 billion. And that's on top of another roughly $1 billion that super PACs have received from just 100 wealthy groups. And while I'm just focusing on super PACs in this video, you should know that there are a bunch of other groups with nuanced differences from super PACs and 501c4s through which wealthy individuals and corporations can donate.
I love the dark money wizard. Fucking amazing. Oh my god. Yeah. So that's where we're at right now. Bunch of dark money wizards playing with our freedom.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Ay, ay, ay. All right. Let's move on. What do you say? Oh, God. Talk about some of the stuff that's been happening politically over the last week. It's been a little crazy. Before we do that, let's not forget to spread just a little bit more holiday cheer.
Merry Christmas to all! Merry Christmas!
I've been one of Santa Claus's special helpers since the early 1980s with the fire company. I love Christmas. That's my favorite holiday. And I just love the smiles put on kids' faces.
Oh, look at the train! Woo-hoo!
It takes my mind off of what I'm going through with cancer.
Ho, ho, ho!
Christmas!
When I got diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer in 2017, and I underwent 6 months of chemotherapy. Everything was good, and in 2021, breast cancer cells returned and took over.
And I don't know if you heard him in talking at the beginning here, but he's a firefighter, or was a firefighter. I'm not sure if he's still a firefighter, but was. And this is actually a problem that pervades the firefighter profession, right? Because they've been not only using super toxic forever chemicals to put out fires for decades now. Also, recently it was found that all of the fire protective gear that firefighters had been using for decades as well, right? Their suits and stuff had forever chemicals, microplastics, and all these other things being produced by them. And, God. And it is a fucked up situation.
Entire body. I have lung cancer. I have bone cancer.
Oh, God.
Nodes. It's in both of my eyes, so I may have to go back on chemotherapy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is our family ornament, the Amatucci family. I got a great support team. My wife is my rock through sickness and in health.
30 years ago, we said it.
30 years ago.
We actually got engaged on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
He loves to help people. He likes everybody to feel welcomed. You know, it makes me happy to see that he can go out and fight as hard as he's fighting with the cancer.
It is sad, but in a way, something about that story gives me hope. I don't know what it is specifically. I can't even point to what it is, but like this guy is, I think it's just this guy, honestly. He spent his whole life protecting people as a firefighter, trying to save lives and help people. And even though he has multiple forms of cancer ravaging his body, he refuses to stop being Santa Claus to bring cheer during the holidays to kids. Something about that is incredible, and yeah, I honestly hope we abolish the healthcare system we have soon enough to help save this guy. Because we've been talking about the goddamn healthcare system so much the last few weeks. This story kind of just hit me in a certain place. And I think it was like a couple months ago we were talking about the increased rate of cancer among firefighters, so whatever. Let's keep this going. What do you say? Get to talking about this crazy week we just got done with.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. President Biden signed the short-term spending bill this morning that prevents a government shutdown. The stroke of a pen ended chaotic days that saw President-elect Trump clashing with House members of his own party. Final congressional approval of the bipartisan deal came just past the midnight deadline. The measure extends current government funding through mid-March, provides $100 billion in disaster relief to hurricane survivors, and
I knew it. And actually, until I heard the story, I didn't. But I was saying it when we were talking about it earlier. I was like, I'm pretty sure that these Congress people literally passed the spending bill after the government technically shut down. And they did. Like, it's insane. It is insane how ineffective and useless Congress is at this moment.
$1 billion in aid to farmers. But lawmakers refused Mr. Trump's core demand to raise the nation's debt limit. Lisa Desjardins, our congressional correspondent, followed every step of this process on Capitol Hill this week. Lisa, why did this take so long? Why was this so hard?
Great question, Lisa. Tell us.
Such a good question, John. In the end, I think that this was a result of having an inexperienced speaker who went way too far in making commitments to Democrats. That
shots fired at Mike Johnson.
He had the votes for either among his own Republican conference or the vote of approval from President-elect Trump, which we know is critical for Republicans in Congress. What happened here was Speaker Johnson spent days negotiating with Democrats, and that bill was much maligned because of its size. But in truth, a lot of the things added to that bill were bipartisan policies, generally in nature. But there were a few things in.
Yeah, it was mostly bipartisanship. That's how a bipartisan deal usually goes, right? And that, gosh, you know, I don't usually feel bad for Mike, but he had to walk those little legs all around Congress, back and up and forth and down and all over the hill, down those long halls, to those stuffy government offices. Turning those little legs away down those halls to get those votes in the House, and then all of that whipping be damned. Elon Musk and Donald Trump had other things to say
that many Republicans simply couldn't stomach. And my reporting is, talking to, in fact, committee chairs who are Republicans, is that Johnson just didn't keep them informed on what was going on. He was talking to Democrats when he didn't have the votes to do it. This way oversimplifies things, John, but it's a little bit like one member of a family agreeing to buy a house on a handshake, not telling their spouse that they're doing it, and also not having the money to do it.
You know, Lisa, we're just a few weeks.
I don't like that analogy at all, actually. Or maybe I missed who she was talking about, but I could have sworn she was talking about Mike Johnson. He definitely talked to Republicans beforehand. But I don't know what she's saying. Or was that in reference to Elon Musk? Honestly, I hate PBS.
Away from the Republicans claiming the White House, the House, and the Senate. What does this past week tell us about the Republicans?
To me, it tells me that this is a group that has within it core constituencies that are not going to compromise. And in particular, that has to do with the debt and the deficit. We saw that being the largest group of people that objected to that large bill. And also in the end, we saw Republicans voting against even that sort of pared down.
What is this, Lisa? What is this, revisionist history right now? Republicans, there were so few Republicans complaining about this bill in comparison to some of the other times we've seen, until Elon Musk tweeted or truthed, or no, he tweeted. He doesn't truth. He tweets because, of course, him and Donald Trump have their own competing. So I just realized that. Oh my God, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have competing social media platforms. I wonder if that's going to lead to any problems in the future. Elon, why don't you truth? Why are you always on your platform? I need you to be truthing more, less tweeting, more truthing.
Last bill. And it's important to note that this is a group that is saying they don't want to compromise over spending. They potentially may be willing to risk a shutdown, even under President-elect Trump. And they stood up to President Trump because they believe these things. But at the same time, by not compromising, this is a group that again and again risks sort of this turbulence and this turmoil. The other thing that we learned was that President-elect Trump has enormous sway, but not all of the sway necessary to push dozens of Republicans away from their core values. We saw these House.
Yeah, but he does have quite a lot of sway, and eventually they all got on board for something. Although Donald Trump switched his desires multiple times during this, which made it difficult for senators and Republican House members to stay on board the ship, because it was sort of turning left and right, sort of arbitrarily, depending on what Elon Musk had to say. But yeah, it all eventually did happen. Government did get funded, but they didn't manage to get that debt ceiling solved. Not that Republicans actually want the debt ceiling solved. That would be...
That's too much, man!
Alright. Now let's go here. How are we doing on time? Oh, bad. We're doing bad? Oh, that's good. Okay, we're gonna have to skip something, I guess. Maybe we can enlist
Here is Representative Jim Clyburn.
Sorry, wait.
Speaking.
Please hold. Maybe we can watch this later, but for now, we're gonna have to skip it. maybe we can get Space Fams to extend the life of this stream. Should probably start this now. Actually, starting this a little late. I was gonna start this sooner. Gonna have to do 2 hours. There we go. I've started a new goal. 5 super chats. That'll get us extra hour of galactic content. Might be able to come back to some of the stuff that I've skipped already. And or maybe get some other kind of stuff going on in here. Got basically to the normal end of the stream to do that. Alright, now let's get back to things. We got like 2+ hours to finish this out, I guess. Actually, I can only do 2 hours. Damn. Okay, so yeah, you got 2 hours. It's extortion. You're right. It is.
Just before we came on air, Daniel.
You're right. It's not. It's not fair. I mean, you're still gonna get the full stream. This is for bonus content. Okay. It's really, and let's not forget, extortion doesn't exist. This is a contract between us. Okay, consenting adults and everything. Alright, of course I'm kidding. Oh shit, mowing up, already getting us started with the super chatting. Thank you so much. It's a good, you made your own super sticker. I love that. I love that. It's beautiful. That is beautiful. A galactic fruits. They are beautiful. Wait, why can't I like? Can you not like super stickers? What the heck? Wow, we already have 3. Charlie, Janmir, Nadia. Magas are Nazis. Do not tolerate them because they claim to be relatives. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, tell your family not to be Nazis. That's a reasonable request for your family. Galactic fruits, though, I do like that a lot. I wish I could like super stickers. Why can I not like super stickers anymore? Am I losing my mind, people, or was there not a time when we could like super stickers? When did this change? When did this change? Why are we not allowed to like them? I like it, but I can't physically like it, and that's very frustrating for me. Because I love the super stickers. I want to show how much I love it, and now I can't physically do that. It's assumed? Is it assumed? Okay, if you say so. I could have sworn that I was able to like them, and also heart them. Ah, I'm being repressed. Alright, let's go. Let's go to Piers Morgan Uncensored, where Marc Lamont Hill made an appearance earlier. I think it was last week, but we didn't get to watch it here together, so I figured we'd do that today on this Sunday Funday.
He walked free from court, not guilty of either manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide. And in further breaking news, authorities say they're now questioning a man in central Pennsylvania who was found with a gun similar to the one used in the shooting of Brian Thompson. The man being held was also in possession of a 2-page document railing against the healthcare industry and suggesting that violence is the answer. Well, the New York Times says Luigi Mangione, an anti-capitalist former Ivy League student, was taken into custody this morning at a McDonald's. Here to discuss all this is Taylor Lorenz, author of the User Mag.
Wait, so you're telling me that there was never a time that we could like a super sticker? What is this, a Berenstein Bears situation? Berenstain? Has the Matrix been shifted and I'm just the only one that was somehow left out of the glitch? What's happening?
Site on Substack, Tommy Lahren, host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, and a Professor Marc Lamont Hill, host of Bet News. Well, welcome to all of you. I want to start with the Daniel Penny breaking news, if I can, with you, Tommy, because I've been sort of incandescent about this case, as I think you have from the start.
Incandescent. Oh my God. Yes, you have. And it's kind of hilarious just how seriously you're taking this. And how you know, like, For fuck's sake. And of course he goes to Tommy first, just to get, you know, someone to agree with him on this first before he gets yelled at for being a horrifying douchebag all the way from Britain.
A war hero is in his civilian life on a subway.
A war hero?
Completely deranged
I'm sorry.
lunatic, threatening to kill people, and he apprehends.
War hero? I don't believe Daniel Penny is actually a war hero. No, I think he's using that more colloquially and not literally. But I believe you have to be given a medal to be considered a war hero, which I do not believe Daniel Penny ever received. So this is stolen valor. This is Piers Morgan is stealing American valor right now. And you can see Marc is also upset by this. He's, what? What are you talking about? And I'm on the same page, Marc.
Prevents him from harming anybody, and in the process, clearly, accidentally, didn't mean to do this. The guy falls unconscious, and then he dies. And it's a tragic accident that happened, but it was entirely precipitated by this deranged lunatic going on a subway and threatening to kill people.
Some might call a murderer,
New York, where people have been killed quite regularly.
Somebody call a murderer, somebody who just murders somebody, kills somebody in broad daylight. When they didn't have to, also a deranged lunatic. But it's yeah, apples, tomato, whatever.
This guy is a hero, and yet he was treated like a criminal.
You keep saying he's a hero.
Should be thrown into jail for the rest of his life. Now, I think justice has been served, and he's been released, a free man, but with huge damage to his life, to his reputation, and so on. What do you make of this case?
Well, I'll also say damage to his reputation if he chooses to remain in New York City. If he comes to a great red state like the one I'm in right now, Tennessee or Texas or many other great states around this country, he'll be treated like the hero that he is. There's a lot I have to say on this, Piers, but I'd also say for those BLM grifters who are now coming out threatening to burn down the city, making this all about their race-baiting grift, how dare you, and shame on you. You did not care about Jordan Neely when he was a homeless man living on the streets, struggling with mental health problems.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. That is true, Charlie. And we've talked about this so much that I forget what whether or not everybody here is on the same page. But the fact is in the videos, Daniel Neely isn't making direct threats to any particular person. He's just sort of yelling about stuff, and Piers, Tommy, all the people who've been on the right, sort of analyzing this. Ben Shapiro, we've heard from a lot of different people on this. I think we even heard Candace Owens talk about this. But they all talk about how, Jordan Neely was supposedly threatening everybody on the subway with physical harm, and that their lives were in danger, and that there was no other option for Daniel Penny to choke him out for 6 whole minutes. But don't believe it. It's all bullshit. Tommy Lasagna? I haven't heard that one. That's a good one.
And possibly a drug addiction. You didn't care about him then. You probably stepped over him on your way elsewhere. But now all of a sudden, when you can use his name and you can use his death to fundraise for BLM or to get out your pent-up aggression or to claim racism, now all of a sudden you care about someone like Jordan Neely? It's all too rich for me, Piers. Expect to see New York City once again descend into...
She's suggesting that people on the left don't care about homeless people? Is that what... I mean, I think she's been watching TYT too much. Oh, boy. See, this is the problem with the existence of TYT right now. Because technically there are some people on the left who don't talk about the homeless with a whole lot of compassion. People who are claiming to be on the left but are clearly sort of a crypto right-wing sort of... I don't know. What do you call it? Oh, fuck, my brain just broke. Point is that, if you are an actual leftist, if you're an actual progressive, you do, in fact, care about the homeless, and you would like them to not be homeless anymore. And since there's people like Anna Kasparian out there talking about how actually the homeless are really gross and kind of getting in the way of her walk to work, that, you know, people like Tommy actually have an example to bring up. Not she didn't do that, but I immediately thought about it. I was like, oh, right. There are some supposed leftists, ones who were just at Turning Points USA, who have been, you know, masquerading their ideology as the left while talking about how the homeless are gross and shouldn't exist.
Mayhem and chaos because BLM needs attention. The pro-terrorist, anti-Semites, anti-Israel protesters have been taking all the wind out of their sails, getting all the attention. So now they want to be back in the headlines. But I don't think they're going to be met with the same sentiment that they had with George Floyd in 2020. People are sick and tired of this, and people know that Daniel Penny was a hero.
I'm sick and tired of hearing Tommy's voice already. It's been like 15 seconds.
A lot of people don't. Hawk Newsom, the founder of BLM in New York, has said that anyone who thinks Penny is innocent has racism in their heart, before saying the KKK got another victory. Hypocrisy. Now, I want to play, before I go to you, Mark, I want to play, this is a clip of Jordan Neely's father talking about his reaction to the verdict.
I just want to say, I miss my son. My son didn't have to go through this. I didn't have to go through this either. It hurts. Really, really hurts. What are we going to do, people? What's going to happen to us now? I had enough of this. The system is rigged.
What does Piers Morgan have to say about this? What is there to say about what this man just said? And why does Tommy look so smug? I mean, I know that that's how she had her face done by the plastic surgeon, but I mean, my God, that is an advanced smugness on that face right now.
Now, Mark, I'm sorry. Listen, I've got a lot of feeling for any father whose son dies in those circumstances. But
Are you
the
sure?
idea the system has been rigged over this, the idea that this...
Oh my God, he's so upset. You know, it's funny because you were just complaining about how the system was... well, not the system, but like how the people were all, you know, horrible for, what was it again? Oh, actually, he wasn't talking, I'm thinking of a different conversation, actually. I'm sorry. I'm mixing up Piers Morgan conversations in my head. I've heard too many of these, honestly. These need to end. We need to stop having these things. We need to make Piers Morgan just be a place for right-wingers. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. Like, he's not a genuine moderator of these debates, supposed debates, and he's a participant in them. And in my estimation, I know it's good. I know it's good for like numbers, right? You go on Piers Morgan, you get seen by potentially millions. But I think it would be more beneficial for people to see the fact that Piers Morgan is just a right-winger, right? I think it'd be better for society if only people like Tomi Lahren came onto these shows. And I'm not criticizing Marc or Tom or what's her name? Oh God, Taylor, for being here right now. I'm just, it's sort of a realization I've been coming to as I've been watching these, way too many of these. It's just not a productive space. From what I can tell, generally speaking, it's incredibly hostile, and the person claiming to be the moderator is in fact hostile to all left-wing ideas. And I just think it would be better if every time we turned on Piers Morgan, we got what it really is, right? It was just Piers Morgan and a group of right-wingers. It would show who Piers Morgan is. He's just, you know, he really is just, he's Jeremy Boring with a British accent. He's fucking, you know, he's Charlie Kirk with a UK passport, right? Like, let's make his media organization, let's make it more clear exactly what it is. That's my opinion. I could, you know, I'll take a criticism if anybody disagrees with what I'm saying here, but I just think it'd be better if people started accepting the Piers Morgan Uncensored as just British Blaze TV.
Jordan Neely, clearly mentally unwell, homeless, and potentially violent. Nobody knew his propensity for violence. All they knew was he was acting in a very threatening way and threatening to kill people. And you have a guy who's from the military, who knows how to disarm people, who did exactly what he was trained to do. And then an accident occurred, and it's incredibly unfortunate. But he did not want to let this guy go in case he got up and carried out his threat. Are you really going to try and argue? I don't know if you are. I'm just pointing a question to you, really. But is this really the way it's being framed as a victory for the KKK? That if you don't think this guy
the KKK
is guilty,
are thrilled
you've
about
got
this.
racism in your heart?
Like, let's be real. Let's be real, Piers Morgan. Let's flip this question on its head. Are the KKK happy about this verdict? Right? Are neo-Nazis excited about this verdict? Do people such as them feel vindicated by what's happened here? I think that's an important question to ask as well, right? Like be like, come on, because we don't have to, you know. There's not just one way to draw a conclusion, right? But Piers constantly frames things like that, right? Where you can't draw a conclusion unless you agree with this statement, right? And it's so disingenuous.
I don't think that that's the dominant position from people like myself who are critical of what happened and who are disappointed in the outcome of the trial. I think it's too simplistic to say that anybody who disagrees with me is a member of the KKK or has beliefs like the KKK. I think that becomes almost like a straw man argument. I think there are a few things that we need to talk about with regard to framing. The first thing is, as you pointed out, Piers, this man is mentally unwell. This person was struggling with mental illness. That's very different than the initial introduction to this segment that you gave, where you said he was a deranged lunatic. And as you repeated multiple times, deranged lunatic, it would communicate to the audience and to everyday people everywhere that the only way to stop this person from, destroying the subway and killing everybody was to put him in a 6-minute chokehold.
But he was behaving like a deranged lunatic. Sorry, Marc, he was. I mean, it's indisputable. Nobody knew at the time what his mental health status was. All they knew was he was behaving. He was behaving in a lunatic manner, threatening and potentially dangerous. Nobody knew if he was armed. Nobody knew what he might do. People were terrified. So I'm afraid, for all intents and purposes, the guy was behaving like a deranged lunatic. It turns out after the event, we discover he has mental illness. But let's not pretend that in the moment he wasn't acting like a deranged lunatic.
But let's remember that Piers Morgan is technically walking back what he said already here. He's trying to pretend like he's not, but he claimed that he was a deranged lunatic. Acting like one and being one, there is technically a semantic difference between those two things, right? Being one and acting like one. Or, you could say, you're having a bad day and you're acting like a deranged lunatic. Or you could say, you are a deranged lunatic. There's a clear tone difference, and they portray different things. Piers knows that, but he's trying to pretend like there is no difference.
Because he was.
I wasn't. I wasn't saying that. You interrupted before I could finish the thought. You would understand I wasn't saying that. What I'm saying is that someone with a mental illness may or may not be violent. Most people with mental illnesses in public space, according to all the evidence, all the data, are not violent threats. And so I'm saying that we should not presume that they are. I don't have an issue with you saying, hey, I'm going to subdue this person because I believe that they are unsafe for the particular context that we're in. What I take issue with is saying that I'm going to put them in a 6-minute chokehold because that's the only way to stop them from doing harm when we don't know that. And that's the additional piece of this.
Out of interest,
the second piece of this, Piers. No, Piers, you spoke uninterrupted and so did the other guests. So let me finish the thought before you
Seriously. He let Tommy go on as long as she wanted. He didn't interrupt her one time. This is what I mean when I talk about Piers Morgan not being a fucking moderator and his space not being worthy of leftists to even come on anymore. It's just, the dude is part of the debate. He's not some sort of, what do you call it? Like ethereal centrist here down from on high, from on a cloud above Britain to tell us about how, actually everything is a bit more nuanced and whatever else. And actually, you should shut up right now because I actually have. No, shut up! I am the moderator. I am the head of this show, and I will run this. That's how he runs this thing, and it's time and time again. It just pisses me off. And that's why I just don't want to ever have to watch one of these again. And that's why I'm begging leftists to stop going on here. That's part of it. That's definitely part of it. Oh, God.
The second point here is I actually agree with, which is that there are systemic issues here. There's poverty, there's homelessness, there are all these things that a lot of the world does not pay attention to until there is a crisis. That's not a BLM issue, that's not a conservative issue, that's not a left or right issue. The fact of the matter is we ignore this. The failure of the system here is not what happened on that subway. It's the fact that a person with mental illness can go untreated, unsupported, and houseless without any support, and then we end up with situations like this.
Right, but for his father to be...
The left is always outnumbered on these shows. No, absolutely. I mean, well, on these sorts of shows, undoubtedly, and even on CNN and MSNBC these days. But my point is, it's less about being outnumbered, but about what the guys of the show, right? The guys, and I don't mean G-U-Y-S, I mean guys as in G-U-I-S-E. The purported point of this show, right? The one that Piers Morgan is constantly trying to launder, right? His fake centrism, right? This sort of, it's a place for right-wing views to get laundered as centrism, right? For extreme right-wing views to go and get laundered as centrism, because Piers Morgan manages to do that in a way that Americans can't. Because because of his British accent, he's able to sort of make things that are in fact insane sound a little bit more classy, a little bit more refined, more thoughtful, right? But really, he's an ideologue with a clear set of beliefs that are very much to the right, right? And I just feel like these conversations, if anything, they do more harm than good.
Everybody in the way that he did. Again, I don't have a lack of empathy for him losing his son.
Because I feel like it gives people the like I've seen back a while back, months and months ago, there were people coming into this chat talking about how they thought Piers Morgan was actually doing a great job at, being moderate and all this other stuff, and he was moderating these things so great and all this other stuff. And it's like, that's what I'm talking. It's like there are people out there who, are being essentially shifted to the right, not even knowingly, because they don't have the media literacy to be able to assess it, right? No, I'm not saying that some people haven't gone on and done good jobs, but some Yusuf, people like that. I'm not saying that there haven't, and even the fact is, Marc does a good job here. I'm not here saying Marc isn't doing a good job or that Taylor Lorenz isn't doing a good job. Right, I'm talking about what this show manages to do to a certain group of online individuals, right? He manages to launder right-wing views as being less horrifying, right? He purports to be a centrist, and some people take him at face value. I don't know why, but they do.
The lecture that he gave, his son is wandering around as a homeless, mentally ill person on the subway threatening people. With all due respect to his father, where was his father in his life? I mean, is that a reasonable question to ask? If that was one of my sons, I would feel an accountability and responsibility for the actions of one of my children. Would you?
I probably would, but I also don't think that that's the most important question. I may share with you the opinion. In fact, I do share with you the opinion that, hey, we should talk about family structures. We should talk about parenting. We should talk about fatherhood. But when a father's son is dead in this moment, we as a nation, just like with the healthcare issue, we have an opportunity to talk about the broader system instead of us criticizing how a mourning father is dealing with his dead son.
Seriously.
Let's talk about the conditions that got us there. Let's not play a blame game.
Well, we're going to come to the cold-blooded execution of that.
No comment there, Piers. Just going to shift. And that's his favorite thing to do. Whenever somebody makes a good point on the left, that's what Piers does. He ends the topic. He ends it. Okay, you said a thing. He won't even prevaricate. He won't, You'll just move on to the next topic and be like, oh, it's actually my show, so we're going to talk about something else now.
Their executive, which I think is unfathomable to me that people would celebrate that happening literally within seconds of the guy being gunned down. But we're going to come to that debate in a moment, and obviously, Taylor, you're going to...
I don't understand. He can't fathom how people would celebrate one man being gunned down for a reason that's causing the deaths of many people. But he can understand why people are, and in fact, he can't not just understand. He's one of the people celebrating the death of Jordan Neely and the actions of Daniel Penny. And it's one of these massive hypocrisies that I feel like should crack open the utter, like dichotomy of all of this, the true nature of all this, and yet somehow people are still listening to him, still listening to Piers. I mean, still listening to Ben Shapiro, people who are doing the exact same thing, right? Who are talking about these two things as if, there's night and day. There's no comparison. It's utterly horrifying that one man died and totally justice done by a hero in another case, and it somehow it's not breaking people out of their complete ignorant slumbers. I guess I have no idea how it isn't.
A key part of that. But Tommy, I just sense that there's already a building momentum for this to be treated like a mini George Floyd situation. Now, I found the George Floyd story horrific. I thought what that police officer did was indefensible and appalling. But what
the fuck is he talking about?
Set of circumstances.
Is he just talking about George Floyd, like just vaguely as a movement, as like just as an example of a movement? I don't see how. What?
This guy, Daniel Penny, he's a Marine veteran.
Oh,
he's on a subway.
Wait, he just switched back. He just switched. That was very confusing, Piers. So he switched interchangeably between the CEO killing and the Daniel. Okay, all right.
This guy, Daniel Penny, he's a Marine veteran. He's on a subway and he's watching somebody directly threatening to kill people, and he apprehends him and he holds him down because he doesn't want him to be a threat to the lives of people around him. That used to be the kind of behavior that would win people medals for valor. Now you end up in a criminal court facing the rest of your life in a prison cell. And that's what I find so just, I can't understand it. How has society moved to punishing people like Daniel Penny for doing a good citizen's job?
A good citizen's job. Killing a man when it didn't need to happen. That's a good citizen's job, according to Piers. Okay, a good citizen's job.
Trying to protect people. I don't get it.
Okay.
Well, you only can understand it if you're in Manhattan.
Okay, enough of Tommy. We don't need to hear what Tommy has to say about this shit. This woman sucks.
The way I see it is, have a Marine, who cares that he's white, standing up to protect people. He didn't care what color Neely was. He didn't care what color the people were around him.
Yeah.
He wanted to do the right thing.
I completely agree. Marc, it has nothing to do with
What was that
skin
word,
color.
salad?
And people that try and imply that it is, they are the ones playing the race card. I honestly believe that on this story. I've studied it in detail. I've seen all the footage. I've seen all the accounts. This is not a race story. Daniel Penny didn't do anything predicated on the skin color of Jordan Neely.
You cannot. This is hilarious. Piers knows. This is no longer. No longer will we be watching Piers Morgan Uncensored. This is Piers Nostradamus Uncensored. This man can, by looking at another human being, know what's in their mind. He's telepathic. He has abilities, unseen, supernatural, even.
People, as Tommy said, black, white, whoever. They were a multiracial subway at the time.
Oh, I see. Because there were other people in the subway car who weren't white. That means that what? I see. That makes perfect sense. Now I get it now. Oh, so there were non-white co-signers of this murder. Is that what you're saying, Piers? That's what makes it non-racist. Is because there was non-white witnesses to the killing. And that makes it not racist. Oh, well, there we go. I get it now. That makes perfect sense. I was gonna, for a second, I thought Piers Morgan could somehow be in the mind of another man just by looking at him. But no, no, he's not telepathic. He's just weirdly justifying things with a kind of racist suggestion. Okay, cool.
Where's the race element of this?
It's actually the new one you just made up.
I'm fascinated by the certainty with which you say
you tell me why I'm wrong.
Motivated by
tell me why
race. I'm wrong. I'm not telling you you're wrong. What I'm telling you is that I have no idea what was in Daniel Penny's head.
Yeah. Oh, that's
motivated by race.
There's a sensible statement from a sensible man. Yeah, actually, as a human being and not a god or a mind reader, I can say definitively I don't know what he was thinking because, it's in his brain. Thoughts are in your brain. That's how that works. I know it's weird.
Jury did. That's why they just cleared him.
I would disagree with anyone who says he did that because of race. But I would also disagree with you saying unequivocally that race wasn't on his mind. You have no idea, but you have
there is no
evidence to say things.
Exactly, Piers. You're making the argument for poor Marc right here, who's being gaslit by you and Tommy. There's no evidence for the fact the fact that you just you purported to know, right? That it was non-racist. Period. Right? There's no evidence for that. There's also no evidence. There's no clear evidence that he did it on racist grounds either. But that's not the argument Piers is making. He's making the opposite argument based upon the same lack of evidence, and he doesn't see a problem with that. Logically speaking, right? And the fact that people can see Piers on this show and think that anything he's saying is based in fact or isn't even remotely intelligent, I don't understand. I think people are I think Americans are genuinely tricked by a British accent and an understanding of just basic vocabulary as meaning that you're some sort of a philosopher king out of, I don't know, Plato's, whatever. Well, this is enough. Oh, damn. Soul Life getting in there. $5 super chat. Not even a real chat. He didn't even say anything. It's just $5. My God. Getting us only one away. Wait, why are we at 3? What happened? We should have 4. 1, 2, 3. So 4. Oh, whatever. I'm counting Charlie's $4 super chat as part of that deal. We only need 1. We only need 1 more to get another hour. Okay. And you got another hour and a half to get that done. I know it says 3, but we have 4. That's close enough. $4 super chat, not good enough, whatever. You didn't know you could say stuff? What are you talking about? You mod on 10,000 streams. You know how super chats work.
You have a but
zero.
I agree with you, and that's why
zero evidence,
and that's why.
So it's completely
Dude, I can't believe you. All right, we're moving away from this. I can't stay on any of these that long. They're just so useless. And Piers Morgan is such an idiot. And he's so resolute in his idiocy that it tricks people. And that's the only way that he can manage to exist. But since we were talking about healthcare real momentarily there, I figured we would look at this. Although to get more into it, we just don't have time. I don't have time for it. Or the energy for it. It's too painful. Having to listen to Piers Morgan. We're going to have to listen to him again later, too, so there's that. Great question. Possibly.
Not likely, but possible.
Yeah, dying but stable. Gonna kick you out. Sorry. Nope, your heart rate's fine. All right. Now, you may have heard a particular sound shot on a number of occasions.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
But you might be asking yourself, what the fuck is a box of Pepe? And since it's Sunday Funday and it's the holidays, and we're talking about healthcare, I figured we would watch this clip. This is maybe one of my favorite clips ever.
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them. Oh my God, dude, I'm freaking out. I am so stressed out. I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay? I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress?
What the hell are you talking about?
This company is being bled like a stuck pig, Mac, and I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this.
Jesus Christ,
That right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look at the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I say to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. He's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, Mac? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of Pepe. All right, so I start marching my way down to Carol and HR. And I knock on the door and I say, Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR. Mac, half the employees in this building have been made up. This office is a goddamn ghost town.
Okay, Charlie, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Not only do all of these people exist, but they have been asking for their mail on a daily basis. It's all they're talking about up there. Jesus Christ, dude. We are gonna lose our jobs.
Well, calm down, because here's one thing that's not gonna happen. What? We're not gonna get fired.
That's true.
We're not, because we've already been fired.
We've lost our jobs?
Yeah. About 3 days ago, a couple pink slips came in the mail. One for you, one for me. So what did I do? I mailed them halfway to Siberia, okay?
If we've lost our jobs, that means we lost our health insurance, which means all of this was for nothing. God damn it, dude. I'm having a panic attack. I'm actually having a panic
Will
attack.
you settle down and have another cup of coffee?
I am, bro.
All right, well, fine. You know what, Barney? Give this guy a cigarette. He's freaking out.
Huh? Who?
Barney. He's the guy who tipped me off to Pepe Sylvia.
Barney? Who the hell is Barney?
You don't see Barney.
You've lost your mind. You've lost your goddamn mind, Charlie.
Day bow bow. So yeah, there we go. One of my favorite clips of It's Always Sunny ever. If you're not familiar with that, the premise of that particular It's Always Sunny episode, it was essentially since Charlie and Mac both got they found out that they didn't have health insurance. And they thought the health insurance was free, and after finding out they didn't have health insurance, they were very concerned for their well-being, and so they decided to go out and get a job, not at the bar, but at a random company, and you know, in the negotiations and getting this job, during the job interview, they say that they actually don't need to get paid. And they are really in it just for the health insurance. So they get minimum wage, they get health insurance, but unfortunately they don't do their jobs well enough and aren't able to keep their health insurance because we live in a society where you have to get your insurance from a job or, I don't know, have enough money already to pay for it. That's, yeah. It's a great system. Because of the implication, yeah. That's right. You get it. They were never in any danger, of course. But it's the implication. It's the implication of danger.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alright, let's go to New York City, where something crazy happened here.
A manhole explosion in Manhattan caught on camera. Take a look as the blast sends steam and a manhole cover high into the air. This happened on West 179th Street in Washington Heights around 10 o'clock this morning. The FDNY said...
Oh my God, to be that person on that bike right there. Just like, I would have been off that bike already, running in a different direction. Or perhaps biking in another direction. One of the two. But that biker almost got taken out by By that fucking manhole cover.
And steam and a manhole cover high into the air. This
Holy
happened on
shit.
West 179th Street in Washington.
And those things are
Heights
not
around
light.
10
I would
o'clock
point
this
that
morning.
out.
The FDNY says high carbon monoxide was detected in the area. A nearby building evacuated and 7 people hurt.
Initially, we're all kind of like taking it leisurely, but the staff kept repeating, the instructions to evacuate. So at one point, it was suggested we open the windows, and I did so. The cat seemed a little dizzy.
Con Edison was on scene in Beth.
The cat seemed a little dizzy. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh boy, that's probably not good. The cat's looking a little dizzy because of fumes from the sewer. Pretty sure. Women didn't have legal personhood until 1870. Well, we're going back to 1870, so we can look forward to all of that, I'm sure. Ah, God. That's the saddest. Ba-doom-tsh. I've done it in a while. Alright, we're going to stay in New York City and talk about a different thing. This one is actually perhaps a good one. Holiday related, but a different way to celebrate the holidays. Many people are big fans of Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, some of the other, winter-based holidays. But there's another one that exists around this festive time of year. One that is often neglected and forgotten.
Happy Festivus! What's Festivus? When George was growing up, his father...
Nothing. It's nothing. It's a stupid holiday my father invented. It doesn't exist.
Happy Festivus, Georgie.
I got your message. I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. What is your interest?
Well, just tell me everything, huh?
Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a doll for my son. I reached for the last one they had, but so did another man. As I rained blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way.
It's true. Jerry's right.
It was destroyed. But out of that, a new holiday was born. A Festivus for the
rest of us.
That must have been some kind of doll.
At the Festivus dinner, you gather your family around and tell them all the ways they have disappointed you over the past year.
And is there a tree?
No,
no, of course not.
Requires no decoration. I find tinsel distracting.
It's true.
This new holiday of yours is scratching me right where I itch.
Let's do it then.
All right.
Festivus is back. I'll get the pole out of the crawl space.
Well, happy Festivus.
Okay, all right, there we go. Festivus, an often forgotten holiday that, probably deserves more respect than it gets. I don't get no respect. But to, celebrate Festivus, I would like to encourage you chatters to tell me, your Galactic Lord, all the ways I've disappointed you this holiday season, and or throughout this year. And I know it's from Seinfeld, but I think it's a historical thing. It's a religious holiday. We can ignore the fact that it's from Seinfeld in this moment. I know we all have, I think most of us have some problems with old Jerry. But I think we can still appreciate it around this time of year. So do let me know what I've done to disappoint you in celebration of Festivus. Perhaps during this break. Well, I hope you are enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe or follow on Twitch. Once you've done all those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And, well, the Galactic Lights will cease to exist if we can't get enough funding. So, try one of the ways that we have available. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most galactic benefits for your Earth dollars. That's right, $3 US will get you all of the benefits available that the Milky Way galaxy has to offer to you. So many great things, including getting to hang out here poolside with me with your own avatar, shoutouts every stream, and much, much more. Alright, chat, enjoy the space break, and I'll be right back. guess we could be listening to Christmas songs. That's true. Maybe we'll do that in the next break. So if we achieve adding another hour, we'll have to have another galactic break. It's a good point, though. We should be listening to Christmas music at this point. Alright, chat. Well, I am back, which means you should be back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. Alright. So, where do we get back to things here? Where were we? Oh, yes, we were discussing the great tradition, the festival of, well, not lights, the festival of complaints, Festivus. But we're gonna move on, talk about some other things. Actually gonna start talking here a little bit about capitalism, about capitalist forces, things like that, as we transition into our environmental half, which we should have already started, but because it's Sunday Funday, we're just grabbing life by the seat of the pants and just doing whatever feels right. All right, let's go here. And CNBC from yesterday. Why Nike is struggling. Oh no, not Nike. What does that even mean? Struggling? Define the word struggle for me. I think we might have different definitions. Not gonna lie. But let's see why CNBC thinks Nike is struggling.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What's happening? Why don't we have volume? Excuse me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
God damn it. No volume. Who's running this outfit?
Nike is the world's largest sportswear brand. This year, the company is on a mission to get its stride back. This week, the company posting its first earnings under new CEO Elliott Hill.
Nike beating on the top and bottom lines, but its sales fell 8%.
Analysts say it's the beginning of a long turnaround for the company, after what should have been an Olympic gold earnings summer. Nike shocked the market.
Shares of Nike are in free fall after they missed on revenue last night and cut their full-year earnings guidance. The shares, down 20%, are on pace for their worst day ever.
The plunge wiped out $28 billion of Nike's market cap.
This stock is cut in half since the all-time high in November of 2021. Like, what's happening? Is competition eating their lunch? I mean, that's pretty clear to me.
The company blamed its performance on everything from macro challenges to remote employees.
It turns out it's really hard to develop a boldly disruptive shoe on Zoom.
But experts say this was part of a years-long series of strategic errors.
When a $50 billion business sees a down 10% quarter, it's
not a down 10% quarter. Oh, no. Oh, you're right. It's all over. It's all over for Nike. A down 10% quarter? Oh, might as well just close up the shop. That's capitalism for you, baby. If you're not growing, you're dying.
Overnight occurrence.
Meanwhile, net sales of emerging competitors Hoka and On Running have both increased over 30% in recent quarters. Even established rivals like Adidas and Asics have seen growth while Nike has declined.
Nike has fallen behind, and I think that's illustrative of the fact that they've had a bit of a lull when it comes to innovation. If you don't have that, then the kind of scale that Nike has achieved isn't worth much if you don't have the growth.
Now, all eyes are on Nike's new CEO, Elliott Hill, to turn the company around.
Yes, he can do it.
Company veteran Elliott Hill is going to come out of retirement like Tom Brady to take the helm.
So what happened? And can Nike's new CEO get the iconic sportswear giant back on track? Since going public in 1980, Nike's formula of marketing around elite athletes helped it become a global superpower.
So what makes Nike special? Well, that's, I think, part of the magic of the marketing. So much of retail is storytelling.
Yeah, and definitely part of it was that. There was also, the sweatshops, too. That helped, because then, you didn't have to pay as much to make the shoes.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Nike dominates, or historically has dominated, storytelling.
We came back from the impossible, from being broken.
And that storytelling resulted in strong sales. By 2016, Nike reported annual revenues of $32 billion. Nike co-founder and former chairman Phil Knight decided he wanted to shift the company's focus towards digital growth before he stepped down as chairman in 2016. In 2020, former Nike board member John Donahoe replaced Marc Parker as CEO of the company.
Joining me is John Donahoe. He is the brand new CEO of Nike.
Thank you, Sarah. Thrilled to be here with you.
So excited.
Nike, under Parker, they were hitting their stride when it came to...
By the way, Sarah is one of the worst CNBC anchors, not gonna lie. She's one of my least favorite because she likes to get extra political. I mean, they're all pretty political over there at CNBC, but she's very political, and she's also very pro-Israel. And she's a very frustrating woman.
Design, resonating with the consumer. The next wave of growth for Nike was going to be in digital. Donahoe made sense because his background is as a tech executive. He was the CEO of ServiceNow. He was the CEO of eBay. So he came from Silicon Valley.
Under Donahoe, Nike began moving towards a more direct-to-consumer model, or DTC, by pushing sales directly from its own platforms and stores.
What Nike did is they decided, let's focus on DTC. It's a higher margin business, and of course, they want to keep the best releases for themselves, and therefore they pulled back from some of their long-standing partners, like Foot Locker, for example.
For a while, the plan seemed like it was...
Oh boy, so sad for Nike. Plan just not working. Point is, Nike is still making billions of dollars every fucking year, and the only reason that CNBC think this is an important discussion is because it's hurting their stock. I love that that's how we value businesses, right? Rather than being a reliable business where you can count on the products being made well and being made ethically or anything like that. Now, it's more important whether or not the stock price goes up, whether or not we're growing constantly. Ever growing. Never asking whether or not growth is good. Never asking whether or not they need to grow to exist. Because, of course, you need to grow. Otherwise, your stock price will go down. Can't have that. Ah, so sad. Wild Valley? I have no idea what that's about.
Do you want to know what you can do with 1 million light bulbs and a few rolls of tape? Something like this.
Jesus Christ.
We're speaking with people who have over-the-top Christmas decorations to understand why they're doing it.
Nobody should be down or be depressed.
Why are they doing it?
I acknowledged that when I was a kid, and it's very hard to go through Christmas feeling that way. And I made a promise to myself. I says, in life, if I do make it, I'm going to contribute back.
For Mike and his guys, it takes roughly 200 hours to install all the lights you see behind
Jesus
me.
Christ.
They do it to bring the community together.
It's too much, man.
We usually have Santa Claus the second week of December, and we give out lots of gifts to the kids. This year I had to do something different because my wife is battling cancer. And we decided to do a group prayer. We were over 350 people. It boosted my wife, it boosted my energy. It's magical. You had to be here, and this is what it's all about. We're going to keep growing and bring this love out to everybody and make it fun.
It's magical. People come here and say, you're making us feel Christmas joy again.
When Nancy's mother-in-law was decorating the house come Christmas time. Unfortunately, she passed away, but they wanted to keep the tradition.
People often tell us, you must stop doing this. We don't. We say we will do this until we cannot.
A bit of elbow grease and a lot of effort, all to put smiles on people's faces and bring the community together.
Now, you know what's great about galactic Christmas celebrations? Rather than destroying the Earth with a amount of Christmas lighting that can be seen from space. We put the lighting in space, so you can definitely already see it from space, and also very little energy used, right? You look at here, the bar, plenty of lights up, but we're not using nearly as much energy as these people. So it's something to think about. All right, let's move it along. I'm not bragging about my lack of carbon footprint. Let's go on here now. This is the epitome of a Sunday Funday story. This next one, that's coming in hot. Yo, I wanted to actually look at this one earlier, and I can't believe this isn't getting more views, because this is hilarious to me. This is one of the funniest stories I've ever seen. This is amazing. This is maybe... Oh my god. Like, this is the epitome of 2020. This is 2024, this next story. Oh boy, here we go. Let's do this. I'm not even tell you what this is about. Let's just get right into this.
Who owns a Vibe? That
Vibe
question
check.
is at the heart of a lawsuit where one online influencer is suing another for copyright infringement. 24-year-old Sydney Gifford claims that Alyssa Shiel, a 21-year-old fellow influencer, knowingly replicated her aesthetic and her posts on social media.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. This is one of the dumbest lawsuits I've ever heard. And we hear a lot. I mean, Donald Trump is a big lover of frivolous lawsuits, but this is maybe one of the dumbest ones I've ever heard, and that maybe anybody will ever hear of ever. We'll get into why, but let's get more meat of the story. We're only 10 seconds in. Oh boy.
24-year-old Sydney Gifford claims that Alyssa Shiel, a 21-year-old fellow influencer, knowingly replicated her aesthetic and her posts on social media. Amna Nawaz spoke to Sandra E. Garcia of the New York Times, who has been...
It's a real life come down bit. No, this is exactly what's happening right now. Enjoy.
Covering this story
Enjoy. Sometimes reality is better than fiction.
Sandra E. Garcia, welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for being with us.
Hi.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Sandra,
All right,
to help unpack this for us.
Let's start with these influencers, Sydney Gifford and Alyssa Shiel. Just tell us a little bit more about who they are.
Alyssa Shiel is a 21-year-old influencer who, uses her time to suggest things that her followers should buy off of her Amazon marketplace. Sydney Gifford is similar to her in that way. They're both,
Now, I've never heard of her before this personally, but she reminds me of every other person on Instagram. Does she not? I mean, come on.
Marketplace. Sydney Gifford is similar to her in that way. They're both, young women looking for items to inspire people to buy on their social media.
This is copyrightable.
And their vibe, their aesthetic is what? How would you describe what it is that they're putting out to their followers?
The way they would describe it themselves is very minimalistic, beige, not very busy, cool girl, oversized sweaters.
Oh my god, I love how it just I love how it devolves. It starts off using some descriptive language and devolves into just naming clothing, like items of clothing. Oversized sweaters. Okay. Is that copyrightable that you wear clothes? If you say so.
Not very busy, cool girl, oversized sweaters, chunky knits, clear, sort of plastic, Amazon basics. They like
Amazon Basics, that's my brand.
Neat.
Wait, that's actually Amazon's brand.
Between these two
Sorry.
women, they've actually professionally collaborated before, is that right?
They were influencers that followed each other at one point, and they met up to hang out, and they took some pictures of themselves to post and to brainstorm things that they could post on their social
Brainstorming?
media accounts. And then
Is that what we call it?
a relationship sort of.
There was no brainstorm in that room, okay? There was maybe one. There was like a drop of brain rain, maybe? Brain, I guess you would call it. But certainly not a storm. There was no brainstorm. That's not possible.
And then their relationship sort of dissolved when Alyssa Shield unfollowed Sydney Gifford.
Oh no.
So the idea that you can sue...
I'm sorry. No, that's what started it. Was an unfollowing on Insta. Oh, she's right though. That is declaration of war. That definitely takes this to a legal place.
Shield unfollowed Sydney Gifford.
So the idea that you can sue someone over an aesthetic, how does that work? Like, what is the case that's being made in federal court right now?
None of us are safe.
Sydney Gifford noticed that Alyssa's post started looking a lot like hers a year after their initial hangout. Whether that is the
Okay, I love this because the fact is this is just the aesthetic. Like, it's not. She doesn't own colorless rooms. Okay. Oh my god, so fascinating. I had no idea that anybody would be this narcissistic, that they would think that all the marketing that they've been getting given from brands is actually them, right? This is like I think this is the absolute eventuality of capitalism, right? Where the rugged individual is sold products meant for billions, right? And people are tricked into thinking that they're unique for the things that they have bought, and that somehow posting themselves around those things that they bought that have been suggested to them by corporations is actually an expression of themselves, and is actually like an ideology somehow, or a brand, something that can be copyrighted. It was like it is fascinating.
Like the vibe, the minimalistic style, the clean style, even at some point, some poses and some.
My room's kind of clean.
Details in her
My room's kind of clean. Are they stealing from me? I think they might be stealing from me, because I have some of those objects in my room. I have a computer. I have a white wall. I have a corner. I think they're stealing from my brand.
That she filed. The lawsuit basically says that she got her vibe, her whole look from Sydney Gifford.
Oh
and
my God.
Sydney is saying that she has.
How dare you wear two items together that match, that are sold on Amazon, a website available to literally everyone on planet Earth, essentially, that has access to a phone or a computer. That's copyrightable right there. It makes sense.
Infringed on her profit, right?
Like, it's not like there's not literally hundreds of millions of other women posting similar photos like this as well. All right, maybe not hundreds of millions, but millions of other women are posting very similar photos like this on Instagram, literally as we speak right now. Just now, another one. It literally is just happening as we speak.
They use their social media accounts to promote their Amazon marketplace, where they can influence people to buy things off of Amazon, and Amazon pays them a commission to do so. And because of that,
it's a case of mistaken identity, right? These two are both brand ambassadors for the same company, and they see that as actually being indicative of a choice that they made. When in fact it's just, they're just two soldiers in the same army suing each other for being in the army together.
Sydney has brought this lawsuit in federal court against Alyssa.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
You quote a professor of intellectual property law who explains that in this whole online space, there's an idea that you are both a creator and a borrower. So how hard is it to lay claim to an aesthetic, something intangible like a vibe?
It is such a layered issue. The algorithm, feeds you similar posts, similar creators, similar influencers. If I see a rug and I take a picture on that rug, and it just so happens that another influencer took a picture on the rug a similar way.
Wait, are you saying the Come Town actually did a bit on this situation before the lawsuit ever even happened? Hold on, I need to look this up. Please hold.
could have both reached that last photograph by following a lot of different influencers, celebrities. And so it's hard to say that an aesthetic was reached because of one other influencer, especially when it's such a popular aesthetic. The minimalistic, beige, concrete, neat, clean girl look
Oh my
is
God.
very popular right now. And the algorithm is feeding.
Exactly. Exactly. This is just the style right now, and they're just literally upset for literally no good reason. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. But hold on, I gotta figure this out. Come down. Influencer copyright. What's the name of the skit? I need to find this. I have to now.
Followers and influencers the same kind of posts. And so it's hard to say that this one influencer copied the other, as opposed to the algorithm fed her a million other posts that got her to that endpoint.
And as you've noted in your reporting, there is an entire economy built around this kind of content creation. So when it comes to this,
You might even say, you know, specific businesses are built around this, like, I don't know, Amazon, Instagram. They're upset that Instagram exists, okay? And I get that. I can't find this goddamn Come Down sketch. It's bothering me. Well, I give up. I give up. I can't find it. It's too late. Gone too far. You're gonna find it? Are you? Is that true? Please hold. It's too much. It's too much, man. Can't do it. It's not. I can't just sit here searching for something I don't even know it exists. You're claiming it exists. I've never seen it, so I don't even know if it's real. We gotta keep this show on track here. So let's go here. Keep talking about capitalism, but a slightly maybe more productive way than what we were just doing. Okay.
The grip of fossil capital seems inescapable. We've been under its grasp for so long that we rarely pull away and see the broader strokes of history. A history which teaches us that capitalism, and more specifically capitalism facilitated by the engines of fossil fuel, of fossil capitalism, is not inevitable. It only exists as a tiny blip on the geological timeline. Even across human history, economic modes have risen and fallen. Empires collapse. The everyday people of Russia toppled the absolute and divine rule of the czars. Chinese peasants wrestled off imperial shackles. Great change can and does happen. And in this time of deep planetary crisis, a crisis instigated and perpetuated by fossil capitalism, we must make great change. We must completely upend our destructive systems of extraction, ecological destruction, racism, colonialism, and violence to build a system that truly cares for the well-being of all people and the planet. Indeed, this is the directive climate scientists from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change have laid out for us.
Our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, all at once.
But it's not as easy as flicking a switch. Building an ecological revolution will be a long struggle, one that will take organizing, relationship building, and radical imagination to be successful. So today we dive into the wisdom and theory of organizers and activists who are actually building that revolution. Here's how we end capitalism and build an ecological world on its rubble.
This video is made in partnership with Give Directly. Stick around to the end or go to givedirectly.org/OCC to find out how you can take part in a direct cash transfer campaign trying to alleviate
change without ending capitalism. And we can't end capitalism through reform or half measures. We've seen time and time again that reforms like social democratic measures like minimum wages and worker protection, while crucial for the working class, eventually are co-opted and hacked away at by the capitalist class. We saw this with Germany's Green Party, who were fairly radical before taking office. Still, as their tenure in power stretched on, their policy and actions were swallowed up by capitalist forces. Like when they greenlit the destruction of the hamlet of Luterath to make way for the expansion of a lignite coal mine, or when the co-chair of the party resisted raises of minimum wages in the agricultural sector because it hurts the competitiveness of the country. Working within capitalism fails because capitalism demands at its core the exploitation of workers and planet through the lever of fossil fuels, which I explained thoroughly in this video. The only path forward then is to topple capitalism. And to end capitalism and build an ecological world, we need some form of revolution. To actually create that
revolution, you say? Interesting.
Revolution, let alone be effective in that revolution, however, we must be organized. This means that revolutionary organizing is crucial for charting the path forward. We must build a movement of movements with the core goal of toppling capitalism and building an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist ecological world in its stead. Because after all, climate change will affect everyone to some extent everywhere. To get from where we are now, especially in the imperial core where fossil capital seems to hold absolute power, where surveillance, police, and military states crack down on any dissent, to some form of stateless, classless ecological society, right now seems inconceivable. In part, this is purposeful. Capitalism has been terrifyingly effective at waging a war on our imagination. As Ashley C. Ford reminds us, the goal of oppressors is to limit your imagination about what is possible without them, so you might never imagine more for yourself and the world you live in. Capitalism has alienated us both from the very products our work creates and from the communities and friends we need to feel joy. We sit behind keyboards and screens most of the day as our close connections dwindle away. This makes the inertia then to build and organize radical and effective movements feel even more heavy, especially when we face a choice between the numbed comfort of scrolling through TikTok or getting out into the streets, engaging others, and finding common ground to topple capitalism. If this is the case, if we are constantly being numbed and tranquilized to the horrors of capitalism so that we never do anything, how do we actually do it? How do we build a movement to end capitalism?
Okay, perfect part for me to pause. Goddamn, OCC is a good channel. I struggle to interrupt him so much because, like, I mean, the dude just makes great content, and it's really well researched. He's a knowledgeable person and manages to break down these issues in ways I find very, very helpful. Very just like, honestly, like, I think, like, he's one of the people who I've seen out there that have made me want to be a content creator, to be like, okay, yeah, like, there are people out there in this space that are trying to do good things. Certainly one of them. You've never seen that channel? Our Changing Climate is the name of this channel, or OCC, as I like to call them, because Our Changing Climate takes a little long to say. But yeah, great channel. You should be subscribed already if you're not.
The sun blazed high in the sky and smoke clouds billowed from nearby power plants as massive bodies clad in all-white jumpsuits headed to block a future of devastation. In Germany, the insurgent climate movement Ende Gelände, or Here and No Further in English, is storming lignite coalfields straight out of the apocalypse.
Hundreds of climate activists have broken through a police line and stormed one of Germany's biggest lignite coal mines.
Across the country, the group connects the horrors of fossil capitalism to the destruction of climate change with their direct actions and climate camps. What began as a collection of leftist climate-oriented activists dedicated to a direct action campaign to shut down coal mining in the Rhineland region of Germany has now blossomed into a powerful movement wreaking havoc on German fossil capitalists' bottom line. Ende Gelände is an instructive example of anti-capitalist climate justice organizing. In many ways, the scope, planning, and actions of the climate group reflect the lessons and radical theories we just learned about. The group plans roughly one major action a year, like blockading a brown coal excavator in 2019.
About 1,000 activists have entered that mine today in the afternoon, and now it's a standoff between them and police down there in that mine.
Or the defense and occupation of Lützerath 2023, a German hamlet condemned to destruction because of a proposed coalfield expansion.
The plan is for the town to be demolished as soon as Wednesday to make way for the expansion of a mine that produces 25 million tons of lignite every year, the most polluting of all coal types.
And
I think, I honestly have no idea who this guy is, what his name is, but he does great stuff on the internet. And I think that the Our Changing Climate creator, the guy behind it, understands more so than I think almost anybody on the on the internet creation sphere just how important organizing is, and encourages organizing on this, I think, more than anybody else, and in ways that I think he knows skirt certain lines. He's been demonetized in the past for some of the things he has said. It looks like it is very similar. The content, they're both from the same platform. I think they're both on Nebula. I think that's the connection between Second Thought and Our Changing Climate. But this guy does understand on a very, base level the necessity of workers fighting against this physically. Otherwise, the capitalists will just continue things because they will be unimpeded, right? All they need is the money and the technology, especially now in 2024, where we're trying to automate everything left and right. Did Second Thought leave Nebula? Is that true? I honestly didn't realize that.
In the fall of 2023, after a hard-fought battle against the big three US auto companies, the United Auto Workers Union announced an ambitious plan, one that hasn't been seen in countless decades of US labor organizing. The UAW will spearhead a massive general strike starting on May 1st, 2028.
We invite unions around the country to align your contract expirations with our own, so that together we can begin to flex our collective muscles.
Calling on all U.S. labor unions to join them, the United Auto Workers aligned their most recent contract to end on May 1st, and with its cessation, they will begin a strike on an unprecedented scale in modern U.S. labor history. But what makes this action so promising is that while the UAW set the vision, soon after, the American Federation of Teachers heeded the call. And now climate groups like the Sunrise Movement are aligning themselves with the 2028 general strike, spearheading a student strike for climate across the country, as well as assuring that demands for the general strike foreground the climate crisis. This is organizing in action. It's a concrete goal that organizers across the country and even the world can work towards. And you can take steps to join in this fight right now. If you're already...
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And we should be. But that 2028 strike is certainly something to think about, although I would like one sooner. Me personally, I think we need to do a general strike, I don't know, next year. I think we can be bolder. Especially with climate change on the line. 2028 feels too far in the future for me. And at some point, I would like to think that maybe the Galactic News Network and I can help in some form of organizing. Alright. It is still environmental half, technically. So, let's do a FUNDAY Sunday environmental half story here. There's a very special, now annual, Christmas surfing tradition. It's very recent. It started in Hawaii, but it took place this year. Let's go to Hawaii. Talk about it.
It's a go. The Eddie Big Wave Invitational is back for the second year in a row. Watch it tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. live on K-High Channel 5 and at Rogue.tv. Witness this rare and prestigious event right from your own home. Get
this music's pretty great.
Information about the Eddie at KHON2.com. The Eddie Big Wave Invitational. Tomorrow, live from Waimea Bay.
Sweet.
On K-High Channel 5 and at Rogue.tv.
Sweet, sweet. There's the promo for it. Let's go here.
Welcome back. A Saturday morning. The Eddie is all set to run tomorrow on a Sunday. A final call is expected at daybreak, and once it's confirmed, the swell has arrived.
But as we know, surfing fans won't be waiting around at home for that. By that time, Waimea Bay will already be packed as crowds pile in to watch the legendary contest. And the city is expecting more than 40,000 people starting at 10 tonight. The parking lot at Waimea Bay will be closed to the public, and parking for a mile on both sides of Kamehameha Highway surrounding the beach park will be off limits.
It's the greatest name of a highway ever.
Up and drop-offs will be allowed for those with disabilities. But officials are urging everyone else to catch the shuttle from Haleiwa. It runs every half hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and there's a special bus from Ala Moana Center. Route 52 starts at 6:20 a.m. today and runs every 30 minutes.
Now, I think in here they talk about the reason for this at some point. Is it here?
This will be on this all over, not just the people who may see it, whether it's locally on TV or elsewhere. Help us make it a world-class event.
And if you are heading to the contest, make sure to pack.
Oh, wait, no. Maybe it's in the next video they talk about it?
The Eddie is a go. The green alert was given this morning.
Thousands of people are expected to flood Waimea Bay to witness the most prestigious event in surfing. Nikki Schenfeld has the latest.
There is a lot of excitement here at Waimea Bay and across the North Shore. Today, surfers were out in the water practicing for Sunday. And also at the same time, preparations are underway here at Waimea Bay Beach Park as tens of thousands of people are expected up here on Sunday.
And we're gonna go green.
Once the green light was given, surfers started preparing.
This morning, I went and did a workout and finished the workout and seeing that it was green alert, and the anxiousness and nerves and butterflies are kind of settling, and I'm excited, really excited.
It's been some sleepless nights already, but with the green being a go right now, as of this morning, the nerves are really starting to settle in.
All right, fine. I'll just tell you why they're having, well, not why they're having it, but why it's named the Eddie. It is named, the Eddie is named after a famous surfer from Hawaii who passed away. Apparently a dude who would ride literally any wave. No wave was too tubular. And this competition is named after him. I figured we'd catch part of this competition in full. It was 10 hours long, so we're certainly not going to watch the whole thing, but...
Eddy are 20-foot waves, so that equates to like 40-foot faces.
There's a certain energy and respect accompanied with it that you're not going to find with any other event.
Everything stops. Nobody goes to work during the events. The amount of nervous energy in the air is incredible.
Be an athlete getting ready in the area, some sort of like old gladiator vibes, you know? At this event, you never really know what's coming.
The giant sets are stacking up. You just hear this roar, and then it just gets really loud. And this is a big amphitheater. It just pushes all the sound out to us.
Oh my God! That's a wave? What makes the Eddy different from any other event? It is revered as the elite location of big wave riding.
Come on. Can't tell me this isn't Sunday Funday material right here. Okay, people? You know, we get into a lot of sad things. But I figured this is a perfect way to enjoy the beauty of the earth.
I hope that people
have
take
fun.
away from Eddy's story the
Sunday Funday.
idea that you can be brave and tough
Holidays.
and also still selfless.
All of the things, all at once.
To be connected in so many different ways, you know, to the ocean, to the land, looking out for people.
That's what his calling was. That's what his legacy is. A true waterman that cared for his people, cared for them enough to lay down his life for them.
I truly think the Eddy Cow event like brings the community together, like every year tighter.
Eddy's story is timeless. It's a story of self-sacrifice.
That
Being
is
able to share a story
insane.
that I think is really beneficial.
Oh my God, that wave is
to have
huge.
inspirational stories to younger generations.
Oh my God.
That is, I mean, that's what civilizations are built on. It's
Hawaii is so
the
fucking
heroes,
beautiful.
And Eddy is definitely a worthy one for Hawaii and the world.
All right, let's go to the actual competition here. I hear people screaming.
How big. We talked about this gathering, and people have been anticipating this event for days on
We're
days
anticipating
now.
over
It's
here.
called-
Enough anticipating. Let's go to the thing.
So what are the guys doing right now out in the lineup on the skis?
So, you know, it is a lot of communication. You got a lot of crafts in the water, and it's a very tight area when you look at the structure of the bay, and then you've got the big closeouts potentially as well. So there's a lot of
Too much talking. More surfing.
Just the look in his eye when one of those waves comes in.
Yeah. Just getting some info. Our stat man, want to say Mahala to Bohaj.
Oh, almost went down there.
Jones has been in the top 10 of every Eddy he's been in.
Bo Hodge just wrote to you?
Correct.
Love that man.
Yeah.
Right on, Bo Hodge. You're the man. He's called so many surf events.
Yeah.
And cool as ice.
All right, well, heat recap right here with Mason Ho. We're going to take a break. After this heat, we'll come back with heat 4 in the water.
This thing's pretty cool. See what else we got going on. Are you a surfer, Disco? Sweet. I've never surfed before. Closest I've gotten to surfing is like boogie boarding. Or land-based board sports. I always lived in cold places, New York. Where surfing is not it's not the best surf there.
We've decided to pull the retirement card. We did hear his speech at the opening ceremony, and what a gracious individual, to say the least. And here's Ben looking for that oncoming section, Dave, like you talked about in the previous edition. There it was. He didn't quite make it there, but you saw in his head what he was going for.
To be on that side of the bay, that close to the jump rock, is spooky.
Right.
You know.
All right, all right. Well, it looks like they had a lot of fun here at the Eddy in Hawaii. Heading into Christmas here. A lot of great surfing was had, it would seem. All right. We're not going to leave Hawaii quite yet. We're going to talk about a different thing going on in Hawaii. That being some of the wildlife, which is getting a new lease.
A rare Hawaiian snail is given a new lease on life. After 3 years in captivity, the first batch of snails recently released into the Honolulu Watershed Forest Reserve of the Ko'olau Mountains on Oahu. Since 1991, the species had likely become extinct in the wild. The last 11 snails were collected that year from the only known populations on Oahu and bred in captivity. Today, their numbers have rebounded to more than 1,000 in captivity.
Our captive rearing lab is doing really well, busting at the seams. We have a bunch of keiki and subadults that need to go out into the wild. And our wild areas are still inundated with predators.
Their new home is in an outside fenced enclosure to keep out any unwanted animals. Another group of snails is set to be released in February, and the Bishop Museum and Honolulu Zoo will...
You don't think of snails having homes, but it's cute when you do. There you go, saving the snails. One batch at a time. Gotta do it. They might seem a little gross and perhaps unimportant, but in fact are a vital aspect of the ecosystem. Let's go to a different and more terrifying part of the ecosystem. Squirrels? Sorry, what?
We now have proof that some squirrels might be carnivores. No, these are not murder squirrels, and they are not going to eat your pets.
Are
but
you
these
sure?
California ground squirrels might provide insights into the eating patterns of other squirrels throughout the country. Researchers were surprised by how quickly the squirrels were able to adapt to their environment, which shows that they're incredibly flexible mammals. While they might traditionally go for nuts or seeds, by consuming voles, they're able to get that special nutrition boost they need in a quicker amount of time. Voles are really just another type of small rodent. In Northern California, where the study took place in 2024, there was an uptick of the vole population. As a result, squirrels naturally tended to the population of voles, and they began actively hunting and consuming them for the first time that we've ever
Jesus
seen.
Christ.
Researchers involved in this study have been collecting data about squirrels for 12 years now to see how they adapt and change based on their environment around them. There were several...
Okay. Wow. Who knew that squirrels were carnivores? That's terrifying. Keep your rats inside, people. They are in danger. All right. Now, I did this in reverse order, didn't I? Kinda. Whatever. Let's go to Colorado and look at some other wildlife stuff that's going on. Not as crazy as zombie carnivore squirrels. Hopefully.
It has been 1 year since the wolf reintroduction began here in Colorado, and the director of Colorado's Parks and Wildlife is now recommending the commission reject a petition from the livestock industry to pause upcoming wolf releases. The petition names 7 conditions they want to be met before more wolves are reintroduced. Those include the development of a state range rider program, development of a response team to handle conflicts, non-lethal conflict techniques, a site assessment program, a definition of chronic depredation, and others. CPW says these conditions have been addressed and will be discussed more in a meeting on January 8th.
Free the wolf. I assume that wolf's name is Luigi. Duck would love this. Don't you love this? This is wolf. This is right up your alley, Disco. This is wolf. This is wolf news. We're not leaving discussion of animals. We're going to keep talking about cute little critters. Let's go here and talk about a couple of oinkers.
A pig that evaded police for an entire month has now been captured. Officers in Bensalem, Bucks County say Porky the pig finally fell for a special trap that they laid out for it. Tonight, he is in the care of a veterinarian. Action News reporter John Paul spent some time with Porky and is live in Jamison tonight. Hi, John.
Yeah, hey, Shari. So, you know, the pig's actually had 3 names in this whole adventure that it's gone on. It started out as Oscar. Bensalem police called him Porky. Now the people who've rescued him are calling him Buddy. And this is where Buddy is now. He's inside this pig pen. He's actually back there in that house. It's a little dark. I've told he's kind of bedding down for the night. But he's had quite the run. For almost 2 months now, he's been roaming around a Bensalem neighborhood, that is, until last night. In November, we shared this wanted poster from Bensalem police about a pig wandering a neighborhood. Now we can report that this tale has a happy ending. And a big reason for that.
Oh, man. Oh. I don't know what you're plotting, but thank you. This is hilarious. Can you imagine, like, coming out of your door and just having a pig greet you? Be like, hey, what's up?
Is Tony Dragani.
One morning I looked out and I says, what the heck is that?
The pig, now known as Buddy, showed up in his backyard in Bensalem months ago. Ever since, he's been researching the animals and trying to capture him, even going so far as to build a makeshift shelter under his trampoline.
Their trampoline was his shelter. Yeah. Especially in the bad weather, he would stay, and I put a little dog heater under there for him.
And day after day, Buddy would roam the neighborhood, but always come back to Dragani's yard. And he slowly earned the animal's trust. Now he just needed to figure out what to do with the pig. That's where Susan Magidson comes in. She runs Ross Mill Farm and rescues pigs.
I have 130, I'm going to say, rescued pigs under my care.
Rescue pigs.
She has 131. She helped coax Buddy into a crate last night.
He's
and
so
brought him here.
cute.
He's being checked out
I don't
while in
know
this
why.
special pig pen.
I don't know why, but his fat little waddle is so cute. I can't help it. Oh, you're applauding for the pig. Ah, I see. Okay, cool. Makes sense.
Seems to be in good shape.
He's well fed. This guy was endearing himself to all kinds of neighbors and getting fed at this neighbor and then that neighbor. So he had it made.
He endeared himself to Dragani, who's now considering trying to adopt the animal, and happy that this little piggy may finally make his way home.
Not so little anymore. kind of a big boy. I don't know. It's hard to judge pig-wise. I suppose it'll probably get bigger. All right. I think that's amazing. Rescue pigs. All right. I'm glad that pig gets a happy holiday ending. All right. Now let's go on to PBS NewsHour from a day ago and talk about a different conservation effort. I can't come up with an antler. I was trying to come up with an antler joke, but I don't have any.
There's a
deer.
type of white-tailed deer that's unique to the Florida Keys. It's been on the endangered species list for nearly 60 years, and only about 800 of them remain. And its habitat is under growing threat from rising sea levels. William Brangham has the latest in our series, Saving Species.
These tiny deer roam freely across front yards and graze on the side of the road on some of the many islands of the lower Florida Keys.
They are very gentle, very, very gentle. And the longer you live here, the more you want to protect them.
The key deer is the smallest
They are
subspecies
super
of the
cute.
North American white-tailed deer. They're about the size of a golden retriever.
Who's a good boy?
Inches at shoulder height, so they are substantially smaller, and they're only found here in the Florida Keys.
The first written record of the key deer came from a 16th century Spanish shipwreck survivor. They currently live on only about 24 of the Keys' 1,700 islands. Swimming.
Yeah, these deer are about to be endangered. Well, beyond endangered. They're about to be extinct if we don't put them in some zoos. Look at these islands. These are a group of the larger group of islands that are surrounding the United States coastlines that are all in danger of being completely flooded by rising ocean water.
1,700 islands. Swimming or wading between them and living in the mangroves, pine rocklands, and freshwater wetlands.
Climate change is the thing that's going to get them.
But it's those very habitats that are under threat from rising sea levels. Chris Berg is with the Nature Conservancy.
This is a success story until now. These animals have been doing very well. They've been coming back. Population is not...
Why do you have to start me off like that, man? That was not a fair phrasing. He's like, yeah, it's a success story. Until now, you bastard. Why can't you give me good news? It's Sunday FUNDAY.
These animals have been doing very well. They've been coming back. Population is not only stable but growing. But it's only a matter of time as the sea continues to rise that their habitat availability is the thing that undoes the key deer.
The key deer was in danger of disappearing in the 20th century when their population dwindled down to just an estimated 25 animals. The construction of Highway 1 in the 1920s cut their habitat in two. Booming residential and commercial development didn't help matters, and overhunting and poachers from Cuba were a further threat. But that changed with the creation of a national refuge for them in 1957. But now a warming planet threatens that progress. The sparkling waters that surround the Florida Keys may be a major tourist draw, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration estimates that in 75 years' time, sea levels around parts of the Keys could rise anywhere from 1.5 to 7 feet. And rising sea temperatures will increase the severity of storms and hurricanes, both of which damage the deer's habitat.
Yeah, well, because deer eat almost entirely grass, and grass doesn't grow super good underwater, from my understanding of grass or water.
We're not getting our arms around the climate change challenges nearly fast enough. I expect by 2050 to be standing in a foot of water, and then by the middle of by 2100 to be waist deep in seawater here. At that point, there won't be viable key deer populations here in the Florida Keys, but I think they'll probably be rescued, so to speak, by bringing them into zoos. But I think...
Yeah. I guess that's one way to rescue things. Put them into museums. We could also try to avoid all of that ocean rising by, cutting down on some things we've been doing.
Texas has more than 8,000 documented orphaned wells, and oil isn't the only potentially harmful substance found leaking from them. Some also emit dangerous gases, like methane, a highly combustible and potent greenhouse gas, and hydrogen sulfide, or H2S, an extremely deadly gas that these special air monitors detect.
How dangerous is the H2S gas?
If this goes off, from what I've been instructed by safety people who sell these things, you run against the wind. It's serious enough that everyone carries one of these.
So it's not just a part of ranch life out here, it's a part of everyday life.
It's like a seatbelt.
We've also brought along a different handheld gas detector. And while more advanced gear is required to determine the exact gas type and full scope of the leak over time, multiple experts told us the device we used can detect...
You can't do the climate change thing? I don't know what that means. You can't do it? Like, yeah, I mean, one person can't do climate change, but as a species, you can.
Hundreds of combustible gases and can alert us if a well is leaking when we test it.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and test this.
The device measures gas in parts per million and maxes out at 10,000.
I'm going to try to test this part right here. I can see it consistently bubbling. Oh, it just went off. Wow, we're at 3,800. Here we go. It's registering down here now too. This is hugely concerning. I can see your house. That is where you raised your babies.
Yes.
During our visit, we tested the 5 abandoned wells closest to Laura's home.
So this just went off.
And found 2 to be leaking oil and combustible gas at the time.
When you imagined your life out here, did you imagine that as part of it?
No, I thought the state regulated this stuff. I never thought that this would be allowed to go on without somebody to...
Yeah, unfortunately, the state doesn't regulate it. Oil drilling companies are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. It's all completely self-reported, self-dealt with. It's the property owner's responsibility, and yeah, bad for society. Okay. Let's keep moving. Let's go here to a story that is really a holiday story, but I figured we'd pepper in some holiday stories in here, considering it is that time
We begin
where
with breaking news.
Where we you know, are still enjoying the holidays and all this, and we're talking about the, you know, the incoming winter and stuff. Am I going to live? Me personally, am I going to live? What does that mean? Is that your argument? That climate change doesn't exist? That you're just asking me an anecdotal question as to whether or not I'm personally going to live? It's a really weird way to do that. Now, let's go here to a place where the Christmas season is something of a money-making business. Although I guess it's really a money-making business for a lot of people. But it's for multiple reasons here. Oh, you're referring to the coughing. I thought you were talking about climate change. It was strange. Okay. Now, I don't know if anybody's picking up on, I don't know, some of the statues or anything here in these pictures might be giving away what's about to be talked about here. There's definitely some foreshadowing happening right now.
The whole WAM experience, more or less, was an intensely enjoyable experience, and that particular moment, the shooting of the video, was particularly good fun because it wasn't really like work.
What is this guy talking? What is this old guy talking about? I have no idea what he could be referring to. Hold on, let me move this forward just a
No, not really. More decorations.
You start second guessing yourself and thinking, unless they're on the right road, to go down there. Well, it depends.
Looks like somebody finally figured it out.
Wham was all about exuberance, lightheartedness. It represented the best of the friendship that George and I had. Really, it was a manifestation.
That's right. This little mountain village in Switzerland benefits from the Christmas season, not just because of the skiing, but because of the fact that the Wham video Last Christmas was shot there in this picturesque mountain town. If you're not familiar with that, I am going to take a bullet and play this. See 5 seconds of that. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a copyright claim incoming. Thankfully, they didn't shut down the whole stream. But there you go. Little George Michael, little Wham. Last Christmas action for you folks. On a Sunday fun day, it just felt right. Just kind of trying to enjoy ourselves as much as possible. Can be tough during these times. All right. Now let's go here. Sometimes you go skiing. You expect to have a George Michael Wham Last Christmas time. You get on that gondola. You got your skis. You're ready to go. You know. But then this happens. See, I tied it all together. Watch this. Watch how it's done, people.
We begin with breaking news tonight as a gondola in Winter Park had to be evacuated today after a mechanical malfunction. About 174 people were on board at the time. Evacuations were nearly complete as of 4:30 this afternoon. Grand County Sheriff and Search and Rescue say they did not have to send anyone to help, and luckily no one was hurt.
Oh,
Winter
thank
Park
God.
is still looking into what happened.
Well, there you go. Sometimes your gondola malfunctions and you have to get off of it by way of a ladder from the sky. Fun. It's fun. Same, different kind of fun. It's like an adventure. Well, there you go. All right, now let's go here. Actually, we're going to skip this. This isn't fun at all. We're skipping this one. I refuse. I refuse. Let's go here to the Vatican.
The Arctic is undergoing a transformation.
Andrew.
It's driven by global warming.
This is much too sad. Ay, ay, ay.
A new solar panel roof has been inaugurated at the Vatican to provide renewable energy to the museum. It's part of Pope Francis's plans to ensure the city-state runs entirely on green energy. Italian energy supplier ACEA installed the photovoltaic roof in just 6 months in the courtyard of the Corazze entrance. Pope Francis outlined his green vision for the Vatican in his brother-son letter in June. In it, he said solar panels would be installed on a Vatican-owned property outside Rome, and the power generated from that could supply all of Vatican City's energy needs. Pope Francis stated his position on the climate crisis back in 2015 when he said he would renew the dialogue on how we're building the...
Don't say it, Pope Francis. Actually, it's not. He's German and Italian, technically. Well, whatever. Forget that accent. Is he German? I think he is. Whatever it might be. I cannot believe it. Pope Francis, head of the Catholic Church, recognizing the existence of climate change over 9 years ago. My God. Traitor.
crisis back in 2015 when he said he would
Is he Argentinian?
dialogue on how we're building
Okay,
the future
it's
of
my
the
bad.
planet.
So basically
In
German.
July
You're right. Exactly.
2022,
Exactly. That's
things were
why I
full-
was thrown. That's why I was thrown. It's basically German. Historically speaking. Okay. Well, there we go. The Vatican has unveiled its photovoltaic roof as its effort to go green and save the planet. How dare they try and save the planet?
How rude.
All right. Last environmental story of the day. Let's go here. Talk about a disturbing trend that has been going on in South Sudan. And no, we're not talking about the ethnic cleansing. Unless you count unexpected flooding as ethnic cleansing. I guess you could, technically, but I don't think it really is cleansing all the ethnicities, so I don't think it can count that way.
From there, it was a plot which displaced them to this area. So when they came here, it was really tough for them, getting sheltering, getting a blanket, getting whatever, because all their properties, they got lost during the plot 2021.
When we were in Gorwai, there was too much flooding. It destroyed our farm and displaced us for good. We don't know what caused this flooding, but it destroyed our land and killed our livestock. When we were displaced from our home, we only had wild plants to eat.
There is no access this time by road or by boats from the canal. We actually deliver food by airdrop.
Jesus Christ. So yeah, South Sudan really didn't have this flooding problem until more recently, but it has been happening now more and more on an annual basis, causing the entire environment to change, displacing people, essentially, you know, destroying their way of providing themselves food and the places where they live. We're going to take another break because I think we're going to achieve this goal, even though we're one away right now from achieving it to extend the stream 1 hour. I have faith in the galactic community. I'm pretty sure we're going to get that last teal super chat. So we're going to break it. We're going to do the full final half best as we can, which is really it's the fourth half. 4 halves. That's how math works. All right. Oh, wait. I told you, I promised. I made a promise. I made a promise. We must stick to it. Must stick to the promise of bringing you not the regular music for that break. Gotta give you some sweet, sweet holiday music. I'm sure this is probably going to get me copyright claim too, but whatever. Hey, let's see. That's right, we only need one more. Even though it says 2, it's really 1. Because somebody donated $4. I'm counting it. Counting it. Thank you, Styx, for explaining how my system of more than 2 halves actually makes sense mathematically. That's why we have geniuses like you here. And really, if you're watching this right now, you're probably a genius too, for multiple reasons. Not just because you're watching this show, but because actually night owls supposedly have higher IQs than people who wake up at normal times. Just going to point that out for some of you who that may apply to. Remember that. If it doesn't apply to you, just forget it. You know, facts. Science, who cares? Yes, exactly. GNN, the most stable geniuses in the galaxy. Duh.
but I have a blue, 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 blue Christmas.
Wait, don't do this. Don't do that. Hello. Do not pause. Not cool, man. Not cool. Alright, well, I guess I'll just do it this way, if you're gonna be a butt. Alright, I hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. Oh, now you want to work. Oh, that's fine. You be that way. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe on this here Galactic almost Christmas stream, which we are all partaking in at this moment. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. You're the only one that can and will save Galactic Christmas. And in fact, you can help contribute in multiple ways right now. You can extend this stream by another hour by being the last needed donation to make this stream 1 hour longer than it's supposed to be. So do consider at least starting with a super chat. But we of course have Patreon, my favorite way of showing that you care galactically. Only $3 and you can get access to galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the whole galaxy. Earth, Pluto, you know, just the whole thing. Alright, chat. Enjoy the space break. I'll be right back. What just happened? What just happened to the music? Oh, it just changed songs just abruptly? Okay. I guess you can do that. Narwhal did it! Oh my god, Narwhal. Thank you for contributing. It's a beautiful little puppy, and I appreciate the support. Not just in the message, but in the monetary thing too. Both of those things. Making this worth it for me to do, physically, with my time, but also making me feel good. Like I've done a good job. The sticker just makes me feel good. That little dog giving me a thumbs up, telling me I did a good job. Now I know I've done a good job. This doesn't feel very Christmassy. Is this Christmas music? Are they incepting us with non-Christmas music right now? Whatever. It's too late. I've already clicked the playlist. I'm sorry, people. I can't go finding a second playlist. Although I guess I could go to the beginning, because this is just not Christmas music. This is definitively just music. It's nice, but it's not music. You don't hear the music? That... what? Please hold.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it...
Oh no, I forgot to do Snoopy ice skating on the goddamn pool. Oh no. I'm a failure. I need to write this down again. I didn't write it down, that's why it's not done. Snoopy. Cool. I could have sworn I wrote a note somewhere for this. Well, there we have it. There we have it. Now that's what I call Christmas music. Wow. I'll play it. Alright, Snoopy. I'm gonna try and get that done. I also need to do something called... what was it? I wrote it down somewhere. Where did I write this down?
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
I need to stop writing notes in multiple places. It's not helping me.
Take a and the 5 and 10, glistening once again.
God.
Canes and sugar lands aglow. Oh, it's beginning to look a lot.
But I am doing my best to incorporate as many Christmas traditions from around the world and
The prettiest sight to see is the holly that
belief
will
system. So if you think of something I should add,
like Christmas, soon the bells will start, and the thing that will make them ring is the carol that you sing right within your heart. I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe.
by the way, while on my break, I did see your comment about Kwanzaa bot. That's already coming. It's not Kwanzaa yet. Kwanzaa will be here in 2 days. I already have images for Kwanzaa bot pretty much all laid out.
Where the love light gleams.
They will be coming soon.
I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Next year all our troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. Next year all our troubles will be miles away. Once again, as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who were near to us will be dear to us once more. Someday soon we all will be together, if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow.
So have yourself a merry little Christmas now.
I think that's a great suggestion. Who said? Helping you enjoy this time a little bit more. Yes, it's a tiny little taco. It's saying Feliz Navidad. It's hard to read because it's so tiny. Okay. Now let's get to some space stuff to start us off. And we got two dudes who love space to talk to us about some space stuff. It's very exciting. Let's go here. Two bros. Broing down about space. That was a Tina Belcher quote.
So planets become more interesting. Moons become places to go and revisit. But there was a whole other goal, and that was the search for intelligent life.
Still is.
In the universe.
Oh, man. It is very reasonable that maybe in my lifetime, but in your kids' lifetime, somebody's going to find evidence of life on another world. And because if we found such a signal, it would, dare I say it,
change the world. The day we discover life will signal a change in the human condition.
One of them better not be Elon.
Foresee or imagine.
I wouldn't do that to you.
That's pretty good.
I wouldn't do that to you on this here Sunday Fun Day. I would not do that. No. It's it's Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye. Two science dudes.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. And today I've got an exclusive one-on-one conversation reserved for only those people who are not only important,
What?
but are also a friend of mine.
Wow.
We got with me in studio.
We're friends of Neil deGrasse Tyson, people. This is exciting. This is exciting. I had no idea.
Completely that guy.
I am that guy.
The
sorry.
science guy.
What you see is what you get.
And did you tie your own bow tie today?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Bill Nye wears clip-on tie.
That would be a funny skit.
Bill Nye decided to end his career and lose respect from all his fans.
I want you to know, if I ever see anybody with a bow tie, I ask them if it's real, and if they say not, which is about 2/3 of people.
Not? See what he did there?
I say, I'm going to tell Bill Nye on you, and then they shudder because
They can wear clip-on bow ties. That's fine. I mean, I just think it's not in the
gauche.
The spirit of the game.
Yeah.
I flew my ass out here to Los Angeles. We are now in your office of the Planetary Society, Pasadena, California. The same town where this society was birthed.
Planet Man 9.
Give me a fast birther story on this.
So, Carl Sagan had
Video too quiet?
been very influential in getting Voyager, the Viking landing on Mars, and the 2 Voyager spacecraft launched.
And just for historical completeness, there were 2 missions of Viking lander and a Viking orbiter.
Yes.
And so it could photograph the surface.
Yes, amazing, really amazing visionary ideas. And so he noticed that public interest in space exploration, especially planetary exploration, was very high, but government support of it was waning. And he had this big idea for a solar sail spacecraft.
This is the 1970s now.
1976.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest work
era.
of nonfiction of the 20th
And
century.
that was set aside for more human missions, including the famous handshake in space, so that the Soviet Union and the United States would have no more conflict. And that worked out great.
It was an Apollo capsule in orbit around Earth, a Soyuz capsule, and they were configured so that their collars could join, and they open the hatch, and they're all weightless, so they're just floating through, and they would shake hands. And I was told that the Americans were trained to only speak Russian, and the Russians were trained to only speak English.
And
Makes perfect sense.
US astronauts still speak Russian. It's still a thing they do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we flew on Soyuz rockets for a zillion years.
Right.
All that inclusive. Bruce Murray, who was head of the Jet Propulsion Lab during these famous missions, Viking and Voyager.
Jet Propulsion Lab right here in Pasadena.
Yes, right. That's why we're up the street. And then Lou Friedman, who was an orbital mechanics guy.
Engineer.
Yes, at both a PhD, which you like. They decided that there was enough interest in space exploration that they could start the Planetary Society.
Enough grassroots interest.
Well, there you go. There's a teeny bit of space history for you. Narrated by Bill Nye. All right. Now, let's keep this thing a-going. All right, I think we're going to skip this one. This is not fun. This one is not fun. Should we skip it? We have to do a couple of non-fun things here. Let's go here. This is the New York Times from yesterday. A visualization of what a nuclear strike would be like. It's a good way to start the Earth news. Nukes.
Look on top of that truck. That's a nuclear warhead. We're going to show you what would happen if even just one tactical nuke was used today. This scenario is not fiction. This story is precise, derived from interviews with military officials and nuclear scientists who say we're speeding towards the next nuclear arms race. Just minutes after launch, the nuke is traveling at blistering speeds. Within a millisecond of detonation, the weapon's plutonium core converts into ionized gas in electromagnetic waves. Everyone in range is briefly blinded. Then comes the roar of 9,000 tons of TNT. Almost instantaneously, a massive fireball blooms. It's hotter than the surface of the sun. That's hot. On the ground, nearly everything flammable ignites. For miles, the inferno rages, consuming so much oxygen that anyone nearby suffocates.
Okay, I think that's enough. It gets even more graphic as we go on. It's gonna bring us down too much. It's gonna bring us down. Anyways, just figured, something to be at least cognizant of. I don't know. It's kind of horrifying. Incredibly horrifying. But there are days where we are talking about nukes, about nuclear war here, about World War III. And I think it's just good just to remember these sorts of things, get these things in perspective. Remember the destructive nature of all of this. Alright, now to more serious, well, real Earth news. First, let us go south of the United States to Cuba, where Cubans were marching in front of the U.S. Embassy. Very recently, this was from technically 2 days ago, but the story dropped yesterday from Associated Press.
¡Viva Fidel y Raúl! ¡Viva la Revolución Cubana!
¡No somos terroristas! ¡Quítanos de la lista!
Cuba is love. Cuba means homeland. Cuba is a revolution. And this is a united people. Nothing and nobody will stop us. Long live free Cuba. You practically live from day to day. There are many, just complaints, because of the delay of fragmentation or of standard family goods, the distribution of milk, bread, gas, or medicine, basic and essential products for daily life. Yeah, we should probably lift the embargo at this point. It's we should have lifted it a long time ago, but let's get real. It is completely pointless. And some would say it's always been pointless. It's the longest standing embargo on planet Earth. It's time. It's time. Cubans certainly think it's time. Now, during this holiday season, Cubans are also doing some other stuff. Let's go here to a pilgrimage happening on the island. Oh my god, that looks uncomfortable.
Yo lo que quiero es hacer esta promesa para salir de las drogas, por mi abuela, por mi mamá, por mi mujer, por mis hijos, por todo. Y ay, lo que quiero es...
I'm not quite sure what he's saying here. I don't know if anybody speaks Spanish well enough to understand what he's saying right now. But I think it was something about how, like, basically all of his family, he was doing this, they all did it too or something. I don't speak Spanish well enough to know what he's saying for sure.
La droga, para salir de las drogas. De los 16 años consumo y lo que quiero es eso, terminar con eso.
Something since he was young? God damn, everybody's getting in on this, huh? Why do you need the bowl? I don't know. Anybody know the significance of this bowl? This is in Cuba. We're still in Cuba. We left the protest to go to some holiday pilgrimage stuff happening here on the island. Once again, I'm not sure what she's saying. I think she's saying something about her son here and how this is like an example for him, I guess. God damn it, I wish I spoke Spanish. Why did I take Latin and French? Anyway, some sort of a religious pilgrimage people are doing here around this holiday time. I believe she is suffering on purpose. I believe that is the point of them crawling on the ground. All right, now let's go to the UK. Across the pond. And talk about a different strike. What's going on in London?
They have one common demand, which is better pay, and in addition, they are asking for a Christmas bonus. It's really about pay, but also about treatment and conditions. But the driving force is certainly around pay.
Now, if you're unfamiliar with what Harrods is, it is a British department store like a Macy's or a JCPenney. They are very well known, very big company. A lot of employees, and these employees here in particular are asking for better pay.
We're just sick of being fed the bare minimum, fed scraps, and expected to accept it. And we really want to show that when we come together, we can be really powerful.
We just have to unite. We just have to unite against the people oppressing us.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. Now we're gonna stay in the UK, kinda. I threw this in here because it's Sunday Funday. Even though this isn't gonna be that fun. Let's be real. Harrods is for the mega rich. Yeah, it is ultra luxury. That's true, Jerry. Thank you for pointing that out. That's a good point. But that doesn't mean that the workers don't deserve to get paid more. Just because it's for the ultra rich, I think. In my estimation, I think they probably deserve to get paid just as much as everybody else. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Staying in the UK, kind of. Because technically, I think the studio for this podcast is in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Somebody want to look that up for me? Is Piers Morgan Uncensored? Is that in the UK? Because I'm pretending it is right now. We're going to go here and watch this from 4 days ago, where both Dave Rubin and Cenk Uygur were on Piers Morgan Uncensored, along with Lauren Boebert, among, I believe, others. It's a star-studded cast. Fucking Piers Morgan.
For Cenk, I mean, many people saying if you carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fledged member of Maga before we know it.
I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud who changed.
All right, I'm gonna look it up. Where is this shit?
And is totally useless, and it shouldn't even be on here. It's just a waste of space.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry, but
that's what disruptors are doing. He really does want
It's in
to
London.
drain the swamp, and when you begin to drain it, well, all of those creatures start
It's in London.
showing their teeth. And
Yeah, I looked it up. It's by London Bridge. Hopefully it falls down again and brings the studio into the Thames along with it.
and wailing and snapping at you, and I think it's time now to drain it once and for all.
Popular wisdom is that politics has never been so bitterly divided, but scratch beneath the surface of our everyday outrage, wash away the red and blue tribal paint, and there's a more interesting picture. President Trump has demolished the traditional divide of right and left. A classic liberal believes in free speech, free markets.
Oh, that's right. Dodi Al-Fayed is the son of the family, the owner. Right, thank you, Jerry.
The freedom of
Yes,
individuals under the rule of
his
law.
family owns
The
Harrods.
classic lefty is anti-war and highly suspicious of institutions. They support homegrown manufacturing jobs and the working class. Above all, they're very good at selling a vision of how things could be better for everyone.
Okay, shut up, Piers. We have no time for your bullshit. Let's move it along. Dave Smith, really? You brought Dave Smith on too? Of course you did. Look at it. Look at these two chortle. Look at those faces chortling together. Fun chortle sesh. Hold on. There we go.
Wasn't about my genitals. Look, Piers, you're absolutely right. What Donald Trump represents, and then I will address the Anna situation, but what Donald Trump represents right now is something that is well beyond conservative versus liberal or left versus right or anything else. It's a restoration of the American dream. It is a wide tent party that has now brought in classical liberals, not only like myself, but Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, who will be in the administration itself, or someone like Elon Musk.
Shut up. Shut up. Is this just an interview he's doing with Dave? He's just doing a one-on-one interview with Dave? Why? Why do we need a one-on-one interview with Dave? Is it because Piers Morgan respects the opinions of right-wingers more than everybody else? Oh, you're saying he does that all the time? Oh, okay.
Now all of a sudden you agree with Trump 100%. You're not saying something nuanced like we are. Hey, you know, when the guy gets and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does the McDonald's photo op.
Okay, this is hilarious to me. Cenk is upset that Dave Rubin has gone too far to the right, whereas he's only going a little bit to the right, and there's a big difference. And Cenk has to explain that. Thank God we have Cenk to explain the difference between these two things.
The guy gets shot at and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does the McDonald's photo op and it works fine, no problem, right? If he wants to cut the Pentagon, great. Those are progressive positions. Anti-corruption, progressive position. Anti-war, progressive position. But you change all of your ideology overnight and you expect us to believe that that's real? I don't think it's real at all. And I want an apology from you for all the crazy, outrageous lies that you told about the Young Turks. When is that going to happen, huh? Wow. And when are you going to admit that you changed all your positions for money? Okay, well, what position do you still have that's in any way a so-called classic liberal? You fraud,
Dave.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon.
Ooh, barely worth responding. He'll do it, but it's barely worth it.
I haven't spoken to you in 10 years.
Even right-wingers think that you're a total fraud.
I don't think he's a fraud or a joke. I think Dave Rubin is.
Ah, yes, centrist Piers Morgan thinks Dave Rubin is the epitome of awesomeness.
Dave Rubin is one of the most influential and significant voices out there right now.
Don't cut him off, Dave. Don't cut him off, Dave. He's trying to sing your praises right now. Supposedly centrist Piers Morgan, who loves classic liberalism, which is really just current conservatism.
Influential and significant voices out there right now, and I admire his honesty about the journey he's been on, Cenk.
Piers, I appreciate that, but you know the thing is, what Cenk just proved is exactly what everyone in America, and I would say all over the world, is getting over. Nobody wants what he just offered up there. Not only does no one believe it, and he had it prepackaged and ready to go, and it's complete drivel. Yes. I sold out. It's just so nonsensical. Again, Cenk, I'll gladly send you a signed copy of the book, and you can read
what a gift.
And if you're anti-corruption and you're anti-war, you should be on the Trump train.
Dave is so philanthropic and generous. He's willing to give his former boss a copy of his signed book. What a guy. What a stand-up guy.
But your endless hatred, the division that you sow, calling everyone racist and white supremacists, all of that stuff, it's why you're not respected. But I don't mean to get into the personal side of it.
It's funny. This is amazing to hear this. Because what's funny is that the argument which he is making about Cenk is the same argument that applies to him. And it's just fascinating because that's why nobody respects Dave, right? Like he already went through this process of not being respected by anybody, and is now not respected by anybody, but in a different way. And it's just fascinating. It's just so fun.
Something that culturally has shifted, and everyone can see the grift that you're up to, trying to sort of dance with the thing, but it's just not necessary, and I don't think that many people will buy it.
Well, Cenk, let me put to you, Cenk, something that Laura. Hang on, Cenk, hang on.
Hey, Cenk, rather than responding to the stuff that Dave's saying, let me actually repeat what Dave said as a question.
Cenk, let me put to you, Cenk, something that Laura. Hang on, Cenk, hang on. Cenk, hang on. I'm gonna read you something just to see your reaction. But Laura Loomer called you out on X, as you know, and she said this: "You are the radical
Laura
left,
Loomer.
You're a con artist,
Laura Loomer,
who's gotten rich off demonizing President Trump."
Oh, I'll bet Piers actually follows Laura. Like, I bet he noticed this while screening through his his feed. Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Calling his supporters fascists and Nazis, promoting open borders, glorifying Hamas, and pushing conspiracy theories about Trump for 9 years. If you want forgiveness, get on your filthy knees.
Exactly, Laura gets it. She's gotten on her filthy knees and sucked on Donald Trump's dick. Why? I mean, this is so stupid. This is such a stupid discussion. I'm sorry, but we're not gonna stay focused on this. We can't. It's too much. I love how it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you count Piers Morgan conservatives, and then one guy pretending to not be a conservative, claiming to be a progressive. It's such a great format that Piers has.
That. Sometimes I've cheered you on, other times I've cringed, but you're always making a lot of an impact. But more importantly, you've also been incredibly steadfastly loyal to Donald Trump. And I would imagine right now, I mean, I was watching the scenes at Mar-a-Lago last few days with the world's great and good, including many of his former enemies, all trotting down there to pay homage to the king. It's been a quite remarkable thing, hasn't it, since the election?
As a royalist like Piers Morgan, he's actually saying this in a non-derisive fashion. I know it sounds like something that I would say, or maybe somebody else on the bread tube would perhaps be saying, calling Donald Trump king. But Piers likes kings. He actually thinks that we made a mistake all those years ago, rejecting monarchy. And he's stoked to see us sort of re-embracing it.
Scale of the win, and the way really that the world is now just gravitating to Donald Trump. How do you feel about it?
Well,
is that Bobo? This is absolutely Bobo. Well, you didn't think he was going to do a one-on-one interview with Bobo at the end of this? Of course he was. That was always going to happen. That much is clear. Yeah, we got Beetle Juicy Hands over here. Yeah, she was waiting this whole time on deck in the dugout.
President Trump was announced as Time Magazine's Person of the Year, but America decided that he was our Person of the Year on November 5th. He won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. We have the House. We have the Senate. He's rightfully returning to the White House. And yes, many people are visiting Mar-a-Lago during this season, but also they haven't stopped visiting Mar-a-Lago for 4 years. I've been there multiple times, and I have seen the same crowds. And those who did turn their back on President Trump, well, they're probably not going to be welcomed back as quickly this go around.
Something feels off. You can't figure it out. Maybe it's that suddenly Lauren Boebert is dressing like she's in the Secret Service or something, rather than her usual flashy outfits. She's wearing some sort of a lady tux or something. I'm not sure what to call this outfit.
I will be at the same event with President Trump in Arizona. And, you know, it's really exciting that he is still engaging with so many Americans. He doesn't have to go to rallies. He doesn't have to go to events and show up for Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. He wants to. He wants to engage with the people.
Exactly. She's wearing a private school outfit. Usually she's got, you know, she got some digs that shows off the form, you know. She's more closely fitting garments, and right now it's weird. It's a weird vibe. It doesn't look like it. It just doesn't fit her right. Not used to seeing her dress like Hillary Clinton, or no, not Hillary Clinton's Social Security. I mean, Secret Service detail, Social Security Secret Service detail. All right, I'm done. I'm done making fun of her outfit.
It really just ignites him and keeps him motivated and going. And that's what makes President Trump so special. He will go to the forgotten voters. He will go where the political pundits and the consultants say, don't waste your time going there. He showed up to Aurora, Colorado. He showed up in Colorado that he was not.
We're not going to talk about Aurora?
Colorado.
Oh,
Still said, you're worth it. I'm
Oh, I love how she said it and then remembered that I think there is like a lawsuit going on right now in her state over the lies that some of the other people in her state have been saying about Aurora, and decided better not to actually mention the Venezuelan crime, the fake Venezuelan crime gangs. But she at least mentioned it in passing there. This is hilarious. What a professional.
going on here, and I'm going to show up for you.
Yeah.
This is a Lauren Boebert I've never seen before.
His work rate, especially in the last year, was absolutely extraordinary. And you know, I think in life you get back what you put in, and he certainly did that.
Oh, Piers, what a fantastic show you have. I take back all the criticisms I've lobbed in your direction. That was a fantastic interview. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure Vanguard did like a full breakdown of this thing, or was it Vanguard? I can't even remember now. So if you need somebody to fully break down that Dave Rubin Cenk thing for you, I think they got you covered. I just can barely get through these fucking Piers Morgan things without yelling. All right, let's do we do this for fun? Do we have time? We do have an extra hour, technically. All right, let's do it. Staying in the UK. This time we're going to switch to acting? Wait, what just happened? Why is my stream lagging? Don't do that. Okay, there we go.
I just don't see it like that, because I don't see it as an older man lusting after a younger man. I see a kind of a two-way street. There's two people who are desperate to make a connection with each other, and they are out of sync. They are whatever they are, and they're not. It's not about age at all. If anything, Lee is the younger one in the relationship. He's the teenager who won't shut up and says the wrong things and makes mistakes and is blowing the relationship. I mean, so I don't see it in that context at all. No.
So there you go. That was Daniel Craig, Brit, also queer,
Israel
commenting on his portrayal of
embassy citing Ireland.
Old and young gay characters in film. Okay. What next? Ireland. We have to go to Ireland before we leave the British Isles. And we got a story. It's been going on over the last week. You may have missed it, but it's something to talk about. And I have heard a recent rumbling that makes this story even more interesting.
Anti-Israel stance as relations between the two nations further deteriorate. Dublin has called the decision deeply regrettable. Last week, Ireland supported South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. In October, Ireland and UNIFIL rejected Israel's call to withdraw peacekeepers from Lebanon, citing Israeli forces' proximity to Irish troops as concerning. And in May, Ireland, alongside Spain and Norway, recognized Palestine as a state, prompting Israel to recall its envoys. Bobby McDonough is a former Irish ambassador to the UK, EU, and Italy. You're joining us, sir, from Dublin. Thank you for your time. Your reaction to Israel shutting its embassy in Ireland?
Well, Israel is a sovereign country, and it's free to take whatever decisions it wants about its embassies abroad. Ireland is likewise.
Now, you're right. I may have used the term British Isles a bit loosely. For that, I am sorry. It was just the best way for me to put it.
A sovereign country with a somewhat higher moral standing in the world than Israel has at the moment. And we're also free to take our decisions about balanced matters of principle, which we have consistently done in relation to the conflict in the Middle East. So,
yeah. Honestly, I think it's great that Ireland is standing by their stance. And, I think it's fine. Israel's decided to leave. Fact is, that country's got a lot of problems to deal with. They gotta figure some shit out over there. I need to look inward. Lefty would be furious with me. That's probably true. Unintentional. I mean, technically part of the island is part of the British Isles, so I'm not 100% wrong. I'm only 95% wrong. Alright? That's all I'm saying. Now, if you haven't heard, and this is just rumblings I have been hearing in the grapevine, I don't know for sure. I don't even have a story for you to look at on it. But I have been hearing some interesting things being talked about as it relates to the now former Israeli ambassador. And the very well may be the case that I'm wrong about this, but I think it's fun. It's definitely something to at least just sort of jumble around in your head a little bit, right? Just let it sit there for the next 24 hours, see how it feels, right? It could be good, that's all I'm saying. But what I heard is that the former Israeli embassy may very well become a Irish Palestinian museum, highlighting the atrocities happening in Palestine. I think that would be very, very interesting. If it were to happen, I would be thrilled, and I would love to see just what they could come up with. They're just the Irish or Europeans, but if you must, but never British. Look, I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Wars were fought. Bad things happen. But my point is that, technically UK still claims a tiny portion of that island. And that was all I was referring to, and I didn't mean to offend any Irishmen, Irish women, or people who just take offense to this suggestion. Because, of course, Ireland is its own country. And unlike Northern Ireland, it is still in the EU. So all of the things said in chat, all correct. I'm the one who made a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So I apologize. All right, now let's go on and look at this as a historic moment is taking place. All right, it's not really historic, but a new high-speed line between France and Germany has been launched earlier this year. I think it was. Was it earlier this year? Whenever it was. I don't remember the exact date. This was an AP archive story.
Decided to develop an international relationship between France and Germany. We are very successful in it. We have carried more than 30 million passengers since we started our cooperation in 2027. So it's really a big success. And we decided to launch this day relation between Paris and Berlin. It's the first time there will be a day train between our two capitals.
Before today, you had to change the trains. And we know that our customers don't like to change trains because there's a risk that you don't reach the next train and so on. So we are thinking there will be more customers on the train. And of course, we are also thinking that some customers will change from plane to trains.
Boom. There you go. If you live in Paris or Berlin now, you get to be able to take a direct, high-speed route from one capital to the next. You wish the U.S. could have cool trains? I do too. We all do, I think. But no, we don't get nice things. That's too much for the richest country on the planet. We have to afford that $1 trillion military budget. You can't have nice things and a $1 trillion military budget. Just doesn't work. The numbers, the math ain't mathin'. Now, let's go here, because we heard on this channel on the night that it happened, essentially, after this attack in Germany happened at the Christmas market, we heard that this person who did this attack was supposedly affiliated with ISIS. I don't remember who it was. I think it was France 24 who suggested that it was ISIS. Turns out, that's not actually what happened. So here's France 24 to, I guess, correct themselves? Maybe it wasn't France. I don't know. Either way, not ISIS. Womp womp. Somebody else. And as you'll see, kind of the opposite of ISIS.
Here in Bernberg, 40 kilometers south of Magdeburg, German special police raided this apartment building, believed to be in connection with the Christmas market attacker. German media has identified the suspect as Thaleb A, a 50-year-old doctor of Saudi Arabian origin from a Shiite family in the east of the kingdom. He'd been living in Germany for nearly 2 decades and granted refugee status 10 years later. He's believed to have practiced as a psychiatrist in Bernberg, though his employer said he'd been off due to illness.
Now you may be asking yourself, how is this not ISIS? This guy's from Saudi Arabia. Well, you'll see soon, you racist.
Holiday since October. German authorities say the suspect displayed Islamophobic views.
At this point, we can say for sure that the perpetrator was evidently Islamophobic, and we can confirm that.
On his social media accounts, the suspect portrayed himself as a victim of persecution who'd renounced Islam and blasted what he called the Islamization of Germany.
The Islamization of Germany. Oh my god, this guy sounds like he's in the fucking AFP. Or the AFD, whatever it's called. The fucking furthest right, practically neo-Nazi political party in Germany that wants to get rid of all the Islamic people from Germany. Wow. Wow. What a
called the Islamization of Germany.
What a shift from ISIS.
Hundreds of posts on his X account say there was a conspiracy by Germans against Saudi refugees, and he openly expressed.
I feel like I need to go back and watch that stream to figure out who it was that actually told us it was ISIS, because I'm actually a genuinely outraged, and I'm wondering how and or why they would think this guy was in ISIS. Maybe it was because there was some Arabic language on his page and he had a Arabic name. He's from Saudi Arabia. That's ISIS, right? You might as well.
His hatred for former Chancellor Angela Merkel for allowing a wave of incomers into Germany. A link in his profile also led to a Saudi forum where he posted, "Do not seek asylum in Germany."
Wow.
The local prosecutor believes there could be a link between
Dude's pulling the ladder up hard. Holy shit. This is fascinating. So this guy came from... This is... Just wow. Dude, he's like, all right, I've been here 2 decades. I belong here. Everybody else, you can go fuck yourselves. I'm pulling the ladder up now. Holy shit. Just wow. We need to figure out who it was that said it was ISIS, because they have really miscarried some journalism here. Holy fuck. Alright, let's go a little north to Amsterdam, where an immersive light installation is transforming a 17th century church in Amsterdam. Very exciting. It is nice. Doesn't feel very 17th century. What was it? 17th century? No, it's feeling very 21st century right now. Although it is a little spooky. Something about the combination feels a little. What is it? It feels. I've mentioned this story before. I'm sounding German, not Dutch. Okay, I'm sorry. My accents aren't the best. Okay, I try, but you know, differing between German and Dutch, especially for an American, it's tiny distinction there. But I get it. You're right. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Okay, all right. I'll be better.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That AFD car attack is so revealing of how racist the press is. Yeah, it certainly is pretty revealing. Thank you for forgiving me. I appreciate that. I needed that in this difficult time. Oh boy. Alright. Now let's go. Boy. Are we at this point? Alright, well, I am sorry, chat. But at this point, I have essentially no way of improving the fun right now. I wish I could. But we've gotten to the point where we're about to talk about the Middle East. And it's just real hard to be, you know? Let's start here though. AJ Plus. They got Christian Amanpour. Wait, no, this is no, this isn't Christian Amanpour. What am I talking about? This is fucking hell. Why do I suck? God damn it. Why? I can't even think of her name right now. I need to be better. I just need to be better at life. I literally just blanked. I called this woman the wrong name, and now I can't think of her actual name. And we've gone to her multiple occasions, which makes it even worse. Just pretend this didn't happen.
Governments
just
in
cut
the global
that.
South, don't be in the shadow. Remember where you come
Someone
from,
help
the
me. I
struggles
know
of
somebody
your
knows her
people
name
through
here.
their efforts and
Jesus
sacrifice
Christ.
and blood. This is the time to stand together for something better.
Israel has been bombing Gaza for over a year, but most of the world governments have either failed to stop the genocide, or in the case of the US, actively blocked the United Nations from taking action. The US has vetoed a ceasefire resolution 4 times.
Maybe for some we have the wrong nationality, the wrong faith, the wrong skin color.
Francesca Albanese, thank you, for the love of God.
International law for them and international law for us.
Oh my God, that was breaking me. You saved me. You saved me from my plight. MIB mind wipe? It could be, considering my
Maybe for some we have the wrong nationality, the
my
wrong
activities.
faith, the wrong skin color. But we are humans. Is there an international law for them and international law for us? Do they have the right to kill, and the only right we have is to die?
Meanwhile, departments of the UN have been openly criticizing Israel's actions for months. Francesca Albanese is a special rapporteur assigned by the UN to investigate human rights abuses of Palestinians by Israel.
Israel is an apartheid state which has been predicated upon the erasure of the Palestinians, the dehumanization of the Palestinians.
Since the UN was created, it has been inextricably linked to the question of Palestine. It's also the place where countries can create and codify international law.
International law is not just a promise, it's a set of obligations. They are universal. They apply to the powerful and the weak, to the rich and the poor, to the large and the small.
But international law feels unequal when it comes to stopping Israel's assault on the Palestinian people. So what exactly was the UN's role in Palestine? How can the Global South community replicate previous successes to liberate the Palestinian people? And what does the future hold if countries no longer abide by international law?
How do you define a genocide?
Two reports this year about Israel's genocide in Gaza. Her first report was titled Anatomy of a Genocide.
I concluded that Israel had committed at least 3 acts of genocide, acts of killing, infliction of severe bodily and mental harm, and creations of conditions of life that would lead to the destruction of the Palestinians in Gaza in whole or in part, supported by genocidal intent.
7 months later, she wrote a new report, Genocide as Colonial Erasure.
This is a state endeavor committed intentionally by state officials, military, political leadership, religious leadership. So all the state apparatus has been complicit in the crimes that have been committed against the Palestinians.
But Albanese also wants people to know that this isn't something new. It's been happening since the Nakba and Israel's creation in 1948.
That's a long time.
Since its very inception, Palestinians have been forcibly displaced, dispossessed, increasingly segregated, and arrested and detained en masse. Their homes have been destroyed, their churches and mosques, their identity has become a liability. They've all become, through decades of Israeli unlawful occupation in what remains of Palestine, a security threat, a presumed guilty until proven innocent. So the history of the Palestinians at the hand of the State of Israel has been one of continuous ethnic cleansing. What happens today is what a settler colonial genocide looks like. This is the kind of destruction of a people in whole or in part that happens in a context where one people wants to dominate, take the land and the resources from another people and push them away, because their very existence as indigenous people is an identity and legal threat to the occupier, to the colonizer.
The United Nations was formed in 1945 primarily by the 5 major powers who won World War II: the Soviet Union, China, France, the United Kingdom, and...
Yes, true. But we're not going to get too deep into the historical stuff right now. Just gonna go here.
Albanese says she views now as a chance to help bring about change.
The time is ripe for a revolution to make the system better. It's important that especially young people understand the potential of this moment to make the world a better place, because on the time it takes to make the realization and act, it depends how many people will be able to save in Gaza and in Palestine.
The first thing she recommends people should do is hold their own governments accountable.
Justice starts at home by making sure that those policymakers who have enabled, in this specific case, the genocide to be invoked, to unfold, to continue, they have to be held accountable. Businesses from your own country who have profited from the unlawful occupation, the apartheid, and now the genocide. Every time we purchase from these businesses, we participate a little bit in the maintenance of the unlawful occupation and apartheid regime.
According to Albanese, what the...
It's true. And so far, BDS has been one of the most successful, most effective forms of protest against what's going on. Just stop buying from businesses that are on that BDS list. I know it's hard because it's a long list, but the effects are real, and the people who are making these decisions where it hurts. In the wallet. Okay. Now, let's go on here. If you missed it, we're doing on time right now. Oh my god, 6 hours 40. It's a long stream. It's a long, long stream. All right. Let's go here. This guy's gonna have a big, very important role to play in all of this in the coming months. Let's see what he's been doing and or thinking about this whole situation.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you very much.
Putin since your election.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen.
It's a very good talk.
Very available.
So available. I'm going to be so available.
And we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bibi, you're not doing enough to get the hostages back home.
I asked him, where are things? Mike Waltz is, they're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody is very...
Oh, everybody's doing such a great job at getting the hostages back.
But he was very much involved in the call. But it was a recap call more than anything else.
Can you also...
There we go. Donald Trump. Perfect phone call with Bibi. I call him Bibi because he's a good guy. He deserves a good nickname. It's a great call. I told him, hey, Bibi, you gotta get those hostages back. You're not trying hard enough. I mean, it's true. He's not trying hard enough to get the hostages back. Not for lack of military effort, but for just utter refusal to agree to a ceasefire negotiation in good faith. But hey, tomato, potato. All right, we were watching part of this conversation yesterday. Let's watch this again. You're right, we should get a transcript of that perfect call.
Just completely vulgarized archaeology and turned it into just a blunt force weapon. But there also were just these ostensibly non-political actors who just were like, well, this is what we do. We dig in the ground. We call the ground Jewish. Now we control the West Bank, so we're going to go do it over there.
Fascinating. And I mean, it's almost as if like they're coming in and they're building the infrastructure by digging underneath there. Because, I mean, you could dig deeper. I mean, like literally, right? And it's one thing to say that it's scientific in the sense that like, oh, with carbon dating or having carbon dated other artifacts or other ways of assessing the age of these things, we know it's from this era, or we know that in this era they used this materials to build this type of thing at this point. So you can largely you can place it in time, but you don't really know like who else was there or who, some of it you can tell who was made by, but you can't, a bowl is a bowl is a bowl more often than not.
Yeah, a bowl is a bowl is a bowl, unless you are.
I'm sorry.
Israel or Palestine.
I refute that.
But I mean, I think
I refute that. A bowl is a bowl is a bowl? That can't be true.
like,
are bowls?
Even if you ask, let's say take a Palestinian who lives in Sebastia, who is like very in touch with the ruins in this place. Sebastia is the Palestinian village that is, on what the settlers know as Samaria. Most of them will not say, oh no, there were never any Israelites here. Like there's no evidence of Jewish history. Most of them will say, yeah, there were at least 10 major civilizations here. We have evidence of virtually all of them. And we don't think that a single one of them just suddenly like gets to, say, well, because of this, we get to live here. So there's like, even if we do stipulate that some of the archaeological findings that prove that this is, Israelite territory, even if we stipulate they're true, first of all, there's, as you say, there's lots of other findings. And I should say that like some of these archaeologists are known to just bulldoze through what they sort of think of as like the debris of, non-Jewish civilizations to get down to the Jewish stuff, which they then, treat as the actual finding. But even if you go as far as to say, and I don't know how you would do this, but even if you were to say, actually, yes, this was the kingdom of Israel for more time than it was anything else, like that still doesn't mean that, thousands of years later.
Which I don't know if he made it clear just now in that statement, but you cannot actually do that, archaeologically speaking. You can't prove that because it's just not factually accurate. But even if you could, I see what he's doing. He's playing devil's advocate. He's steel manning this argument right now. But
people who say they're descendants of that, of whom I think both you and I, Sam, would be among them, we don't get to just say, well, we now get to live here. Because if you follow that logic,
yeah,
I mean, the entire world...
We got some problems. We got some real problems.
The Canaan.
We got some real problems there because, I mean, the United States ceases to exist. Many places suddenly cease to exist. Because definitely Native Americans lived here way longer. Way, way longer. So I guess we better get ready for the invasion.
If you follow that logic, I mean, the entire world order falls apart.
Well, I mean, the Canaanites, apparently, from a genetic standpoint.
Yeah, and I think Russia is going to have to give all of Russia back to the Mongols and the other like indigenous people of that area that Alexander the Great took the land from. Oh boy, we're going to have to go back to the Ottoman Empire. We're going to have to do a lot of research to make sure that I mean, come on.
Probably more Lebanese right now, and that would open up a whole can of worms if we had, Canaanite descendants come into Israel and say, incidentally, this is probably my ancestral home.
Yeah, I haven't been able to fact check this yet, but
this is probably my ancestral home. Jesus Christ, Sam.
A ancestral home.
Yeah, I haven't been able to fact check this yet, but apparently even in America, there are some people that say they were here before us that could like allegedly come and say, this is ours now. And so you just like, it is, of course, like this is what Israel is built on, is this idea that they have reclaimed their ancient homeland. Archaeology is the tool by which they try to like prove that, but it does not withstand a whole lot of scrutiny because very quickly.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to scrutinize history, right? What's the point of that? You're just going to find stuff you don't like.
You see, if you go by this, then there are no countries anymore. Like everything just falls.
Oh, wait, we're discussing archaeology? Oh, well, that's exactly the time that you scrutinize history, actually. Weird that you wouldn't want to scrutinize history during an archaeological discussion.
And it's a threat.
Unless you had some sort of nefarious purpose in mind.
Touchstones that may not fit a specific narrative would exist.
Just realize the volume's way down
on
on this.
Reason why they have obliterated and bombed every basically university in Gaza, right?
Yeah.
And it's the fact that that Israelis were not so emboldened at the time that they did at the very least maintain some of the archival material that was able to be unsealed and used by these Israeli new historians like Ilan Pape.
Ah, yes. But of course, the current Israeli government is not a huge fan of Ilan Pape. Not a huge fan. Because he's, talking about history that started before October 7th in a way that they don't appreciate. Now let's talk about something that definitely happened after October 7th. This one is unfortunate. This is not in the spirit of Sunday FUNDAY, and for that I apologize. But, well, the fact is, I think this has been an inordinately fun Sunday. Oftentimes we struggle to get through a Sunday FUNDAY with it being even a majority fun. I think we did it today. So even though this one's going to suck, I think we somehow achieved some arbitrary goal, at least.
cooking up huge vats of lentils. This was Chef Mahmoud in action, with some children literally starving to death in northern Gaza, and Israel accused of using hunger as a weapon of war. The soup kitchen he helped run was a vital lifeline. We featured the charity in one of our reports earlier this year. We've been feeding our besieged people in Gaza for 6 months, he told a journalist working with us. We start in the morning and finish after sunset. But when we feed our people, despite the exhaustion, we feel happy. With the help of his brother in America, the family raised funds online to support their work. They even managed to open a school for children who've not been inside a...
I don't know if anybody here knows what this is leading up to, but I'll tell you, this does not have a good ending to this story.
...classroom for more than a year. A sign above it in English and Hebrew wasn't enough to stop it being struck by Israeli forces.
Fuck you.
Then 3 weeks ago, as he was delivering food to the Kamal Adwan hospital, Mahmoud was killed, according to eyewitnesses, in a targeted Israeli strike.
It's fucking bullshit. Sorry about that story. This guy was bringing hope and food to hundreds, if not thousands. And now he's dead in a targeted attack. Israel knows where everybody is, like in Palestine, right? They don't want this guy feeding people. And, well, now he won't be. Well, here's the AP. This was actually a story from earlier this week, although they just posted it yesterday on the archive, talking about the death toll in Gaza. Of course, it's not that big of a deal. We don't need to post it to the regular Associated Post channel. Stick it in the archive where nobody looks at it. Smart. Good idea. Let's talk about that death toll. Okay.
Israel's war in the Gaza Strip has reached another grim milestone. Palestinian health officials in the territory say the death toll in more than 14 months of fighting has now reached over 45,000 people. The Gaza Health Ministry doesn't differentiate between militants and civilians, but it does say that more than half of the dead were women and children. Israel has questioned these figures. Officials...
Now, you might be asking yourself, can a man be a civilian? And the answer is actually yes. A man can be a civilian. I know it's confusing with the way that the media talk about it.
That they believe roughly half of the dead are Palestinian militants, but they haven't been clear on how they've reached those numbers. Either way, this is a huge number. 45,000 people amounts to roughly 2% of Gaza's entire pre-war population, and this doesn't include
Oh, there we are.
thousands of people who still remain unaccounted for.
Yeah. And they're very vague about the number of thousands here, AP, even though other journalistic outlets have come out with some estimates on what that number might be. That number may be into the six figures, not just thousands, but hundreds of thousands potentially dead. But AP doesn't want to get too specific, and it's kind of their vibe. Lentil soup can trigger a peanut allergy. Is that true? I guess they're both in like the legume family. Never would have guessed that though. Alright, now we're going to end this discussion and we're going to end this stream with Syria. We got 2 stories left. It's almost over. So let's get to this. One's a story and one's a conversation. This first one is footage from the Knesset where Israel's foreign minister, or at least, no, I don't think she's the foreign minister. I think she might be an undersecretary or something. But at least a representative of Israel's foreign ministry came out to comment on their recent strikes in Syria, which we've talked about being completely unwarranted, unjustified, and just the sort of normal shit that Israel tends to get up to with his neighbors.
Now it is safe, and are you willing to openly engage with al-Jilani? And given...
The situation is very complicated.
Oh, is
obviously. Our attempt and our actions within Syria, mainly, is to make sure that terrorist organizations don't have access.
You know, it is fascinating to me that the state of Israel continues to use the word terrorism, because in any other context, like if I don't know, if the media or if anybody around us in power were being real with the definition of terrorism, Israel would fit it. The country of Israel, the IDF, the government of Israel, what they've been doing, much of it amounts to terrorism, right? And that would make them a terrorist organization. You commit one act of terror, you're a terrorist organization. Okay, I hate to break it to you. And Israel's been doing it all over the region, not just in Palestine, Gaza, but in Lebanon. We saw the pager attack. I mean, and all of this is meant to cause harm to civilians, right? And it's fascinating that they're talking about ridding Syria of terrorist threats while they commit terrorism across the region.
To highly sophisticated
Weapons,
ballistic missiles, including chemical weapons as well.
Oh, really?
I think
like white phosphorus? Is that a chemical weapon, according to the Geneva Conventions? Spoiler alert, yes, it is. And Israel's been using it all over. Does that justify somebody striking Israel? Some would say yes.
No one in this world, after seeing the images of the first Syrian war, in which Assad used the allegation that he used chemical weapons against families and children, those images...
Allegedly. It's lovely. How lovely. Alrighty, let's end this here at Zateo. Whoa, we are not the right.
Which I want to come back to in a moment. You're right about that. We'll talk about the acts of...
He was a mass murdering dictator who brutally oppressed his own people. There's this stripping of Arab people of agency.
That's key.
And, you know, because people bring up...
Do you think some white Western leftists are guilty of that?
I think it's racist. If you look at the polling of the Palestinians detest Assad.
The very same hawks on Syria will be happy for Jilani and HT.
Yeah, I mean, of course Palestinians hated Assad for multiple reasons, including the fact that Assad himself had prisons on the border of Syria, and where they detained Palestinians. Oh God, yeah, there's so many reasons. It's a long list.
Be like brought in from the cold. But Hamas? Oh my God.
It's not Israel, it's illegally occupied Syrian land. Most of them won't say they've even invaded, will they?
Owen, they're creating a buffer zone.
Buffer
zone.
Yes, they need a double buffer.
Zone for the former buffer zone.
But then you'll need a third buffer for the buffer that you're in. That's how that works.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Owen Jones.
It's like an onion.
We are too outspoken. Good to see you, Owen.
Great to see you.
Very
cash.
You can't. It's been cash for a year. You can't keep doing the cash thing.
Do I keep doing the cash thing?
I don't think I've ever interviewed you in a suit and tie.
No, I guess it wouldn't really be becoming of either of us, maybe.
Maybe.
Formality.
When was the last time you wore a suit and tie?
Well, actually, I went to a wedding this weekend, so I had to wear some sort of suit. Not a tie, but...
I knew. I was waiting for that. I went to a wedding, but you didn't wear a tie, did you? You're such a rebel. You went to the wedding just in a suit. Well, was it even a suit, or was it just a blazer?
Actually, it's embarrassing. I forgot to dry clean it, so I had to go to two different... They didn't even match.
The basic story is... I knew it. As you said it, I thought the story was going to blow up. No suit, no tie. So when was it?
That makes a lot of sense. Owen Jones doesn't own a suit and tie. had to piece it together from different places. That checks out.
Let me be the interviewer that I am. Pretend I'm wearing a suit and tie and say, follow-up question, when was the last time?
And it's not like Owen Jones isn't making enough money now to buy a suit and tie. He just doesn't appreciate it.
I'm panicking now. I'm starting to have a little meltdown because for my wedding, I got silver partnered a few months ago, and I still did not wear a tie for that either. I don't think ties.
So all you're doing is giving examples of where you haven't worn.
Ties are out though. I think ties aren't really the done thing anymore. I think ties are kind of like 90s, aren't they? No. We're not in the 90s anymore, Mehdi. Why don't you?
People still wear ties. People still wear ties, Owen.
I think that's a ridiculous excuse.
When do you wear a tie?
I wore a tie about 12 months ago.
Why?
When I was interviewing Hamza Yusuf.
Oh, I see. Why? So he gets a level of deference I don't.
Yeah.
He's a former First Minister of Scotland. You're a Guardian columnist.
Just some little gobshite looks a bit.
Author. You're actually a very well qualified individual.
Burn.
I don't think you merit a suit and tie. All right, let's talk about something serious. Syria.
Oof, that is serious.
It's been a big story. Well, just when we thought the year was coming to an end, you and I have talked about Lebanon on this show. We talked about Gaza. By the way, last time I talked to you about Lebanon, we were in London. And here I'm back in London, and we're talking about Syria, because 2024 couldn't come to an end without another major historic event / news story, which is the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Huge story. The Syrian civil war has been going on over a decade. It had been quiet for a few years. There had been no real movement on the front line since 2020. And then in 11 days, Syrian opposition groups led by HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and al-Qaeda offshoot, toppled one of the world's worst dictators. And even that statement, one of the world's worst dictators, to some on the left is provocative. This whole Syria debate for me has been very difficult over the last decade and a half. It's been one of these ones where people have ended friendships and accused each other of being either pro-dictator or pro-terrorist. It's lacked nuance. It's divided Muslims up, Sunni versus Shia. It's divided the left up. I don't even want to come up with names for what the different factions on the left are. But where do you stand on all this? I feel like you have taken a nuanced view on Syria and taken a bit of heat for it, as have I.
I'm dreading this, to be honest. I'm dreading the response to this because, my view is
Did you celebrate on Saturday night when you heard Assad had fallen?
I was a bit ill at the time, but I had this esophagitis. Don't recommend it.
Are you feeling better?
I'm feeling much better.
Esophagitis.
Yeah, he was a mass murdering dictator who brutally oppressed his own people, who overwhelmingly are rejoicing in his overthrow. There's no question about that. Look, I think the way I'd look at it is, I opposed all the Western military interventions.
So did I.
In Syria and elsewhere. And that's my view. And I'm interested in is this kind of anti-imperialist tradition, if you like, which I see myself very much in. And that is this view historically that the great powers carved up the world between themselves, stole their resources, enslaved their people, subjected them to genocides, horrors, famine. India had the same level of living standards as England before it was taken over by the British, subjected to multiple famines. People should read late Victorian Holocausts. The last famine was 1943 before independence. So many horrors such as that, Palestine being an example of that legacy. And then the understanding of the anti-imperialist tradition...
Or as Jack Straw, Tony Blair's foreign secretary, once famously said, I fly around the world trying to resolve conflicts that we started.
Very good way of putting it. And it's not just the shadow of that. Those people fought back and liberated themselves from colonialism. But then, as an anti-imperialist, you understand that new forms of imperialism and neocolonialism were set up, rigging the economic order in favour of the same global north countries, which enslaved and occupied much of the world.
With client states.
My parents, when I was, before I was born in the 70s, brought in Chilean refugees because in Latin America, of course, the overthrow of Allende, Kissinger said, we will not let people go communist because of the irresponsibility of their own people. Iran, Mossadegh, 1953. We could go on. And then more recently, things like Iraq and so on. There was there was a book this made a big influence on me by Peter Fryer, who was he was in the Communist Party in the 1950s, and he worked for the Daily Worker, their newspaper, and he went to Hungary in 1956, and this is when the Soviets invaded. Yep. And he went there as a very pro-Soviet man, and then he saw the reality of the Hungarian Revolution and its brutal suppression, and he spoke about how Stalinism was Marxism with the heart cut out, ossified, stripped of humanity. And I do think there was a tradition which sprung out of that kind of, sometimes known as tankies because of the literal Soviet tanks marching into Hungary, which divorced anti-imperialism from a broader project of human liberation and emancipation. It is right to look at the brutality of imperialism as it dominates the world, but it isn't the only horror that exists. And Bashar al-Assad, who, a brilliant young journalist, wrote a piece for The Guardian many years ago, named Mehdi Hassan, spoke about how Bashar al-Assad's regime cooperated with the West in the so-called war on terror. Rendition, etc. In the 2000s, with his investment banker partner wife, introduced neoliberalism, privatized education, health, cut social security and all the rest of it. And then in the context of a drought, and then, of course, the Arab Spring, a uprising against him, he militarized the response, intentionally promoted the likes of ISIS, by the way, in order to...
So I'm going to jump in and say, that the counter-narrative, just for fairness, is to say, well, no, it wasn't an organic uprising. The CIA spent a ton of money to do regime change in Syria, Operation Timber Sycamore. It was one of the most expensive CIA covert operations in the history of the agency. You had a bunch of Gulf countries, to quote Joe Biden, sending money in to support the rebels. And this is where it all gets so complicated, because I feel like there's multiple truths.
It is. Once the U.S. gets involved, it really does complicate things, doesn't it? But I mean, there was, I feel like it proceeded, like the movements themselves proceed, and the U.S. saw the opportunity. And of course, the U.S. is incredibly opportunistic and sees that opportunity. And now it didn't work out so good in terms of the stated goal of the U.S. But, at least they tried. Or, well, that's not the right way to put it. That's not what I mean. At least tried. I mean, my point is, like, they gave it a shot and didn't turn out super good.
You can accept that Bashar al-Assad was a horrible dictator who repressed his people and crushed an uprising, but outside powers did get involved cynically and armed some awful groups, including groups we were supposed to be against. Like
Operation Timber Sycamore. That was 2012, 2013. That was after the rebels.
Yes.
I mean, it needs to be clear, because the Arab Spring began in Tunisia, which was a Western-backed dictatorship, and obviously.
And then Egypt, another Western-backed
dictatorship. Because this is this idea the Arab Spring was just and there's this stripping of Arab people of agency.
That's key.
And, because people bring up...
Do you think some white Western leftists are guilty of that?
I think it's racism, and I think there is a form of anti-Arab racism, which I think, in fact, not all of them. I mean, I'm not saying that about sweepingly, but I've seen some. I've seen some people responding calling me Jihadi Jones. I get called that by pro-Israel fanatics about Hamas, and now they're saying that I support ISIS or whatever. I mean, what are they talking about? And the danger.
Nuance is difficult to strike in situations like this, especially where people are fed tiny bits of the narrative and don't understand all the historical implications. Many people can't even point out Syria on a map. Even I sometimes forget exactly where Syria is. It is sort of stuck between about 30,000 different countries. And it's just, there's definitely nuances needed to discuss what's going on in Syria. And understanding of the sort of the past. So many things. Way over 7 hours just now. Well, got through another stream. It was quite difficult, but we had each other. That is gonna be it for me tonight on this here Sunday Funday, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Ah, shit. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noah, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.
Are you not entertained?
Is this the right? Why am I not more prepared for this? God damn it. Can't forget this, either. The Galactic Benefactors. That's right, all these people here, which you're about to see with your eyes and ears, have gone above and beyond. People like PB, a lady in chat and in the streets, Nadia, Evan Chambers, not here right now, but often here to give us interesting facts. Moa Noab, fantastic lady mod, always bringing us cheer in chat and the hammer when necessary. Wait, we just skipped somebody. Narwhal? Who was that? Wait. Selena. No, Don. Wait. Did I miss somebody in here? I did. God damn it. I ruined it. I ruined it. God, why do I suck?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What was I saying? Everybody's great. I love you all. All you people like this. All you galactic benefactors who decided you need to go above and beyond in supporting the Galactic News Network. Even mods like Moa Noab. Selena, who I actually haven't seen in chat as much lately, but still continues to support the Galactic News Network. Donald James X, fantastic man and guitarist. Chatter, Omega Star. I don't see Omega, but often in our galactic circle. Mitty, a galactic mod. Galactic man. Galactic musician. Mrs. Jen. Oh, Mrs. Jen. Californian. The wife of anti-corporatist. Disco Wolf. A man of disco. And a man of greatness. Technopoc. Narwhal by nature. A whale of a chatter. See what I did there? Making puns. What I do best. On to the after stream. Alright. Switching back to what was it? What are we doing? We need more Christmas music. That's what we need. I'm gonna do something real unorthodox. I mean, this is crazy unorthodox. Poster's never left. Makes you think the poster left? I know there's no music. Please hold. No, don't do that. That's the opposite of what I wanted. You son of a bitch. Why? Doing something unorthodox, and that's why this is happening right now. There we go. You might be asking yourself, what the heck is so unorthodox about what you're going to do right now, StreamLord? Tell me what it is. Well, getting real weird with it these days. We're going to watch / listen to Matt Binder's Christmas music stream that he's been doing for days now. As you can see here, proof of the Binder stream. See, we're combining, it's like we're combining powers. We're combining our powers. It's gonna be great. So it's almost like you're getting two stream experiences one. I'm just gonna in one. I'm gonna point that out to you, right? You're getting Binder stream and you're getting Galactic stream. Same time. Nowhere else can you have that experience but here. At the Galactic News Network, a network funded entirely by viewers like you. Be right back, chat.
from all this said many times. Merry Christmas to you.
All is calm, all is bright. Round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night. Shepherds quake at the sight. Glory stream from heaven afar. Heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue, just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. And when those blue snowflakes start falling, that's when those blue heartaches start calling. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white, but I have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. One more time. I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue, just thinking about you. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white, but I have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. Ooh, I have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. Yeah, I have a blue, 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 blue Christmas.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la
That's right, everybody. Wear your gayest apparel and enjoy this holiday. Hope you enjoyed this stream, but that's gonna be it.
Fast away the old year passes, fa la 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 la. Hail the new ye lads and lasses, fa la 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 la. Sing we joyous all together, fa la 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 la. Heedless of the wind and weather, fa la 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 la.
You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. With little tin horns and little toy drums, Rudy Toot Toots and Rummy Dum Dum, Santa Claus is coming to town. And curly-head dolls that toddle and coo, elephants, boats, and kitty cars too. Santa Claus is coming to town. The kids in girl and boy land will have a jubilee. They're gonna build a toyland town all around the Christmas tree. So you better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why.